Good morning, SMP Nation, and welcome back to day 5 of Hoop Fest. Oh my goodness. Guys, we made it. We did it. We did it. It's here. The finale, the last day, it's here. And I am so excited to be sharing it with you all. If you are just watching Hoop Fest, or you're here for the first time this morning, good morning. I'm Kennedy. I'm the social media specialist here at SMP, and I am actually taking the spot of Blaine. Blaine is normally the one that's hosting today and most of, if not all of our virtual events, as you might know if you are not new here, but he is actually off on a brother trip, and so I am taking his place today, and I'm here to bring you some amazing stuff on this last day of Hoop Fest. So we are going to get started just shortly, but I have a few things I want to tell you because it's the last day. We have so many updates, so many things to go through. And the first thing I want to say is we had a contest going on during Hoop Fest. So you had the opportunity to submit 2 embroidery projects and have the opportunity for that project to win a crowd. So if you submitted your project, we had voting and it was going so well, and voting ended yesterday. So I hope you guys all got your votes in and went and voted for your favorite projects, because now we are picking our winners. In fact, we've already got them. We got them this morning. Right this morning, we got our winners and we got it already. So I'm very, very excited. We are going to be unveiling and revealing these winners at the end of the show today. So you do not want to miss the end of the show. You're just going to want to watch all day, because you never know also when we're going to pop up with something special or something exciting or a giveaway or whatever. You never know what's going to happen today. So very, very exciting. But yes, the big thing today is we are revealing our contest winners and our Judge's Choice winner. And we are drawing our last Dream Studio finalist, and we are picking the Dream Studio winner today, right here, later this afternoon. So you do not want to miss out on that. Yes, and we also had an Instagram contest, which I'm sure we will talk about a little bit more once my amazing co-host comes in, Miss Angela Wolf. But we had an Instagram contest. So if you were watching Hoop Fest, all you had to do to enter in to win some goodies is go to our social media and go to your social media and post a picture of you watching Hoop Fest. And if you tagged us and if you followed us, SMP and Angela Wolf, on our socials, that entered you in to win some giveaways. And we're going to reveal what the prizes are for that later in a little bit. And then also we are going to show you some of the pictures, because I loved some of these pictures that I saw of SMP Nation tuning in, and Kyle's scrolling through again and I'm looking at some of them. I love these pictures. For all of you that listened when I said, please include your pets and your cats and dogs, some people included horses. I mean, like, they really went all out, and I think that is so much fun. The cats watching Hoop Fest, I love it. I love it. It's the best. So if you haven't done that, go take a picture of you watching Hoop Fest, put your computer screen or your phone screen in the background of you watching it, and we are going to pick some winners to give you some fun stuff. So that's very exciting. Also, got to say a big shout out to my buddies over here, my work besties, Kyle and Roger. They are here today helping me run the show. So very exciting. And the biggest question of the day is, what's for lunch? That's always what comes up with us. So very excited to have everyone here today. And I'm excited to have all of you here today because I'm going to sit here and chat and hang out with you. It's so exciting with all of the demos and things. I've got my notepad here. We're sitting here writing our notes and learning new things that we can take back to our machines once we're done with Hoop Fest here. So that's very exciting. But let's reel it back in. We have to say a huge shout out to our sponsors. We could not do Hoop Fest without our amazing sponsors. We got our platinum sponsors, Baby Lock and Brother, our gold, Janome Dime, SWF, and RNK, and our silver sponsors, Jerky Hoops. Love our Jerky Hoops. So thank you so much to our sponsors. They, from the people that we work with behind the scenes, to our educators, to the people helping the educators film. It really is so nice that we all work together, and they really just provide the amazing content and education for SMP Nation. So thank you to our sponsors, and they get us the best deals. So that way we can get you guys the best deals. And as Blaine always says, Blaine says a lot of things, and what just came to my head, I'm like, you're doing your machine a disservice if you don't have a sew mat. That's not what I was trying to say. But Blaine, we are always striving to bring you guys the best specials and the best deals, and Blaine works extremely, extremely hard to find the best things for you guys and to make sure that savings are getting passed on to you. And I hold him to that. We all do. So it is just what we got to do here at SMP. We want to make sure you guys are getting the best product and the best quality education and all of that here at Hoop Fest, and just not even just today, but all week, and regarding all of our other virtual events. So very, very exciting. And I just cannot wait for this day to get started. I am so pumped. One other thing I want to mention really, really quickly is, since we are picking our last Dream Studio finalist, there's still a chance for you watching, to get drawn. So all I need you to do, if you want the chance to win $25,000 worth of embroidery stuff, I mean, that's up to you. But the door's open for you. All I need you to do is just go down below and comment, like the video here today, like Hoop Fest, go and subscribe to our YouTube channel. That will enter you in for prizes, and that will also enter you in for the Dream Studio giveaway, because we're picking our last one today, like I said. And I want to just emphasize, we got one spot left. So comment, chat with other people down below. What else can they do, Kyle? Share it. You can share the video. So if you go down, I'm trying to think of like where it would be on YouTube, but there's a share button, and you can copy the link. You can put that into your socials and tell your friends about it. If you've got other crafter friends, definitely share it and spread it, so that way we can all have the chance to win some fun stuff. Because why not? It's what we do. Why not? So I'm going down my list. Also, I want to make a huge, huge shout out to all of our educators that we've had all week. The education for this Hoop Fest specifically has been phenomenal, and I am learning so much from everybody that is coming on and teaching, from Carly Bell and her little tags. Those were so cute, to the patches with Reen, to just all in all, everything has just been so amazing. And today, it does not stop. It just keeps going. So today, around our first education session of the day, which I believe is at 10 a.m. PST, so 12 Central, right? 12 Central? Yeah. I'll get you the right days, but 10 a.m. PST. I've lived in California my whole life. I'm used to the PST. So today, Friday, we've got the In the Hoop flag bag with Mary Nesne. Now, she is the girl with the Star-Spangled Heart. So we are so excited to have Mary on. She was actually on last year, and she did a phenomenal job. So I cannot wait to have her back. And then we're also diving into the world of heat transfer vinyl and sublimation with Stephanie Young. And I am so excited to have her on. I feel like this whole heat transfer vinyl thing has really taken off this year. I know it's been around forever, but I feel like there's just a really huge wave of popularity with this heat transfer vinyl and sublimation, especially like with Brother's new printer coming out. It's just such an accessible way to get started with sublimation without having to buy a giant machine or get a whole huge setup. It's really, really easy to do from home now. So very, very excited for Stephanie's demo and to see what she has in store, because she's going to show us how to use heat transfer vinyl and sublimation with our embroidery. So that's very exciting, and I cannot wait for that. So education coming up. We've got all of our good stuff with our contest. It's just going to be a great day, and I cannot wait. SMP Nation, how are we feeling? I've got my comments right down here so I can see all of what you guys are talking about. So I'd love to hear. Oh, I see Joanne Banco on. Good morning, Joanne. You are the best. All right, I'm seeing all you guys on. The chat is going crazy. Oh my goodness. Well, I am so excited to get started, and I think it's time for me to bring in my amazing co-host, Angela Wolf. Oh, let's bring her on. Angela, how are you this morning?
I'm doing fantastic, Kennedy. This is going to be such a fun day. I'm so excited.
It is. Can you believe you did an education session a few days ago, but I just cannot believe how fast the time is going and how fast the days are going. After the show was over, we all were like, how did that go by so fast?
I know. And I was actually watching the first few days.
Yeah.
And then I was on there, but it's way more fun co-hosting. I had to go pull out my horn cabinet chair to match yours, so we look like official co-hosts here. Although I don't have the little head of Blaine.
It's okay. It's okay. He's here in spirit. He's here. I have to have it ready just in case I need it.
I love that.
Well, Angela, we were just talking about all of the posts that we were seeing from hashtag SMP Nation. Can you believe that?
Yeah, so my husband and I sat outside and had a glass of wine last night, and I said, Win, we did this really fun thing today. And he's like, I don't understand. I go, we got to see this. So first the snake, of course, was like, that was stellar. And then there's 2 horses, and then there was a ton of cats. And then Kimberly had her parrot. I mean, so creative. Somebody was at work with a hard hat. Hope they were safe. I mean, so creative. I think I'm going to have to do this more often because it's so much fun to get to know everyone. And I know not everybody's on Instagram and Facebook. We're doing it on both, but it's just kind of an extra thing. If you're hanging out, it's fun.
Yes. We're all sitting by, I mean, some of you are at work, some of you are feeding the horses, but for a lot of you, we're all sitting at the computer next to our machine. So why not just take a picture and share it with us? I love it because I always see the names of people commenting, but it's hard. I can't see their faces. I can't see like your personality. So it's such a fun way to see SMP Nation and like get them in their natural habitat, you know?
I know. I feel like I've gotten to know everyone so much better. So I was thinking, Kennedy, we should probably do it for the rest of today and let them know what we're going to draw for that, because I think it'll really inspire them to take that little snapshot. I might have to take another one too.
I think maybe Kyle will have to get in. I took one yesterday and Roger was in it. Maybe we'll have to like get us all in it somehow really quick. I don't know. We'll figure it out. But yeah, I love them. What was I just saying?
What should we give them? What should we draw? What should we give them?
Yes. What should we give them? Well, Angela, I think because we've been showing so many amazing products all week and we've been showing just so many goodies, I want to pick 2 people. We're going to pick 2 of the posts, randomly draw them, and you guys are each going to get a $100 gift card to SMP. So you can go shop and pick up all the good stuff that was shown this week, or you can stock up. I know we're always in need of bobbin thread and bobbins and needles and all that stuff. So this is a great way to stock up if you need anything. So
I love that. I love that. And we'll watch on Instagram and Facebook. You can't post photos on YouTube, guys. But if you're on YouTube and that's the only place you are, don't worry. You're already in everything else. So it's just an extra thing. But we'll check both of them out. I think that's a great $100. You can buy a lot of embroidery thread. And I finished organizing yesterday after reading everyone's comments. I went by brand. A lot of people said they go by color. I'll let you know how it works out by next year.
Yes,
exactly. All torn apart.
Yes. Well, and then when you have a project that comes in where you have like 40 different thread changes and then
Yeah.
you just say goodbye to the organization, you're like, you know what? We're going to have to get back to this later.
You know me very well. Oh
Oh,
gosh.
it is
Oh, but
no fun.
Kennedy, I did have a question from somebody.
Yeah.
Somebody texted me last night, and they're really intrigued about that 6 needle that Colleen showed yesterday from Brother.
Yes.
And they're working today, and they want to know how long these, can she still buy it today, or how long do these sales last? Because they really want to go shop this weekend. And I said, I didn't know if the sale was still on.
That is a great question, and I'm so glad you brought that up. So all of our sales, everything from Hoop Fest, even things that weren't shown on the show, we have on special, and that is going all the way through Saturday tomorrow till 3 p.m. PST. So we'll have our sales team in the office tomorrow, and they can take your call. We'll have people at the call center. So if you are going back and rewatching, or maybe there was something that you missed that you're like, oh, I really want to get that, or like your friend, that PR680W, all of those sales are valid, and you can call in and get those sales till tomorrow at 3 p.m. PST. That's the cutoff.
Perfect. She's going to be very excited. I said, well, I'll find out. Otherwise, she's going to have to take off work today. She didn't really want to do that.
Yeah, I'm dreaming of that 680, and I know everyone else is too. It's the best. And then when Colleen is demoing it, it's just she shows all of the best parts, especially that pinpoint positioning laser. I'm like,
yes,
I need that. I need that now.
Never have crooked embroidery again with all of the great tools. Oh my gosh.
Never. Well, Angela, I think it's time that we get started with day 5 of Hoop Fest. And I just want to say, I was rewatching the show yesterday, and I realized I kept saying So Fest. Guys, I'm so sorry. I know it's Hoop Fest. We have so many fests going on that my brain just gets scatterbrained. But day 5 of Hoop Fest starts right now. And since we're on the topic of amazing embroidery features, this next machine and this next presenter it's about to just go full circle and the best features and the best embroidery machine. So I'm going to let you take it away, Angela, and get started with the day.
All right, Kennedy, let's take it away. So our first presenter is showing off the NQ1700E. You're going to love it. It's my friend Sarah Betzer, brother educator, I should say national educator. She's everywhere. She's on my show At Your Side virtually quite often, showing a lot of great things. She's an educator, small business owner, and her brand is SAV_NYC. And she focuses on upcycled apparel, and she wants you to create a sustainable wardrobe. But she does way more than that. So if you go to her website, she's got a ton of embroidery designs. Sarah, I'm so excited to see you here. I just saw you last week on At Your Side virtually, and now we're over at SMP Nation. How are you?
Lucky me. I get to see so much of you.
I know. And you had, for those of you that haven't followed Sarah or are new to Sarah, go to brothersews.com on their YouTube channel, and she has done quite a few tutorials lately. The cute eyeglass case. We've got a bag for Father's Day. So many fun things. Well, that was an embroidered one. So I can't wait to see what you're doing today, Sarah.
Yes, I'm so excited to show everyone the NQ1700. I had someone message me last night, and they asked, what is a good, mid to low price point embroidery only machine that they could buy for their daughter? And I totally recommended this machine. And I told her, I hope she's watching today, to come watch the show, because I'm going to give a demo. I'm going to tell you all about this machine. So like I said, embroidery only. It is the Brother NQ1700E. And of course, the deals for Hoop Fest are crazy, as always. Blaine always gives us the best deals, so it is a great time to buy this machine if you're thinking about starting an embroidery journey, or even if you are already an expert and you want to add another machine to your home studio, to your arsenal, I like to say, right? So the hoop size for this machine is nuts. 6 by 10. This is the maximum embroidery area, and this is why I love to talk about this machine, why I recommend it, because for the price, you are getting such a large embroidery area. And this is such a compact machine. You can see it's nothing crazy. So it's really lightweight. It weighs around 20 pounds. It's very easy for me to put it on a shelf when I'm not using it, or take it out when I want to get all my embroidery machines going at once. And then having this hoop size, I mean, this is like the size of the machine. It's so great. And you can achieve really nice coverage, right? Like a whole jacket back. I was able to embroider this beautiful jacket here, and it stitches at 850 stitches per minute. So this took me an hour. Awesome. And you get the 6x10 frame in the box. You also get a 5x7 frame. So you are good to go to get started embroidering all different kinds of projects, medium, small, large, you name it. You can accomplish it on this machine. So great for beginners because it's a really easy learning curve. It's very intuitive. All Brother machines are really easy to use. So I'm going to show you lots of different features. There are also 258 embroidery designs already on the machine. So you take it out of the box, there's 258 designs that you could play with, as well as 13 different fonts. So you have tons to play with already set to go on the machine. And then I mentioned also, this is a great machine for people who are a little bit more advanced already. Maybe you've already been doing embroidery for years. Well, this machine will have lots of high-end features that you're accustomed to if you maybe have a higher-end machine. There's lots of high-end features packed in there. So the beginners are going to get spoiled really quickly with lots of these features, like the advanced needle threading, color sort, etc. So we're going to get into all of that today. I wanted to also mention an optional frame that is compatible with the NQ1700E. That is the 5x7 flat magnetic frame. And when I say flat, I really mean flat because it almost disappears when you turn it on the side. It's so thin. And I love that about this frame because it slides right under the presser foot without me even touching the presser foot or lifting it. So it's really no fuss. And the huge advantage of magnetic frames is that they're really strong. So I'm holding this with one hand. You can see not going anywhere. The magnets aren't budging. My project is not budging. So it has a great hold. I even use magnetic frames on really thick fabrics like denim jackets. But at the same time, the magnets are not difficult to remove. They also don't leave any markings on your fabric. Like sometimes when you hoop something in a two-piece frame, it will leave a little outline of the frame, but the magnets don't do that. So I talked about hooping with denim. If you wanted to hoop with a lighter weight fabric, you don't have to worry about any hoop burn. So this is the 5x7 flat magnetic frame. It is an optional accessory. Highly recommend. Now, let's see what samples I have to show you. So this zebra guy here, this is one of the built-in embroidery designs. So you're going to get this on the machine right when you open it up. And then I love to show this sample as well to show you guys everything that you can achieve, and I'll show you more with text editing features on the machine. So you can change the letters to be different colors. Tripping over my words there a little bit. You can curve the text. You can move the individual letters up and down. You could do multiple fonts all in one design. So there is just so much packed into this machine, and you could get really creative, and you don't need any editing or digitizing software because it's all on the machine screen. So let's take a really close look at this screen here. Oh, I must have pressed a button with my elbow or something by accident. Okay. All right. Here is the home screen when you turn on the machine. This is what it's going to look like. And these are our different design categories. So we can go into the first one, and there are subcategories in here. You have some seasonal designs. There are 18 pages of designs. And the crown category, this is where you'll find some of the newer designs that were added more recently. Here's my zebra. Oh, sorry guys, a little clumsy today. And as you're selecting and browsing through these designs, you'll notice lots of information is coming up at the top. So it's graying out any of the frames that this design that I have selected will not fit in. So it's showing me the 5x7 frame and the 6x10 are compatible with this design. So I know right away that those are the frames that I could use. It's also showing me the dimensions right here. So that's helpful as well. Really cool trick. And this, again, plays into how easy this machine is to learn if you're a beginner and how great it is for beginners, because there's lots of questions when you first start out with machine embroidery. At least I know I have a lot of questions. And lots of the features of this machine kind of take away those questions for you. So this is an example of one of those features. This is called Embroidery Frame Identification View. When you turn that on, now I can go back to my browsing here, and you'll notice that some of these designs are grayed out now. So in my settings, I have the 5x7 frame selected. So I'm telling the machine, this is the frame that I have and that I want to use today. And so the machine is only going to allow me to browse designs that will fit in the 5x7 frame. Isn't that great? So it's really helpful. Again, if you're a beginner and you're a little bit unsure about sizing of things, super helpful there. Here are more designs in this butterfly category here. We have 14 pages, and I could just use the arrows on the front of my machine to browse through all the thumbnails. I have 2 floral alphabets built in, and here are my fonts. Once you select a font, you can type out a message. You can enter multiple lines at once. You have numbers as well as special characters available. And then we have our frame patterns as well. Now, you'll notice that there is a wireless symbol on my screen. So this machine is Wi-Fi enabled, and that means a couple of different things. So the little exclamation point that's down there is actually telling me that there's an update available for my machine, which I love because basically, you know, we want to make sure that we are keeping our machines up to date software-wise, but we don't always remember to check for updates online. So if I'm connected to my wireless network at home, the machine is going to let me know that there is an update available and I should go to the Brothers Solution Center to download it and install on my machine. And that way we can keep our machines up to date and running smoothly. You can also transfer your embroidery designs from your computer to your machine wirelessly. That's a great feature as well. Brother has a program called Design Database Transfer. It's free to use on PC computers, and you can access the files that are on your computer, transfer them wirelessly to your connected, wirelessly enabled embroidery machine, and it's just really easy, really, really easy. You could transfer groups at a time, and it works like that. If you don't want to learn a new computer program or you're not really interested in the Wi-Fi, there are still USB ports on the side of the machine, so you can transfer designs that way as well. I know a lot of us have like collections of embroidery designs on thumb drives, so yeah, I always want to mention that there is still a USB port and you can transfer your designs that way too. And I feel like there's one other thing. Oh, of course, you can use the machine with the Artspira app. So Brother's new Artspira app works with any of their wirelessly enabled embroidery machines, sewing machines, the scan and cut, the sublimation printer, the print moda, you name it. Artspira works with it. So you can use the Artspira app to transfer the free designs that are available on there or do some of the free projects with this machine. All right. So let's edit a quick design here. Let's do some text editing. All right. So I've been making a lot of like custom baby gifts recently. So let's just pretend for the sake of this demo that we are going to make a baby blanket. Delete that. Let's see. So, last name. I'm going to go with Smith. All right. Now let's press enter and let's let's put in a date of birth. So let's say it's June. Let's say the baby was born. Um, 4 days ago. Did anyone welcome any newborns into their family recently? If you did, congratulations. That's so exciting. I love making baby gifts. So, all right, so I put in a name and a date, and I selected medium-sized font. You can jump just by pressing this key here between large, medium, and small. And it's showing my dimensions as I'm typing. It's also showing me what embroidery frame I can use to stitch out this design. Now I put 2 different lines in. You can see it says 2, indicating that I'm on the second line of text. If I wanted to check the spelling of the 2 lines, I could press check, and now it's showing me all the lines together. I could also press preview to preview it just in the embroidery area. I could preview it in a specific hoop. All right, so I'm going to set it. Now I want to space those lines out a little bit, so I'm going to move that line down. This is our editing screen, by the way. So these are all our editing tools. We have move, you saw I just used that. We also have size, which allows you to resize. If you have text, you can jump from large, medium to small. If you want to do some sizing in between those standards, you can size proportionally up or down, or you can stretch horizontally or vertically. I can also rotate by 90 degrees, 10 degrees, or as little as 1 degree. So for the perfectionists out there like me, you can get really precise with your rotations and your placements. The color palette allows you to recolor different portions of your design. Now here's a cool tip. So let's go into the font editing tool, which is actually a sub-menu of more editing tools just for fonts. So if I wanted to make this multicolor, it's now going to split up each number and a slash, each symbol, to be an individual embroidery piece. So you can see I have the 6 is being previewed here. So now I can recolor that. So let's say I want to color the slashes. Let's make those pink. So I'm using the plus and minus key to just move through the different color blocks, the different parts of my design, and recolor those to pink. Now that might seem a little bit weird, but I'm going to show you a really great advanced feature that is it's going to all make sense in a minute. Trust me. Okay. So if I wanted to add more to this, I could go to add. It'll bring me back to my original screen. I could pick a frame to, put a frame around the whole design. I could add, I'm sure there's some really cute baby designs in here. There's a cute teddy bear. Obviously, it's too big for this layout, but you get the gist. So it's really easy to just add multiple elements to create a really dynamic layout. I'm going to delete that. And as I said, everything is in plain text here. So it's really easy to just get the hang of all the different tools that you have and learn how to use the machine really quickly. So when I'm going to edit, this is kind of our second editing screen, and it's mostly about placement. So this is all about placing the design in our frame. And let's take a look at this trace function. So I have my 5x7 frame here, and I marked a little crosshair in the center, and that's going to be kind of like our test. So I can show you guys how you're able to use the trace function and the placement tools to make sure your design is placed perfectly every time. Okay. So actually, I'm going to jump back and forth between the screen and the machine so you can see how this all works together. So I'm going to select the trace function, and I do want to align center with my crosshair, and then I'm just going to make sure that it's straight going across. So I'm going to Press OK. And then I'm going to use the move arrows right here to move the design until it's lined up center with the crosshair that I drew in my frame. And I just like to use the drop needle key. So I just drop the needle down until I see that it's perfectly lined up in the center. And it is. It is centered with my crosshair. And now I'm going to do the position to the right. And you'll see the machine is going to move. And it's showing me the right position. I can drop the needle. It is lined up perfectly straight. And now I can really confidently embroider that, knowing that it'll come out straight. I can also initiate a trace, which is going to trace around the entire design. So it's basically just moving the frame to show me each point around the outside of my stitch out. That way I can get a really good visual idea of how big it's going to be and where it's going to lay out. Okay, so the last feature I wanted to show you is this one, and it's called color sort. So when I go to my embroidery screen, my final embroidery screen, this is where that pink comes in. So I have all this black, and then I have two parts that are pink. So I'm going to have to put black thread in and then switch it out for pink and then switch back to black. But if I go back and I initiate the color sort function, it's now going to group together those two pink elements. So let's advance so we can see the different colors here. It's not showing them to me here. Let's see. Okay, but you can see now that the pink went away, so it's actually going to be grouped together with the other pink slash at the end of my embroidery. That way, I only have to change the thread one time. So I'm going to put in my black thread. It's going to stitch out all the black elements, and then I'm going to put in the pink thread, and it's going to stitch out both of the pink slashes. So it combines all those elements together, and it removes the need for extra thread changes, and it just streamlines your whole stitch out process. So I absolutely love that feature. Another way I could show you too is I know I have for my small business, I stitch out a lot of patches. So I have some patch designs in here. This is a fun one. This is like a plant abduction patch. And it's two colors. So it looks kind of like the 3D glass, you know, when you put on 3D glasses to go to the movies. So I'm going to rotate this, and this is how I use color sort all the time. I'm going to add another one. I like to just fill up my hoop with as many patches as I could fit in one hooping. And then again, you'll see it goes red, blue, blue, red, blue, red. I would have to change the thread each time. If I go back and I set color sort to on, blue, blue, red, red, I only have to change the thread once. Isn't that awesome? That's my favorite feature by far, by far. I use it every single time I use this machine. Okay, now I also mentioned the advanced needle threading system. So let me show that to you now. So I'm just going to thread up the top of the machine. I use a nice bright red thread, so hopefully you can see it. Now on the side here, there's a trimmer. So I can trim the thread once I'm done threading the machine to the perfect length. And then, let me get up so my arm isn't in the way when I show you this. There's a lever on the side of the machine, and I should probably zoom out too. Perfect. Okay, so this lever right here, this is the key to our advanced needle threading system. So I'm going to press it down, and my needle is threaded. So it threads my needle for me with the press of a lever. It does not get easier than that. Let me get in a little tighter here. Okay, let's watch that again. So I have it trimmed to the perfect length. I'm going to pull the lever down. It lowers the presser foot for me and threads my needle. Ta-da! We love it. I love this feature. So that's another one of the advanced features. A lot of times you don't get an automatic needle threader on a machine this size or a mid-level machine. It's usually reserved for like the top of the line machines, but we are getting one on the NQ1700E. We're getting the advanced needle threading system so we can thread our needle with ease. We're getting the color sort function. We're getting lots of built-in embroidery designs and fonts. I mean, it just goes on and on. The 6x10 embroidery area is amazing. And I hope I inspired you guys to check out this machine. Keep it in mind if you're thinking about starting embroidery, if you're thinking about adding an additional embroidery machine to your studio. 258 built-in designs. And then if you want more than that, or you have some that you created yourself, or you purchased some from another seller, then you can use that wireless function to transfer all of those designs from, whether it's from iBroidery or another website that you purchased them from, to your machine. As you probably know, Brother is exclusive with Disney. And this machine doesn't have Disney designs built in, but that doesn't mean that you can't stitch out Disney designs. So if you purchase them on iBroidery.com, you can transfer them wirelessly and you could stitch out Disney, Marvel, Star Wars, all those designs are available to you to stitch on this machine. So I'm going to bring Angela back in. Angela, did we have any questions that I missed while I was presenting?
So you're going to have to go back through, by the way. Everybody loves your presentation. They said you're easy to follow. The machine is amazing, but there are a couple questions.
Okay.
One, is the machine very heavy? Because a few people here have, it sounded like maybe the Luminaire and the Stellaire, and they wanted to know how heavy this machine was. Would it be a good one for travel?
It's great for travel. It weighs around 20 pounds. And that's like with the embroidery unit attached. I lift the whole thing. I don't even detach the embroidery unit, but you can to make it weigh even less. So
even less. Okay, great. And then there are quite a few questions about hoops. So some people said, what hoops come with it? Do you purchase the extra? They love that magnetic hoop. Could you just talk a little bit more about that? Because we all love that hoop.
I know, it's a great hoop. So with the machine in the box, you get the 6x10 and you get a 5x7. Those are the two-piece, not magnetic frames. So you get a 6x10 and a 5x7 with this machine. And then the lovely magnetic frame is an optional add-on. So the 5x7 magnetic frame is an optional additional frame that you can purchase, and I highly recommend it.
Okay, so I'm just reading a few more questions here. Someone said they didn't realize that the embroidery unit actually comes off. Oh, yes, it does. It's not totally permanently attached.
Yep, I can show you right now. It's just an easy pull of a lever underneath. Well, I'll turn the machine off first. Ta-da!
And there you go. That easy. Super easy.
Yep.
I'm checking to see if there's everybody saying yes, they love their 6x10 hoop. I know, it's great. And someone asked, are there other, because Brother has other magnetic hoops, can you purchase other ones? Like someone said, can you use a 4x4 hoop here? Can you use some of those other hoops on it?
I didn't think they had a 4x4. Do you have one of those, Angela, for your brother?
I don't. Yeah. I have a 4x4 regular hoop, but not magnetic. So maybe they were just talking about magnetic. I mean, just a regular hoop.
Yeah, as far as official Brother hoops, I don't believe they make a 4x4 magnetic for the flatbed embroidery machines. Yeah, the 5x7 magnetic frame is the one I know of that's optional and also compatible with this machine.
Well, and also someone had said that these other magnetic hoops, switching if they want to buy a different Brother machine, can any hoops go on each one? And I want to just point out, you should really check your manual, because if you have a machine that only goes up to a 4x4 hoop, you can't just throw on a 6x10. Whatever your machine
Right.
is equipped for is how high you can go.
Right. But yeah, that is a good point. I use this on my Luminaire, my XP, all the time, which is funny because the Luminaire has a much bigger embroidery field, but sometimes I really want to use a magnetic frame, and this is compatible with the Luminaire. So yeah.
That's nice. There's another Sarah on here. She has spelled her with an H. She wants us to tell all the telemarketers to leave her alone. She's trying to concentrate. So Sarah, we'll let them know for you. She doesn't want to miss any of this. Okay, so someone wanted to know, does this come with a cover?
It has a soft cover. So it's like a cloth that you put on top and it keeps all the dust off. And I love it.
Yeah, it is nice to keep that dust off.
Yes.
Yeah,
I wanted to show too, because we were talking about whether it's you're able to travel with it. There is a nice little handle at the top here. So you can lift it with the handle and take it with you.
very nice. Everyone's saying great demo. Oh, Don says just make a couple covers. Yeah, you know what, Don? We did that on the Brother Live show. So we can go back and make covers for your machine. Then they'll be customized.
Yeah, perfect.
Okay, everyone's saying do what?
I'm going to be back on the Brother Live in July 9th.
Oh, all right. I will see you on July 9th. That's going to be fun right after July 4th. Oh,
Yes.
Yay, Sarah. Can you give us a hint what you're working on, or you don't know yet?
It has to do with the Artspira app.
Oh, well, you know, and I'm glad you mentioned that because a few people asked, and they asked this yesterday too, as well. The Artspira app, and we need to have a contest one day because everyone pronounces it so different. I say Artspira. Colleen says Artspira. Somebody else says there's like 3 different accents. I'm going with Artspira with Sarah, but there is a free version. So if you have a Brother machine, just download it to your phone and try it. I mean, because there are a ton of free stuff in there. A ton of free stuff, and also the paid version, but you definitely want to check it out because if you're going to go with the sublimation printing or even the embroidery, I was scrolling through the other day and there's so many fun things, like just little cute designs that, you know, I'm not going to go around and like try to find them, but when they pop up, it's like, oh, that's cute. That could go on my niece's sleeve or something like that. Send it right to your machine right over there, Sarah, and embroider away.
I know, it's great. There's a lot of cute stuff on there. And yeah, I'm on there. Every time I see something, I favorite it. I save it for later because there's so much that, I mean, there are filter tools and there's a way to search through everything. But once you see it, you got to save it because you might not be able to find it again.
That is true. Squirrel. Oh, I love Cheryl Squirrel. That is my favorite name. I have Shirley behind me and I have my squirrel cam over there. She wants to know, do you have to have a Wi-Fi enabled machine for Artspira?
You do, yes.
Yep.
Or Bluetooth. So the Brother Sketch is a Bluetooth machine and that one works with Artspira, but it's our only Bluetooth model.
That's right. I keep forgetting that. I always think Wi-Fi. I forget about the Bluetooth.
Yeah.
Everybody's saying, can Artspira be saved on a USB? No.
No, it can't.
No, it can't. All right, everybody's saying thank you, Sarah. This has been a fabulous. We could talk forever, but I will see you on. Well, you all can go to her website, by the way, or SAV_NYC, or watch her on July 9th on At Your Side Virtually on the Brother Show, which will be probably working on a machine very similar to this. So let me tell everyone how they can buy it. And Sarah, have a great weekend.
You too. See you soon.
See you soon. All right, so this machine is awesome. You have to call in for this one, the Janome NQ1700E, meaning embroidery only. So you can sew on a different machine and embroider on this one. The pricing, SMP pricing is amazing, $1,999.99. Save that penny, don't forget. But you can call in 1-800-401-8151. And as she mentioned, the maximum embroidery area is 6x10. You have 258 built-in embroidery designs, 140 frame pattern combinations. You can go to town on that one. 13 embroidery fonts and a maximum embroidery speed of 850 stitches per minute. So this is a great deal, but you do have to call in for this one, 1-800-401-8151. And that is the Brother Janome NQ17E. So just out of curiosity, did you all know when you see like the Stellaire where there's the XJ2 or the XET? XE2, not ET. That's home.
Tongue tied.
If you see that E, it means embroidery only. And those machines have really become popular because I know if I'm sewing, I don't want to stop to embroider. It's just all about efficiency.
Yeah, it's like an assembly line. So you could be embroidering the part of your fabric and then sewing the other part. Or if you're making a bag, you can get it all done. I love having the two machines. I just think it makes it easier. But then also the combos are really awesome too. They're really nice.
Right. I know. Somebody was on here. I love reading the comments. I just sit here and scroll them the whole time. And someone said that if they win the dream sewing room, they're taking over the living room.
Exactly. That's what we love to hear. That's the only right answer.
Oh, yeah.
Well, Angela, I'm going to let you go. We will be back with you in just a little bit. And I have another amazing presenter that I want to get up here and chat with. Guys, get ready for Miss Barb Lewis. I am so excited for her to join us today. Barb is a national educator for Baby Lock with 10 years of teaching experience with sewing and serging. She's always trying to find something new to sew or serge. Aren't we all? Aren't we all? She loves to see all the possibilities outside of sewing and quilting. She enjoys spending time with her grandchildren and basking in the Utah weather. I love that. And I am so excited to have Miss Barb on. How are you, Barb? How's it going?
I am doing so well. And you said, talk about the Utah weather. It is beautiful.
I was going to say, how is it? Oh, it's my dream
this morning,
over there.
At 6 o'clock, I went out and just sat and just enjoyed the morning air. It was only 65.
Oh,
going to get up to 90s today, but
that's perfect. Nice little weather that goes up and down. You get the nice variety.
Yep, it's wonderful. I'm glad to see you, Kennedy.
I'm so glad to see you, and I am so excited for this machine that you're going to talk about today, the Accolade, which I'm no pro when it comes to serging, but all I know is when there's air threading involved, I'm there. I'm there. So I'm going to let you talk all about that air threading and just show them how amazing this Accolade is, because they got to know.
I am going to do that. I'm going to just jump into this machine because it is an amazing machine. And what's nice, it's not a huge machine, but yet you have all the features of the huge machine. Let's go right over and look at it right now. This right here is the Accolade, the Baby Lock Accolade. And as you can see from up here, it will hold 8 threads at once. And what is really amazing about this, it will do 87 different stitch combinations. So if you wrap your head around 87 different, this is a serger, and yet it will do 87 different stitch combinations. It has the wave stitch, the overlock stitch, the cover stitch, the chain stitch, and everything in between. It is amazing. And yeah, we're going to talk about that air threading, but I want to talk a little bit about right here. I have 2 different tables that I can put on. If I'm doing my overlock stitches, I'm going to have this one on. If I'm doing my cover and chain, I'm going to put my sewing table on. I love the fact that it is so easy to change just like that. And I've got a new table on. And this is just going to protect my fingers. It's called the knife cover table, which covers the knife. All right, so she talked about the air threading. I'm going to have to show you that. All right, let me throw some stitches off in the back. I will clean out that port down here. And I want to make sure that we have enough thread up here. I'm going to raise my foot up, and I am going to thread this, put it down in threading mode. And just like that, it is locked into place. If you didn't see that, let me move those back. Right here, there are pipes that lock into place. So let me go back for just a sec. When you think of sergers and all the things you hate about a serger, one of those things is going to be the threading, because you have all those numbers coordinated, the colors, and you have to get it in the right spot. Well, you don't have to worry about that. This one will thread it for you. It shoots it through on a pillow of air. Just that easy. Another thing that we hate about sergers are all the tension dials. Where'd they go? We don't have them. We do not have any tension dials to worry about. This has what is called an automatic thread delivery system. That means it can sense the thickness of my thread that I'm using right here. It can sense the thickness of my thread and the fabric and the stitch that I want to sew. It takes those three things into consideration, and you get a perfect stitch every single time. I mean, what is not better than that? I never like to fight that up there, and I definitely did not like fighting threading. So now I'm going to lock my pipes into place. So I'm going to, right there, I'm going to turn my hand wheel, and you're going to see those pipes lock. And that tells me that that is ready to thread. I'll pull some thread out. I'm going to put a little bit down that port. I don't even care how much I get in. I'm just going to stick a little in. If I don't have enough, I'll certainly know. But look at there. I did have enough. And here is my thread all in my upper looper. It's that easy. Have you ever wanted to just thread your machine without looking? This is the one that you can. And it is amazing. So let me show you what I can do with this. I'm going to shut my doors. Got to take it out of threading mode. I'm going to turn around. I want you to see how beautiful this machine is as I stitch out. Oh, darn. How am I going to know how to set up my settings? I mean, there are a lot. Like I said, there's 87 different ones. But look right here. It comes with this quick reference threading guide. So if I wanted a 4-thread overlock, there are my settings laid out for me exactly how it needs to be. Here is a 3-thread overlock, and this is the one I have the needle in for right now, is a 3-thread overlock narrow. All I have to do is put the length, the width, the stitch selector. We didn't talk about the stitch selector, but it's right over here. This is where I'm telling it what stitch I want to have. I'm going to have it in B because I want to do a 3-thread overlock. And the nice thing too is that it's color coordinated right here, and it's going to show me exactly where all those threads need to go. But I don't have to worry about threading down here in my loopers. I just have to put it in the thread guide and it threads it for me. All right, I'm set up for a 3-thread overlock. Let's see what I can do with it. I love to serge. I've got my blade up. I can put it down if I want to, but I want it up. I want to cut off. And there we go. That is a beautiful 3-thread overlock. And what did I have to do? Not a whole lot. All I did was shoot that thread through and it is ready to go. Now I'm going to go to a rolled hem, which is an amazing thing to get. I'm going to put my stitch selector down, make one settings change over here, and look what I have. I have a beautiful rolled edge. So I went from a 3-thread overlock to a rolled edge with not much hassle. There are a lot of sergers where you actually, in order to get that edge to roll, you have to take a stitch finger out. But this machine, you don't have to. I have a dial right down here, which is probably, you can't, oh, there it is. This dial right down here will move that stitch finger out of the way. I'm not going to lose it. It's still there. It's just tucked out of the way, and it will roll that fabric under. I'm going to take it back out. I'm going to make a few more changes here. I only changed 3 things, and I want you to see what I can do now. Is that amazing? I changed 3 things. That was it. And I have a gather. Would you like a gather? I love gathers. Not only that, oftentimes in my projects, I will put ruching. So right there. And I'm going to show you some projects where I use some ruching. That's just a gather on both ends. And see how pretty that is? Can't you just imagine a beautiful, cute little quilt that you've made for your little granddaughter, or even a dish towel with this beautiful ruching on it? Ah, I totally love it. All right, now I'm going to go back down to just a 3-thread overlock, and I want to show you how easy it is to stitch. This is denim. Now, you watched me do it on the cotton. Now I've done it on denim. But how many thicknesses of denim can you go through? Well, let's check that out. I'm going to start it in there. I'm going to just start folding my denim up. And I want you to listen to the machine. It doesn't even cough, sneeze, or anything. And I still have a perfect stitch. I don't think you can. Too bad I have such dark fabric, isn't it, with my dark thread. But that is a beautiful, perfect stitch. All right, so now I'm going to go from my denim. And I want to kind of demonstrate how that automatic thread delivery system works. Because I've got this thick fabric here, my extra thick denim. I'm going to even put another roll in there. Think I can do it? Okay, I've gone through denim, but I'm going to follow up with this chiffon-y fabric. Let's see what happens. All right. I went through that thick denim right there, straight into a very fine chiffon. And you didn't even hear it sputter or cough. It went right through it. It made that change because it can sense what kind of fabric and thread you have in there. And it is a beautiful stitch. The Accolade is taking us to the 21st century. I agree with that. I agree with that, Sandy. This is wonderful. I just love it. I love all the things I can make with it. And I'm going to show you some things that I have made with it. Let me go to... All right, I'm going to go back down to my rolled edge, how easy that is to get to. Remember how I can do that? But now I am going to make a few more adjustments. I have some knit right here. And look what I can do. Wouldn't that be really pretty on the bottom of a t-shirt or a sleeve? That is a beautiful lettuce edge. Did you see how easy that was to make? And there is my lettuce edge. I'm just trying to read your comment. How difficult is it to make lace with that machine? I think someone's demonstrated that once before. I can make crocheted lace, and I'm going to show you some samples of that. In fact, let's go over there right now. First of all, when you purchase this machine today, because you're going to love it so much, this is what it comes with. It comes with these 2 little bags of tools that you will love. But here are some feet that you will need to get. I tell you, they are amazing. This one is the ruffling foot, the lace applicator foot, the elastic foot, that's the elastic, the ruffling foot over here, the beading foot, the belt loop binder, and the cording foot. I'm going to demo this cording foot in just a minute, and you're going to be amazed. But what are we going to do with these feet? I'm going to swipe them away for just a minute and show you. Right here, I was able to gather a piece of fabric, put it on a flat piece of fabric in one stitch. So it gathered it as it stitched it on. Do you see what a time saver that is? Not only is that a time saver, but then you have a finished edge. And down here, I have the rolled edge right there. I've got my ruffle done. Look how easy that is to do. All right, you talked about the lace. This is called serger crochet, and it looks really lacy on that project. But I have another one in here that looks even lacier. Okay, let me see if I can find, oh, there it is. So this is done with just different kinds of thread. This is done with a pearl crown rayon. Do you see how lacy that looks? Yes, this machine will do it. And this is with a heavier thread. I totally love that. All right, so this right here is where I've used the rolled hem, and I have created fabric to make a project out of. So I've taken all of these different fabrics, just crazy patched them together, and now I have a tote. All right, this is another tote. Right here, I have the wave stitch right there. I have the overlock stitches in here because I've got it all put together. This entire project was made on the serger. And this right here is a cover stitch, and that's the front of it and the back of it. So both edges are beautiful to look at. And then here is another sample of using the crazy patch and using the cover stitch as a beautiful embellishment on that crazy patch. Isn't that pretty? I know it, so pretty. Right here, I have put a zipper in with the serger. This entire project was made with the serger. Of course, I pieced it. It goes so quickly and so beautifully together. And then right here, I have put my zipper in with the serger. I've actually used a beautiful wave stitch right there. And here is the flat lock, which gives you another beautiful technique that you can do. And when I talked about how much I love to use ruching, there I've got some ruching right there. I've used the belt loop binder right here to create these. And then I weaved ribbon in between the lace. And once again, I have put a zipper in, but this time I used a 3-thread cover stitch. All right, once again, you can see how I love that ruching. That is so fun to do. It just adds a beautiful dimension to that project. And then right here, I have used the triple cover stitch and the double cover stitch, and I have done some decorative stitching right there. All right, here's another one. Oh, did I tell you I love the ruching? There I go. There's so many different places you can put it in. This binding was attached with the serger with the special foot and attachment that you can get for it. And there I have a flat lock wave. This is a stitch that you can really only get on the baby lock sergers. It is a wave stitch, but it's not on the edge. It's right in the center, and it lays flat, called the flat lock wave. Once again, these are all things I made with this serger over here. There's the flat lock wave. There's the piping right here, and I'm going to show you how easy that is to do. I've got more of the ruching, and then I have applied and sewn on my ribbon with the chain stitch and the cover stitch in one step. I like being able to do that. And this cute little project was completely stitched together with the serger. You see how easy that is to do? It makes it go so fast. Your quilts will zip up in no time. And once again, I have used the ruffling foot. I have made my ruffles. I have attached them to my fabric in one step. What could be better than that? All right, let me take you back over to the serger. I want to show you how fun it is to use I'm going to make piping with this. This is the cording foot. It's got a little channel under there, and in that channel is where I'm going to put my cording. Now, if you've made cording on your sewing machine, you know that you have to make the cording, then you have to take it and trim it down to 1/4 inch or whatever your seam allowance is. Then you have to go back in and put it on your project, right? Well, this cording is so easy to make on the serger that you will want to make the cording on your serger, even if you sew it on with your sewing machine. But you're going to find out that it's really easy to sew it on even with this one. All right, I'm going to change my foot out. I'm going to put my cording foot on. See how easy those feet are to put on and off? And I have a piece of fabric that I am going to fold my cording over. I'm going to be in a 3-thread overlock. And all I'm going to do is feed that cording in right here. I'm going to pull a little bit out so I can get it coming out the back. And I'm going to just put it in there. And when I have the camera here right in my way, sorry, you guys, you're in my way. It's kind of hard to reach around and take care of business, right? All right, I'm just going to put that in there. And I've got bright blue thread on here so you can see exactly what I'm doing. But here is the nice thing. I don't have to trim this fabric off. So there I go. My cording is made. I don't have to take it over and trim. I was making some cording the other day on my sewing machine, and I had to trim it off. And by darn it, if I didn't slice my finger open, just a little bit, but I don't like it because I have to get that cording in the right spot, and that moves around. Well, with your serger, you don't have to worry about it. All right, I'm going to leave that foot on. I have 2 pieces of fabric right here. I'm going to slide that back up underneath. And forgive me if I don't get this all straight because I'm trying to work around the camera here. I'm going to slide that back up under there. And I am going to stitch that down. And that cording foot will keep that cording right in the right spot. That's what I love about these sergers. All right, you ready for the magic? Here we go. That cording is in place. There it is, right where I want it to be. Now I'm ready to go make my pillow, make whatever I'm going to make with it because it is so fun and nice, just that easy. The nice thing about this machine also with Baby Lock, you will get a 60-day access to the video vault where they have over 1,100 different videos teaching you about all the Baby Lock machines. And there is a great section just on the sergers, and there's projects for you to do. If you ever have a question, it's all there. And really, you're not even going to have any questions because this machine is so easy to use. Now it says right here, do not oil. There's no maintenance to the machine. All you have to do is keep the dust cleaned out of it. That's really it. Do not oil anything. Just keep the dust cleaned out and take it in once a year and have it maybe serviced just to put some oils up in here in this automatic thread delivery system because there's gears up in there. And that is what allows the thread to be measured as it goes through. So you're going to get the perfect stitch every single time. And if you want that stitch, all you do is follow the settings. It tells you everything to do. There's no question. There's no question at all. And you don't have to wonder if your stitch is going to bounce out of place because it's not. I know that when I had another serger and I had to thread all of this down here and I didn't know if I had it right. And then while I was stitching, sometimes it would bounce out of the places it was supposed to be. You don't have to worry about it with this one. This one will stay in place. You'll have a perfect stitch all of the time, no matter what. No matter what. Kennedy, do we have any questions that I can answer as we look at this beautiful machine?
I do not think so. I think the main question is where and how can they get this? Because you blew them away, Barb, as you always do.
Well, I tell you, when you do purchase your machine today, because you are going to love this machine and you will take it everywhere with you. And, you know, they talked about having it be a lightweight machine, handles right up here. This is a very lightweight machine. It's a small machine, but it's got everything you need.
Exactly. And I'm pretty sure, I want to say it's 21 pounds. So right in that area. It's still super lightweight. In fact, all of Baby Lock's machines are really lightweight. I've carried the Triumph before, and
Oh,
they're all
yes.
very, very easy to move around. And if you've got classes or retreats or anything like that. But Barb, amazing job. Thank you so much for coming on and
I love
hanging
it.
out with us at Hoop Fest. It was so much fun to see you.
Thank you. I love this machine. So sell a bunch, okay? Buy a bunch.
Me too. All right, Barb, I'm going to tell everyone how they can get it. Guys, this is the Baby Lock Accolade. And I have to tell you a couple things about this machine because you are not going to want to miss out on this. So with this machine right now, obviously going back to some of the best features, it does have that 876 threading, 87 stitch combinations to be exact. So there's so much potential. Barb mentioned how you can absolutely quilt with this. I know this is Hoop Fest, but just telling you all of the endless possibilities. You can quilt on this. You can really, really up your game with your projects. And sergers are definitely like a construction type of machine. You're piecing things together and constructing things. There's no tension adjustments. You've got that bright LED lighting all around the machine. You got the full feature differential feed, the adjustable presser foot height up to 6 millimeters, which is awesome. You can really, really get creative with all the materials that you're using. You can go from really, really thin materials up to thick denim, things like that. Really, really awesome to have that. Again, the machine weight is 21 pounds, so it's perfect to be able to just put it in and you can travel with it, go to classes. Maybe if you got an RV, you can throw it in the RV and go surge while you're on vacation. That extraordinary threading, though, is truly one of the best features on not only the Accolade, but all of Baby Lock sergers. With just a gust of air, your machine can be threaded. So say goodbye to all those frustrating threading issues that you might be running into. But with this machine today, if you get this machine, it also is going to come with a free trolley bundle. So you're going to get that trolley to make it easier for you to carry it and move it around everywhere for you, which is awesome. And you're also going to get the inspirational guide with it. So that's going to be helpful when you first get your machine. It's going to help you learn how to thread it, make sure you're doing all the right things, where to adjust and all the different tensions and all of that. So really, really helpful to have that inspirational guide. It also has lots of inspiration in terms of like what kind of projects to create. It's got lots of good stuff on there. So if you've got questions about the Accolade or you feel like this is the machine for you, please give us a call, 1-800-401-8151. We've got financing available. If you saw, you can get it for as low as $84 a month for up to 36 months in financing. So that is awesome to be able to do and make it affordable for you to get your machine. But that Accolade, I'm telling you, if you do not have a serger in your sewing room and you just got a sewing machine or maybe an embroidery machine and you really want to try going into serging, I'm telling you, it is a game changer for the different types of projects that you can create. And just the fact that you can have all of those really nice finished edges. If you're wanting to get into garments, that's huge, 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 huge. All right. I think it's time for me to bring my co-host back in. Angela, how are you?
Hi,
how was your little
Wendy.
break?
Oh, actually, I didn't take a break. I'm reading the comments, watching everything going on. I absolutely love this. So much fun.
I love it. Well, Angela, we've got another guest. This Las Vegas Sew Girl is back in the house, and I cannot wait for what she has in store. I'm going to let you take it away.
Sounds good. Speaking of Las Vegas Sew Girl, we've got Lisa Knight coming in. If you missed her show yesterday, you're definitely going to want to go back and watch. She showed fantastic ways to up your game on the hat. But she's going to be talking about dime. And she's actually worked with dime for quite a few years. She's a great educator. You've probably seen her. Not only does she teach, she likes to see what you take away from it. And it always evolves into her fabulous way of teaching. And she's on dime. If you ever take any of those free classes. Lisa Knight, I had to tell you, I saw that you start sewing when you were 6. I want to know if you remember the first thing you sewed, because I started sewing at 6 too. So I'm just curious. Your sewing was probably a little more advanced than mine. So let's
probably not. My mother made me sew on loose leaf paper first. Sew a straight line. Sew to a curve. Do this. Then she let me with those little pillow forms that you could get at like Kmart.
Oh yeah.
And the printed pillow forms. I made pillows. I made my first little skirt when I was probably about 7 or 8, and it just went from there.
We are clones of each other. My first one wasn't a pillow, but it was all the corners, and it was a little polka dotted little bandana thing.
Oh, I made a halter top because I'm a child of the 70s, so halter top.
I love it. So how hot is it in Vegas today?
I don't know. Let me take a look. Oh, it's right now it's 91, but I think it's heading to about 109.
Oh my gosh, you look so good. I love your hat. And you're going to talk about pressing, a little more heat going on in your room.
A little bit more heat. We're going to go back to that pressing station and talk about how to get into those difficult areas and how to come up with some solutions of ways to get stitching on things, but not necessarily stitching them on them.
Sounds good. All right, I'll be standing by and checking for questions for you, Lisa.
All right, great. So we're going to hop over here. I'm going to turn it to the camera in just a second, but we're going to be talking about how to get into those difficult little areas on small items or tight areas. And the best way to do that is to create patches or use HTV, things like that. So we're going to talk about that. So it's kind of in line with what I did yesterday. We're just not going to only focus on hats. So I'm going to go to the camera and meet you over there. Let's get rid of that extra information there. Oh, it doesn't want to go away. There we go. So what I've got in front of you right now is our totally tubular pressing station. And I'm going to talk about this for just a moment because this is a really neat item. It actually elevates your items so that you have an open area down here. So you can do tubular, hoop tubular things, press tubular things. It's an aid of hooping and pressing. Today I'm going to focus on using it to press patches in difficult areas. I'm also going to use our curvy press, which I'm actually going to slide this over just a second because I want to turn this on so we're not waiting for it to heat up. So this is the Curvy Craft Press by Dime. And what it does is it gets you into those tight areas. It also gives you a perfect surface. It's not hot right now. For you to be able to do curved surfaces such as hats, crowns of hats, bills of hats, anything else curved you can think of, maybe even a pillow, maybe a purchased pillow or bolster that you wanted to put a patch or maybe some HTV vinyl on it. It comes with a little trivet so that you can sit on surfaces and the heat's not going to get to those surfaces. It also comes with, let me grab the little bag to store it in. So that's a great little thing. And when you turn it on, because the reason I pulled it out was to turn it on, you press it once until the light pops up, and that's going to be your lowest setting. And I'll grab my little cheat sheet here to tell you what temperature that's going to be. That's low at 284 degrees Fahrenheit. You press it again and it turns blue, and that's going to be 320 degrees Fahrenheit, and that's medium. And then you press it to one more time and it will turn red, indicating super hot, 374. So that's the degrees you have there. And it will shut off automatically at 10 minutes unattended and unused. It takes a few minutes for it to heat up. So I'm going to set it back here for right now so that it can heat up. And we use this with our curvy platen, which I'm going to bring under the camera so you can see that too. And this is the Curvy Platen pressing station. But if you have the totally tubular, you don't necessarily need the Curvy Platen pressing station. You just need the Curvy Platen, which is removable. But I always have to look at it. I can't do it backwards. So let's see if we can do this with little or no. Well, it pops off. Oh, there we go. I was just pulling in the wrong direction. So here is the Curvy Platen. It's very sturdy. It has a little attachment that will attach it to this attachment, which is universal to all the totally tubular stations. And then to put it on, you just slide it in place, and now it's on there. So I'm going to set that aside for right now and continue to talk about the totally tubular pressing station. So what's really nifty about this is it is cantilevered balanced, because I can be working up here, but then decide, oh, I want to do a t-shirt or a tote bag. And this side is a surface I can use, and it is totally balanced too. And it comes with 3 total surfaces. Well, actually 4. 1, 2, 3, and then the other one. So here is the really skinny one, 1.5 inches. And then here is one that I believe is about 8 inches. And they all have that attachment on the bottom. So I'm going to focus on the ones that I have in front of me for what I want to talk about. So I'm going to set this down. Otherwise, I'm not going to be able to get to any of my samples. So you can see how this would work for really tight, small areas, sleeves, or little bodices on little dresses, or anything that you're like, I need to press that, but I don't know how to get to it. There you go. That's a nice little surface. And believe it or not, even with that on the bottom, it will be balanced. I'm going to flip this back over. And here we go. So now I'm going to show you how it will work to get into these tight areas. So here's a little sneaker, or not a little sneaker, it's mine. It's a big sneaker. And let's see, bear with me, I'm working sideways. So if I wanted to get in there and put on some cute little designs like so, which I'll do in a moment, I could add my designs to it, get my position where I want it, and then use that curvy press to press those in place. And these are just stitch designs with a product on the back called Patch Attach. So we'll come back to this in just a moment while this is heating up. So I'll take that off. Oh, well, I moved a little too fast for it. So now I have this cute little sneaker, which I'd probably want that smaller one, but we might be able to scooch this on. Nope, we're going to have to use a smaller one for that. So we'll get that out in just a moment. But let me grab, oh, that thing's behind me here. So lots of items, like for instance, a little baby onesie. They're kind of difficult to get into those patch areas. And let's loosen this, and remember if I pull it backwards or forwards. Well, there we go. There. Let's put that other medium-sized one on for this so I can show you how that would work. Let's see, here we go. Put that here, get it lined up, and just slide it on. So for a little onesie or a t-shirt, you could easily get this stretched on there. And this even has wool pressing pads that can go with it. So we have, oops, knocked something over, in these sizes for this specifically. And then we have some with little notched ends as well. So ask about those. Try not to knock everything over. But this would be the way you would do this. Or even you could use the curvy, because this would give the curve of the baby's little belly and things like that. So we could put this over the curvy platen too and get into those curved areas. Oh, I see I need to heat this up anyway because the little ear is starting to delaminate. And this is one of my favorite ways to handle baby snap suits, is to use patches, because sometimes the struggle of getting all that stuff under, in it is not worth the amount of time that that baby's actually going to wear it. So let's use our curvy press here. And let me slide this back so you can see it a little bit better. And I'm just going to put a little pressure. And you want to wait 25, 30 seconds. Make sure you've given it enough time. Take a look. And for this, I think I would be using my little robot friend to tell me, set a timer for blah, blah, blah. And I pulled it away too quickly. And then you'd let it cool in place. So that's the curvy press. And then I'll bring in one of the hats that I did yesterday, because I did 4 hats in less than 30 minutes. So that was a really great example. Of course, I had my patches already done. I had my HTV already cut. So that's not including the time it takes for everything else. So, and we would just come in and be able to get that hat pressed in place. We'd be able to do stuff on the bill. This is with HTV. Here's another patch. And just so I make it, and there's a little kitty cat. The HTV, all of the supplies are available through Dime. We use Caesar HTV, and we use our poly patch tool to create our patches and our patch attach and heavy duty water soluble stabilizer to make the patches. Oh my goodness, everything just fell off the end. So I'm going to slide one thing down and bring back the totally tubular. And I think I'll take this off before there we go. That was easier. I think it was just an angle thing for me. And let's bring back in that little tiny one. Or not the tiny one, the medium-sized one. And let's put the shoe back on. Let's bring in that nice little, when I see these, I always think of, and this probably gives my age away, Keds. Keds were what I always wore when I was a little kid. So I know Keds. Let's see if we can get this where you guys can see it. Not very well that way. There we go. So we've got our design where we want it. Let me see if I can find my actual piece that I want to put on. And you might have to play with this a little bit to get in that toe area. But I think this will work just fine. So let me find my little pressing paper. And you want to mind the fact that that's a rubber side on this shoe. So you don't want to melt your shoe because it's pretty hot. You just always want to pay attention and try out your items before you do it on your host item or have an extra to practice on. I did a bag, a little inexpensive bag from a dollar store, and I wasn't paying attention and I burned the handles off the bag because the material wasn't really pressable. So you get in there. And then another hint I have is you can take, a lot of times shoes come stuffed with material. And if you can't get quite into that toe area that easily, you can use that stuffed material. So think ahead, don't throw that away immediately. Maybe you want to keep it. And that's just the beginning of the shoe, because I've got another one sitting here that I've already done. But how fun is that to take a plain pair of shoes? And for me, white tennis shoes, I love them, but I get them so dirty so fast. And sometimes the dirt doesn't come out. So putting some patches in strategic places is a good idea. So let's show some other ideas of things you can do in those tight areas. Let's bring this back. So I've got a jacket here. I'm going to figure out where my patch is. So putting a patch on a sleeve, to sew a patch, or actually to sew something on a sleeve, you would have to unstitch all of this. And actually, Angela and I are very familiar with that. We've done it many times where you've gone in and you've unstitched the area, then you got to sew it back carefully. And this was actually done before we had the poly patch, not the poly patch, but the patch maker kit. And I just used some materials, and this may not be the perfect iron for this because it's curved, but it's the one I have in the studio right now. But you would just come in and probably just go and turn it around and use, I'm going to use the edges of my press to get those little edges where I see it starting to peel back from over time. But as long as the adhesive is still on the back of your patch, you can always come back and reapply heat and it'll take care of that. And sometimes they do over time want to come, peel. And I really do need a flat surface for this, but we'll try to get in there. See if I can see. Oh, there we are. We're on top of it. That should do it. But you see how easy that is to get into those places. While we're here, might as well get this little corner too. But just, that's a good hint to remember, is that you can come back and reapply. It's not that the glue has worn off. It's just maybe the way you've stored it or the way you've worn it. Now that patch is back on. And patches are a great solution for things like areas where you have felled seams that you don't want to stitch over, or thicknesses you don't want to work with, or tiny tubular items, and maybe you don't have a machine. But I know that Blaine and his group over there at Sewing Machines Plus can help you with that if you want. So the materials that I've been using is this product, which is called Poly Patch Twill. And it is a twill substrate, which gives you that professional patch material look. So your patches look professional. They don't look homemade. And then the other material, and I don't think I can get my patch attached because it fell off the table and rolled away. But this is the material, the heavy duty water soluble that you put on. And there is a bundle. You can get this and the patch attach material. And what that looks like is, let's see if I can grab this real quick, is this. It's got an iron-on surface here and a release paper, and then this is the glue side. The shiny side that's a little nubby is the glue side. And what you would do is, if you didn't already have it on there, you would put it on the back, heat it on, let it cool, and peel it away. And then you have a iron-on patch that you can iron onto many different items, which it's very, very user-friendly. And it comes in a ton of colors. We've got white and red and blue and all sorts of beautiful colors that you can work with the Poly Patch Twill. So if you want your patches to look professional and wear nicely, this is a great way to do that. And we also have a program at Dime called Patch and Applique, which helps you create these patches. And then Christmas stockings. Why struggle trying to get that in the hoop? You could just make a patch, put it on, and be done with it. You can turn something like this into a patch and then add it to the back of a jacket. So many different things that you can do with these products. And then the little shoe, let's go back to, and I think we can get this one on here. And you want to test and make sure that the material that you're trying to work with, actually we need that little tiny one, but you could definitely use this, or, you know, put a little pillow pad in there to push it up. But the combination of the curvy press, the totally tubular pressing station, or if you already have it and all you want is to be able to have the curvy platen, because this is essential. Let's scoot this out. This is kind of essential to being able to get these hats just right. So let me, where did I put my hats? Over here. So when you put it on, your hat just sits right there, and you can get it nice and flat, and then adjust it if you've got a rather large patch. And this would be next to impossible to do on a hat unless you had a 10 needle and the hat jig and all of those things. And not all of us have all that stuff. And I still want to make hats for my grandkids. And I started doing this for this presentation. I was like, and they're coming this summer. I was like, I can make them cute hats for the pool to keep the sun off their face. And then if you want to do things on other areas like the bill here, you can use that curvy platen. So the products that I've talked about today are the totally tubular pressing station, which has many iterations. We even have them to work with Sally tomato bags with curved and platen boards. And then this platen, this is warm now. Bring it in. Need oven mitts. This little curvy craft press is a great addition to your arsenal of ways to get things done. So I'm going to go back and see if there are any questions.
All right, Lisa. First of all, the embroidery on the shoes, well, patches on the shoes. I love that. What a great, I don't even have white shoes because they never stay white, but if they were embroidered, it would be great.
Yeah, I've got a pair that I just bought, and I've washed them once because there's a company that makes washable ones. You can take the inner sole out, and I've washed them once, and then because of this home remodel thing, I wore them for maybe 10 minutes and they were all covered in dirt. I went, oh man.
That's great. Well, there was a couple questions. And Joan, by the way, Joan said the first thing she ever sewed was a bathing suit. I've been sewing for like 30 years. I've never made a bathing suit. So kudos to you,
I made one,
Joan.
but I never want to do it again.
I know. I would rather make a tailored jacket inside out and backwards than a bathing suit. I don't know why. And you only need this much fabric, right? Well, maybe
you don't need very much fabric depending on your physical structure. Yes, some of us need more fabric than others.
So a couple of the questions, Lisa, was what is, and somebody must have watched yesterday's show, that pressing station. They want to know how to order it, and do they need to order both the one you showed yesterday, or they can get this one and then get the attachments?
You can get the totally tubular pressing station and then just order the curvy platen, because this comes with the pressing station, and you can either order it just like this as a bundle of just this, if this is all you want, or you can do the totally tubular pressing station and then just add the curvy platen.
Definitely. Okay. And by the way, all the Dime products are on sale. So you can call in everything she showed yesterday. I don't know if you were on earlier in the week. I just saw you yesterday and today. The hats were a big deal. So many people, including myself, which I do have a 10 needle, and I like your way of doing the patch because I know the embroidery is going to look good. I can't tell you how many hats I've screwed up just because
if the embroidery goes off the rails while you're doing it, it's a patch. Right. It's not the hat and having to get it in the jig and all of the things that you have to do in order to get that just right. I mean, we do have, in fact, I could just reach over here, I think, and grab it. at Dime, to go with our magnetic hoops, we do have our hoop clip, which
Oh, I
goes
forgot
on
about
a
that.
magnetic hoop, and you can do a soft form hat and stitch on it. I've done that many times. But patches, I mean, this gives me the ability to make a really big splash, where that's going to limit me a little bit.
Exactly. It's big, but then you don't have to worry about that center seam getting caught up in it. And I just,
you don't have to worry about any of that stuff. That's the same thing with the onesies. Same thing with the Christmas stockings. I don't want to waste my time and get sweaty about it. Patches are much more fun.
Everyone's saying this is so much fun. Anita says patches sound like way more fun. I am with you, Anita. I like that. In fact, there's so many times I've wanted to add embroidery somewhere on something I already have, and I'm like, I don't know if I want to do that. And I embroider all the time. It's still a little intimidating.
And I do it on, I mean, it depends on what it is, but a lot of times on little stuff, I don't like fussing with little stuff. So patches are a great way, and they're great for making long distance gifts, because I do this for my grandkids all the time. In fact, every now and then when they do something really cool, I will send them an Atta girl or an Atta boy patch in an envelope. And the mom knows how to iron them onto whatever they want to iron them onto, their backpack, their jeans, whatever. And it didn't have to send a big package. It cost me postage.
That's a great idea. Okay, everyone, leave a comment. Is that the best gift idea ever? And you can do it. That's brilliant, Lisa. I
do it for them for their Halloween bags. Every year they get a new patch for their Halloween bag that I made them several years ago. So they get a new patch with the date on it for the year, and they have a new funky little Halloween patch for that year.
That is a great idea. My nieces and nephews are young enough, well, kind of high school.
Mine are starting to get on the outside ages. I'm going to enjoy it as long as I can, and then we'll wait till they want me to make stuff for their house.
Oh, there you go. That's so cute. Well, Lisa, thank you so much. And I want to just let everyone know how they can get these Dime products. You need to call in. All the Dime products are on sale. Lisa, by the way, stay cool. Great to see you. You need to call in for the Dime products. And there are a ton of products. Even yesterday, we were talking about Joanne's embroidery designs, my embroidery designs, everything Lisa has shown there, all the pressing tools, all the extra tools that she had in there. Just call in, add it to your cart. And if there's anything you have questions on, Lisa and many of the other Dime educators, they have presentations. They're usually free. You can join, and you can learn more about the product. So great job. Lisa, love your hat. She's so much fun. I miss seeing her at events. Ever since COVID, I don't travel to so many events, and I used to see her everywhere. So hugs to you. All right, so next up, we have an education session. Okay, this is going to be really fun. Mary Nesne, I hope I pronounced your last name right. I always just know Mary, so sorry, Mary, if I botched that. But she was born in New Jersey. Her background is computer animation, graphic design, and American history. Now, that's what I call a combo. But it all changed when she went to Disney's D23, which I've heard is a fantastic event, for the anniversary of the Haunted Mansion. Since then, she's learned the art of digitizing and tested a myriad of patch making methods. Oh, more patches. I love it. Although I don't think that's what she's doing today. And anyway, she believes that her method creates the sharpest and cleanest results. And today she's doing an In the Hoop flag bag, the Star Spangled Heart. I love this. So Mary, welcome to the party.
Hi, happy Flag Day, everybody.
Oh, how are you? Nice
good,
to see
how are you?
Did I pronounce your last name correctly?
Yes, you did. Yes,
okay,
you did.
Well, it is so nice to see you, and your history is amazing.
Oh, thank you. I always loved American history, and I love art, so I got to combine the two with what you're about to see me do. It's just a lot of fun.
I can't wait to see it. I'll let you take it over, and I'll monitor questions and bring you back at the end to see if they had any questions, but I'm looking forward to seeing this. Thanks, Mary.
Great. Thank you so much. So let's get started. Let me share my screen. And this is my jacket that I just want to tell you real quickly, because this is how I got started in embroidery. And it had 50 patches. It had glow-in-the-dark thread. It had metallic thread. It involved having applique patches, red work. I hand embroidered them. The front had stretching paintings that actually stretched with a hidden pocket. And I loved it so much that I decided that I wanted to now start to do an embroidery business. But I needed a name for my company. So my papa and I always talked American history, and we always had many conversations in his living room. Well, one Christmas, he gave me a World War II poster, and it said, "Do you want to join the wax?" So on the top, it said, "Are you a girl with the Star-Spangled Heart?" And when years later, when I was trying to come up with the name for my company, I happened to look up, see the poster, and I knew what my name was going to be, Star-Spangled Heart. So I then started making my own designs and my own patterns with tutorials. And I now currently teach in New Jersey and Pennsylvania. I also do some sewing and quilt expos that will be happening in the fall. I just want to share a few things about embroidery so we know the difference between regular embroidery, as I call it, and then in the hoop embroidery. Regular embroidery is basically if we're doing a design on our shirt, on a hat, maybe we monogram a towel. That's where you take a finished product and then you add it to your hoop and you sew out your design and you're done. In the hoop, you pretty much start with a piece of stabilizer, and then from there you keep adding more elements. So if it's a key fob, you're going to add vinyl, and then you're going to add snaps, and that's your finished product. So the difference to me is regular embroidery, you have a finished product, you add your design. In the hoop, we're going to create the whole thing from scratch. There are a couple tips I just want to tell you about. First, you want to trace your design. You always want to check under your hoop to make sure that your fabric is taped properly. Sometimes it can move, and you don't check that, you're going to sew it inside your project. Also, big tip here, we don't want to use metal zippers. We want to use nylon coil zippers. If you use metal zippers, you're going to break your needle. It's happened to a bunch of people I know when they're starting out with embroidery projects. They don't realize that you cannot have the metal needle hit the metal. So nylon coil zippers are the way to go. You want to tape your zipper pull or any other metal parts like D-rings out of your sewing path. And then finally, your zipper has to be opened at the right step or your bag is not going to open. So just keep those in mind when you're doing projects. So for this project, we're going to need a 7511 needle, applique and fabric scissors, some tape. You're going to need 60 weight bobbin, 40 weight red, white, and blue embroidery thread. For the fabrics, you're going to need tearaway stabilizer, some blue in the hoop vinyl. That vinyl is thinner than regular vinyl. So it's nice to work with when you're doing bags and they get a little bulkier. It's a little thinner. It still sews out just as nice and it's easier to work with. You want some white canvas, red canvas, patriotic cotton lining. If you want to add some interfacing to your lining, you can. And then a number 5 zipper. It should be white, I guess, is the color. If you want to change it up, you can. That's what I used in this project. So now we're going to get on to showing you how the flag bag is made. I just want to also show you that there's a 15% off coupon on my website. If you type in HoopFest24 in the coupon code, you'll get 15% off digital patterns until the end of the month. So let me go back live here. And you can see right here, it's the flag bag. And then this is the back. And I'm just going to show you each hooping first, the final product of it, and then I'll show you a video of it sewing out. So this is the first step we'll do with tearaway stabilizer, and it's our stars. And once we're done sewing the stars out, we're going to go here to our bag, which is our stripes. And then we're going to keep this in the hoop, and we're taking our stars, and we're going to applique them on right up here. When that's finished, we're going to take another piece of stabilizer, and this is going to sew down our placement stitch so we know where to put everything. This is still the same hooping now. We're adding our zipper. And then here's our front So now you can see the bag starting to come together. On the back is our lining. If you can see, the letters are the correct way to match the front. They're not upside down. But when we actually attach it, it's upside down. And the wrong side of the fabric is facing you. So if you could imagine this in the hoop, we're going to put this piece of fabric down here and tape it, but it's actually going on our machine this way. So that's why I say we want to make sure we tape this out of the way, or you're going to sew it into your project at some point. Now, when this is all finished, we have the backing on, the other piece of lining. We're then going to end up with something like this. When we unhoop it and we cut it out of our the extra fabric all around the sides, and we're left with the seams. And you're going to say, now, how do we turn it? Well, this little flap here has an opening, and this is how we turn it, right through here. So let me go back to the slideshow to show you the movies now. This is the first part. It's the stars. It's just going to sew down a placement stitch here. And then we'll know where to put our blue vinyl. So you just want to cover that area. Make sure you have a little extra over the sides. And you can tape it down here. I didn't, but you can also tape it. And now it's just going to tack down the applique piece of blue. And next, it'll do the stars. I did speed this up just for time. So it's going to skip to the end here and finish the stars. And all those little lines between each star, they're called jump stitches. And we're going to get rid of them. That's all there is to the first part. So you're going to unhoop your stars and get rid of the tearaway stabilizer. And now we're going to cut the jump stitches. I would suggest when we start the next part, which is the stripes, that you actually do it at that part, because you're going to be sitting there waiting for the stripes to sew out, and you could be cutting the jump stitches. But that's how you do the jump stitches. So now we move on to our second hooping, which is the stripes. And again, it's your fabric and your tearaway stabilizer in the hoop. This is just showing you the registration marks for the bag. Now it's doing the stripes. So when it's sewing this part, this is where I would cut all the jump stitches for the stars. And it finishes up the stripes right down here. And the next step, we're going to have to change our thread now to blue thread. It's going to do a little fill stitch on the side and the top. That's just to help you in case you don't line your bag up exactly at the end. You have a little extra wiggle room. Now we do a placement stitch for our applique. We're going to spray the back of our stars. We're going to line up the box with the box you see on the flag. And then you're going to match the corners up, make sure it's all lined up. If you spray it, you don't have to tape it down. You can if you want to. And if you don't spray it, please do tape it down. This is just tracing the area to make sure it was lined up. And now it's tacking it down. When that's done, we're going to cut the applique away. So you're going to want to stay away from the seam so you don't cut into that, because that'll ruin your applique. But you get as close as possible to the edge, and you're cutting off all that extra material. You want to make sure there's no little pieces showing. If there are, when you go to sew that last step, it'll show through the satin stitch. Once that's done, it's going to tack it down again. And this is where I check for any extra material that's showing out on the sides. And then it finishes with the satin stitch. When that's done, I'll take it out of the hoop. I'll cut away the extra material. And now you have the front of your bag finished. This is different project. Oh, you also have to take the tearaway stabilizer away. This is different than other in the hoop bags because you have to applique your front piece of fabric. Normally within the hoop bags, you would just sew your whole bag, what you'll see in the next step we're going to do. So the next part is where we put our bag together in the hoop. And again, it's just a piece of tearaway stabilizer. It's going to sew down the placement stitch. And now we're going to add our zipper. So you're going to line up the bottom of the zipper with the markings that you just sewed out, and you're going to tape all 4 sides. And it's important here that you tape the zipper pull out of the way. You want to make sure it's not in your sewing path and it's taped down so it doesn't move around when it sews. We're going to use white thread now, and it's going to tack down the top and the bottom. Then again, we take it off the machine, we remove the tape, and now we're going to put the back lining. This is where I said you have to have it upside down and wrong side facing you. And you're going to go right below that zipper line. And we're going to tape this down, and this is where we make sure it doesn't get caught under our machine. And then we go to the front. Now right here, I just want to show you real quick. This is a diagram that shows you how to line up your fabric on your stabilizer. So the first picture shows A1 and B1, and the second one shows B2 and A2. It's really the fabric is on top, and on the bottom is a picture of the stabilizer. The third picture just shows you the fabric matching up with the stabilizer. And just like we did with the back, where you have to have your fabric upside down and wrong side facing you, same thing here. Again, it's just showing you the lines of it matching up. So I'm going to use the arrows, and that's what I'm matching up. The reds to the reds, the blacks to the blacks, and we're going to just turn it upside down, flip it over, and then line it up. It makes it very easy for good placement, because otherwise we'd be kind of doing it blindly and hoping that we're sort of lined up, and it's a lot harder. But with these lines, it makes it much easier to know that we're right where we're supposed to be. And then once this is taped down, we're going to bring it back to the machine, and we're going to sew down the 2 pieces of fabric. It just sews it at the top. We take it off the hoop, we remove the tape, and now you could even cut some of that white fabric away that you see there if you want. Just don't go too close to the seam. Now we're going to pull it down. You can finger press it here and then add tape to all the sides. Make sure it's nice and tight. We want to make sure we have red thread in our machine now. And then we're going to tack down just the front piece. You see here, just the flag, nothing else. And once this is done getting tacked down, we're going to take the hoop off the machine again. We're going to remove our tape. And we're flipping to the back side of the hoop. And again, remove all that tape. And now we're going to pull our lining down and again, secure it with tape. Now it's going to sew down this piece of lining. Again, make sure it doesn't fold underneath when you put it on your machine. So now it's just going over that lining. And when that's done sewing, now this is the important part that people sometimes forget when they do in the hoop projects. You have to open your zipper. If you forget, you're going to have a hard time opening it when we turn our bag inside out. So once that's done, we again remove the tape. Then we're going to flip it over to the front, open our zipper, and now we need to tape it down. Again, make sure it's out of the sewing path. So whereas the first part of this project was getting sewn where the flag is, the second part's going to go above our zipper. So that's why the zipper pull is not going to be a problem. I move my straps in about 1 inch, 3/4 of an inch from the sides. And then I line it up with that top part of the red stripe, that first red stripe. I use the D-ring and that red stripe to use as markings. And then I'll just add the other strap that I have on the other side. Also tape down your D-ring again. We don't want anything moving around while this is sewing. So again, move it in about 1 inch and then line it up with the top there. And then we're taping that down and again, tape down that D-ring. Now we take our back fabric and we're going to just put it wrong side facing us. We're going to want to make sure it's more towards the top so it covers where it's going to sew. And we're taping down all of our sides. This is just a diagram showing you the yellows where it sews. So as long as my metal parts are out of the way, I'm good. And then we're going to bring it to our machine. It's going to sew it down. And then it's going to do a back stitch just to reinforce that. I would use canvas. On my project, I used vinyl, but I found it's much easier for people to use canvas than vinyl, especially when you turn your bag. We're on the back side of our hoop. We take our other lining, and this one doesn't have to be upside down. It just has to be right sides facing each other. So the wrong side would face you, but right sides of the fabric are together. And again, make sure it's more towards the top, and we tape it down, bring it to our machine, and this is the final step of its sewing. And when that's done, now it's the fun part. We get to turn our bag and see what it looks like. So we're going to unhoop our project, and we're going to get rid of all the tape and the tearaway stabilizer. And then once that's finished, we're going to take our scissors and we're going to cut the two sides and the top. And you want to get close to the seam, but don't cut into your seam. And once that's done, we're going to round the corners of our bag. You're going to leave the bottom alone for right now, and we're just rounding our corners. In the next step, you'll see how I cut the bottom, because the bottom gets cut differently than the other three sides. So I'm going to cut it at a 45-degree angle, right to where you'll see the seam ends with the way we sewed the last part of our bag. You're left with these little triangle pieces that we cut away. And then we cut the bottom of the bag to get rid of any of that little extra there. Now we're left with the lining and the top and front piece. So we're going to move the lining away and cut the back of our bag and the front of our bag fabric, just those two pieces. And you're now left with two pieces of lining with that weird looking shape. This is just, I'm just cleaning it up a little bit more, rounding the other corners. Now, this is how we're going to turn our bag. This is a little difficult to do. I like to pull the bag more towards my body to get the bag to turn, but I had to show it on camera, so it looks a little more awkward than it actually is. And again, if you use canvas, it's much easier to turn the bag than vinyl. It's going to pop out, and then you're going to take a turning tool or a dowel, a pen with the cap on it, and you're going to push out your corners so they're nice, sharp-looking corners. If you don't do that at this step, your bag's kind of going to look like what it's seen right here before it's totally turned out. So the next part is I cut away a little bit more of the lining at the bottom. I'm going to use fabric fused tape. It's very sticky tape. If you don't want to sew this on your machine, this is how you do it. So you're going to line up the two edges of your open lining at the bottom there. You're now going to take a piece of your tape and attach it to one side of the lining. Again, this is very sticky, so I suggest pulling it back a little bit at a time and then pressing your bag closed. So you'll see here, I'm going to pull just a little bit away, and then I'm going to start pressing my bag closed and keep working down until I reach the end. So I pull a little away and I press, and I pull a little away and I press, all the way to the end. When that's finished, we have to remove the tearaway stabilizer at the top. So I'm just going to cut a little bit of that away. Now, if I use cutaway, I'd have to actually cut that whole piece out. So this is why I use tearaway on my projects. And once you have all of that pulled away, we're going to then get rid of the tape inside our bag that we use to hold down the zipper pull. So we pull away the tape. Now we're opening up our bag, and then we're going to get rid of the tape on our D-rings. So one on that side, one on this side. If you don't want to add straps to this project too, you can totally skip the part where I added the straps. Now we just need to turn the bag outside one more time. This one's a lot easier to turn once your bag is already in this stage. And again, you're going to want to poke out those corners. If you use canvas, it turns a lot easier. This was the vinyl getting caught on itself. And it was a very thick vinyl. So I like the glitter. That's why I used it. And this is me just, again, poking out the corners. And then I am now going to add the strap to it. That's the inside. This is the back of the bag. And then I'm going to add the chain strap to the bag. And then we're going to have our finished patriotic flag bag. So this is just another picture of it. If you can see, they have jump stitches on here. This is if you decided to not cut your jump stitches with your stars. I like to cut them. I think it looks better, but just to show you an example. And I just want to show you quickly some current patterns that we have, which obviously is the flag bag. We also have an in the hoop banner that you can customize, and you can add any kind of text you want to it. They're fun. They're easy to do if you're new to embroidery. We have an in the hoop needle case project that has applique with the scissors and the handmade logo in the corner, and you add a ruler rib in there. It's fun. If you're new, it's easy project. If you're not new, it's great for storing all your loose needles when you travel at quilt events and sewing events. It's fun, and everybody seems to enjoy making it. We also have an artist palette, which is applique on cork, and there's a zipper in the back. And there's a pencil case here with is another applique project. But the fun part about this, plus besides great for back to school project, is that inside it's notebook lining. So you actually embroider your own lining for this project as well. And then we have some key fobs and coasters. Those are easy as well. And then these last two projects are kind of special. They're coming out this winter with a video tutorial and big PDF full of instructions. It's a crazy quilt wallet, and it has about 18 applique panels. So anybody with scrap pieces of fabric not knowing what to do, it's a great project. You can use those scrap pieces, and it lets you embroider and sew and use your scrap pieces. And it's got all those little symbols that are great for sewing, like the bobbin and the sewing machine. And then a very special project that I did that I don't know if I'll ever top is I took my grandparents' love letters in World War II and I made a World War II envelope clutch bag. It had applique stamps, patches, it had dog tag key fobs, and then I digitized their handwriting. So when it actually sews out, it looks like somebody writing. But I just want to say hello to Nana. She's 97. And in about 4 days, she would celebrate her 75th wedding anniversary to my papa. They were high school sweethearts, and I just wanted to mention that. So hi, Nana. If you go to this link, you can sign up and get a free pattern on my website. It's just right there. If you go starspangledheart.com/email sign up, you can get this free pattern, and you can use it as a quilt label or for any type of project that you want to just add, like you made something special by. So I don't know if there are any questions, but HoopFest 24 is the coupon. And thank you.
Oh, Mary. Okay. So you should give us warnings before we start crying at the end. That
I'm
was
sorry.
So awesome. Everybody was like giving you the hearts, USA, great stuff. So, but that grandparent thing, man, you got me on that one.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh,
Yeah,
it's
she's my
beautiful.
best friend, my Nana. Yeah.
That's awesome. So, Kennedy, you got to help me out here. So, Mary, this was awesome. Absolutely.
Thank you.
But there were a couple questions that I did write down if I can get them out. Somebody wanted to know what size that bag is and can you change it?
Yes, I have it 5x7 and larger. So you can't do a 4x4 hoop. I know people starting out with embroidery, usually they get a machine and it's a 4x4. You have to have a 5x7. It just doesn't work the shape and size of it, but 5x7 and larger. This bag was about 8x10.
Okay. So that's a pretty good size.
Yeah.
And then someone asked a question, when you were embroidering the stripes, did you just do that on cotton fabric?
It was a canvas, like a twill for patches. I used a twill. Ganold has a special twill. I love it. I know you just did patches like a little while ago. I love patches. It's my thing. I always try to add patches. Twill. That was a special material. So if you liked it, you can get it on my website, but you can also use a canvas. That would be pretty much a standard use.
Okay. And then can you just read off your website one more time, Connie? I see your comment down there and a couple other people asked for that as well.
Sure. It's starspangledheart.com. And if you want to sign up for the pattern, just go to starspangledheart.com/email sign up.
Okay. And you know what? I think I saw, at least those of you on YouTube, Brenna, that was her website. Oh, is that your website or is that just where you get the free design?
It's both, but you have to put /email sign up to get that. It brings you to a special page that you can sign up, and then it gives you the pattern.
Okay, wonderful. And also I see SMP Nation, their team is dropping the link in right there. Thanks,
Great.
Melinda. Got it. Mary, what a great project. Great demo. You should go back and read the compliments. My gosh, everybody was like, what a fabulous demonstration and a great project. So thank you so much. And happy Flag Day.
Thank you. You too. Bye, everybody.
What a great demo. Whew, that was fantastic. I was like glued to it the whole time. And then when you talk about your grandparents, that's when I lose it. Kennedy, you got to come back. Was that a great demo?
I'm here.
Oh my gosh.
I'm here.
Mary, it's such a pleasure to have met you. And I've seen her on here before, but what a great demo.
Her projects are awesome. And I love the story behind it and how she even got her name and just everything. That's a perfect example of just how everything aligns and everything just goes and falls into place. And I think that's so amazing. And that jacket from the D23, the Haunted Mansion jacket, it's insane. You guys will have to go check out. I know she has it on her website somewhere, but there's so much work into that. And if you've been in the Haunted Mansion at Disneyland, the room stretches and her jacket stretches, and it's just like, it's craziness and it's so impressive. So we were like, yeah, we got to get her back on Hoop Fest, of course.
That's very cool. So I need one of those tissues. Could you just hand me one?
Yes. Yeah. Here. No, I was back here too. I'm like, guys, we can't do this.
Oh my gosh. You know what? I have to tell you guys pick the best people to come on the show. I mean, I've been watching all week. I'm honored to be here as your co-host, but even when I was just doing my demo, you have such great people on here. It's amazing. And it's like binge watching. It's better than Netflix.
Yes, exactly. Well, and the thing is, especially with Hoop Fest this year, we were like, what can we do different? We'll still keep with Hoop Fest, obviously, but what can we change and what can we upgrade? So we literally asked SMP Nation, we did a giant Google form and said, fill out all this information and just let us know what you guys want to see. And they gave us what they wanted to see. So all of the education is from SMP Nation's recommendations and what they wanted to see and who they wanted to see. So it's not us, it's SMP Nation.
Well, then I got to give a big heart to SMP. Thank you for asking me to be on here.
Of course. No, Blaine told me, he was like, you're going to host. And I was like, okay. And he goes, and with Angela, I said, sold. Okay, good. That's fine. Tell me when.
Super fun. Well, you have somebody coming up, don't you?
I do. I've got another amazing presentation. Angela, I will come back with you in just a little bit. Go get your tissues and go stitch out a project to make yourself happy again, because we're back on track. But my next guest coming on is coming from SWF. So we have Garrett back in the house. As you might have known, if you've been watching all week, Garrett was supposed to be on the show, but they had a trade show schedule conflicting change. So he was unable to make it, but being just Garrett being so awesome and SWF being so awesome, they made some videos for us to still show the amazing machines that they have. And the one that we're going to talk about today is the brand new SWF 7 needle. This launched on Monday with Dustin. Dustin actually did that demo and it was awesome. And this new 7 needle, guys, is just insane. You guys hear us talk about the SWF 12 needle all the time and how much that's just like the dream machine right there. But the 7 needle is a little bit smaller, a little bit more compact, and a little bit, it might be a better option for someone who is kind of teetering on that idea between starting an embroidery business, working and taking that to the next business level, and still being a home-based crafter and embroiderer. So it's right in there. So Garrett is going to show you all of the amazing features of this 7 needle, and then I will be right back to tell you how you can get it. So let's roll the tapes.
Hey everybody at Hoop Fest. Sorry I couldn't make it this year. Unfortunately, I had a trade show that overlapped with this year's dates on Hoop Fest. We wish you all the best, and we'll hop right into it. I'm Garrett McMinn. Work for SWF, and we are the sole distributor of SWF embroidery machines in the U.S. Blaine and them at Sewing Machines Plus, they've been selling machines for about 5 years now. They've done a great job, and we are excited now that we're introducing a new machine to our lineup for them to sell. Currently, they have the MAS-12 and the MAS-15. We are now adding, this is the Sunny 22, which is a 7 needle embroidery machine. We're very excited to have them on board, and we're very excited to show you guys this machine. So we'll get right into it. The machine, whenever it arrives at your location, it's in a really small package to where we're actually able to ground ship those to any residential or commercial address, which is one of our main points there. We wanted to make sure that anybody and everybody could access our machines. Whenever you get the machine at your location, very easy to set up. It has a little holder in the box, a U-shaped handle that you just lift it out of the box and set it on your table. Right now we have it on a cabinet right now. You can set it anywhere you want. The footprint is very small. It's about 16 inches wide by about 24 inches long. So as long as your craft table, your folding table, literally anywhere you have, has those dimensions, you can run your embroidery machine there. As far as assembly goes, right out of the box, super simple. The only thing you have to assemble is your thread rack or your thread tree here. I'll show you that sheet. So you actually get a sheet in your box as well. That's going to show you, make sure the camera can see that. So it's going to show you exactly how to assemble, shows you the components you have to your thread rack there. Does not take long at all. It shows you where each component goes. So each arm of the thread rack, the thread tree, and the base tells you how to mount it. There's that little U-shaped handle that you would actually remove once you receive the machine and place it on your table. So very easy setup there. Once you get the thread rack on the machine, the only thing that's left to do from there before you actually run your machine is going to be to thread it up. So super simple thread path. I'll walk through it real quick and then kind of pull you guys in closer so you can see in depth how everything goes. So basically through the thread rack, like we just assembled, it comes down here, you have one clip to go over, and then through these tension discs right here, it has a tension set right there to where you can tension it as you thread it as well. You have one eyelet here to go through. Another set of tension discs, an eyelet. And we'll come down around, go through the presser foot or the take-up lever, then down to the needle, through the needle and the presser foot. Very simple. The really cool thing with this machine, like I said, once you get it out of the box or you receive it, it takes our average customer 30 to 45 minutes to fully assemble and then start the threading and be able to start running. So I'll pull you guys in closer so you can see. Actually, before I pull you in closer, I'm going to show you the hoops that you get with the machine. So it comes with three hoops, and basically the first hoop is going to be a 2-inch by 2-inch hoop there. I'll pull it in real close so you guys can see it. So this is perfect if you're wanting to run like socks, really small left chest logos, anything with like a fine detailed placement. You can use that. And then we also have a 5 by 4-inch hoop here. So this one would be for, again, left chest, baby onesies, towels. It'll hoop it all. The hoop adjustment screws, we made them larger on this machine as well. So they're super simple to loosen or tighten. If you want to get it really tight, there is a slot there that you can use with like a screwdriver. Basically, you can get that tightened up so your material does not slip. And in the last hoop, even though this machine is very small and compact, it still has a very large sewing field of 10 by 8. Let me see if I can get that full hoop there in the screen for you. So basically 10 inches side to side by 8 inches up and down. So that would be for your smaller jacket backs, larger designs, quilt blocks, towels, whatever you want to run there. So I'll throw that on the machine. The one thing that I will show you on the hoops as well. So most of your hoops, these brackets here, make sure that's in the video. These brackets here, most of the time they are directional, so you have to make sure that the hoop is going on the machine correctly with the correct orientation. But if you look on these brackets, each side is identical. So you have a little oblong shape there and a hole here. And then also on this side, you have an oblong piece and a hole as well. Basically what that means is it doesn't matter how I hoop it. Whenever I go to put it on the machine, so the hoop is on there like that, I can flip this hoop 180 and I'm still able to put it on the machine just the same. So there's no worry of it having to be directional as far as your hooping goes. So again, I can take this off, flip it all the way around 180 and still get flip on the machine. So yeah, I'll pull you guys in real quick so you can see the thread path. We'll go through that really quick. I apologize for the movement of the camera. So up here, we have our thread tree. So your thread cones are going to sit down here on these pegs that you have assembled. Put your color of choice on there, run it through the eyelet. On the thread rack back here, you'll have two sets of eyelets. You have the front row and then the back row. The front row is always going to be for your primary cones in the front, and then the ones with the two holes where you have a hole in the back row as well, that's going to be for your second row of colors. So it's very self-explanatory. If there's two eyelets in a row, that just goes to the back thread back there. So you come through the eyelet, you go underneath this clip here, and then we'll go through the tension disc, and there's a thread break sensor in here that you just put it over the top of. Make sure you guys can see that. And we come down here, we're going to go through the eyelet there, around through this tension disc that you can separate easily if you wanted to. And then there's one more little eyelet there that we would go ahead and thread through. Then we come down through this clip. We go down to the right in this slot here, and back around, and then through our tick-up lever, and then straight down to this hole, and then to the needle and through the press foot. So very, very self-explanatory, very easy. We have videos on all of this as well. The other thing I want to talk about is the control panel. So let me get this video set up, this camera set up where you guys can view the control panel very easily. That way you can see exactly what I'm doing in real time. So with this control panel, it is an 8-inch LCD full color touchscreen display. Makes it very easy to read everything, see everything that you need to do. Your design is displayed with the measurements and stuff. You can touch the screen to change it from millimeters. You can change it to inches as well, depending on what measurement you're wanting to use. Most people in the US use the inches. Like I said, full color touchscreen display. It has a 40 million stitch count capacity. So basically it'll load up designs all the way up to 40 million stitches before you start to exceed that memory. If you ever do start to exceed that memory, it's very simple to delete the unwanted designs or past designs that you've ran that you don't need in there anymore. The other cool thing, this comes with 150 pre-made or pre-digitized designs already inside the control panel. It also has a text feature, so you can type out whatever you want. If you want to put a name on a shirt, a number on somebody's shirt, whatever you want to do, you can type that out. And it has 16 pre-digitized different fonts in there for you as well, with the various range of sizings that you can select from for bigger lettering or smaller, which we'll get into that fully in depth. It also has a photo stitch feature and a freehand stitch feature, which basically the photo stitch makes it to where you can upload a photo to your control panel and it will digitize it and you're able to run a picture that you upload. Again, this is not a foolproof digitizing in the software, so if you have a really intricate design, like this butterfly perhaps, you want to get that digitized or send it off to somebody that can digitize it for you. But it's still a really cool feature for those photos that you want to try and digitize in the control panel and run yourself. And then the freehand stitch is basically anything you want to draw on the screen, you can draw it and the machine will run it. So like I said, we'll get all into that. I just want to kind of give you a brief overview. So this is the home view or the layout of the control panel. Very simple. You have your design button down here, settings, needles, and frame. And then you have the machine button, which we'll get into later. That'll be more for the technical side of it. So to begin with, if we go to the design button, I'll select that. So the design button, you're going to have all different options in here. So the user this is where all of your pre-digitized designs are already at. So you got some hearts, a ladybug, you got just various designs in there that you can choose from that are pre-digitized and already in the control panel. And then if you're wanting to input a design, this machine, it is USB as well, you can see on here. You can upload a design via USB, or it does have a SWMS is what we call the software that comes with the machine as well. It allows you to direct connect your machine to Wi-Fi, which basically then you can upload your designs straight from your computer without ever touching the USB. It also allows you to go into the control panel and change the colors of designs and basically do all of your work before you even send it to the machine in your computer. So very nice for that. We'll go into the design button. This is all of the designs that we have previously uploaded into the control panel. But let's get right into the text feature. Actually, that's something I'll show you guys. So you click down here to the SES button. And then you'll see down here we have 3 different options. So this is going to be our photo stitch, this is going to be our freehand stitch, and this is going to be our text. So if we wanted to type something out or do a number or a letter, whatever we want to do, we'll select that. And then here are the different fonts. Like I said, there's 16 different fonts to choose from. And then there are some other languages down here as well. But let's just say we want like a blockier font here. So we can choose the font. And then also you can choose the size of your font. So 6 is the default for the machine. Or we can choose 1, which would be very small. Or we can go up to a 10, which would be a very large as well. So we'll stick with 6, which is the factory default. And then from there, this is just like texting on an old phone. Basically, if you wanted to hit, like I just said, we want to spell boy. So on this, we'll hit A, B. So we'll hit the ABC button twice, which is the second selection in that button. So we have a B now. If we want O, we'll hit that button 3 times. And you can see it's spelling the word up here for us. And then we want a Y. So we'll go down here and just hit it once. So now we have that spelled out. That's exactly what we wanted. Our size is selected. From there, we'll hit the arrow to go over. And then this is where we can select the position of our design. So we can move it around if we wanted to in the hoop. You can also incorporate designs together. So like if we wanted to do, let's just say it's a gender reveal or something to where you have like it's a boy. If somebody wanted to use the freehand stitch, and you can select the size of your paintbrush that you're drawing with. You could literally, you could do a smiley face. I'll grab that for you. So do one up there. So you can, I'm not a very good artist, but you can draw whatever you want on the screen. It's going to run that. If you don't like that design or you want to redraw it, just select it, hit delete. You can also select these and move them around. So you can draw the shape elsewhere on the screen, and then you can move it around to orientate it where you want it. So again, I apologize. Like I said, I'm not a very good artist, but if you had something that you're wanting to draw and put on there, you can do that at any point. So delete those out of there. So there's our original design boy. We can go ahead and hit the next arrow over. And then it's telling us it's converting it to a stitch. So the lettering that we selected is now converted to a stitch. This progress bar is all the way over. We'll hit the X. And then you'll see up here that the design has now been updated in our control panel, so it is there for us to run. So we can go ahead and select it. And then we'll hit the check mark over here in the top left. It's going to go ahead and pull us over here. It's going to ask us if we want to frame center, which it's always going to ask you. You can hit OK on that, and this is going to move off screen, but I'll show you guys later. The machine's just going to move around and find the frame center for us. Okay, so it's found our frame center. The next option that we have, the cool thing with our control panels, they always take you from point A to point Z. So it's going to take you in steps to where you're not clicking into various buttons as you run your design. It's going to take you to each individual step. So we've loaded our design, we've selected the one we want. It pulls you right to your outline and trace screen, where this allows you to go ahead and select and make sure your design is going to fit inside the hoop. So basically outline, what that's going to do, and you can see the little icon there, it follows the exact contour of the design. Trace is going to draw a box around the design. So there's no right or wrong answer to which button you want to use. Outline is just going to give you more of an accurate gauge of what your design is going to be doing. And then trace is, like I said, it's going to be doing a box around your design. So an easier, basically easier way to explain it is if you're tracing or outlining the state of Florida with the panhandle, or basically if you're doing the state of Florida, you have like the panhandle that comes down. If you do a trace, it's going to come all the way across, down, and to the side and make it seem like one big box. If you're doing outline, it's going to trace the state of Florida and follow it along, follow the panhandle, come all the way down and around, and it's going to give you the exact gauge of the state of Florida. So, like I said, outline is just a little more exact. There is no right or wrong as far as which one is to use. It's just a personal preference. I'll select trace here just to do this one because it's simple. And again, this is going to move outside of your screen, but I'll show you guys here in a minute what it looks like. So all we do is hit this play button, and then it's going to say warning. It's going to trace, and it says, would you like to start? So that's another thing. We're always key on safety. So basically, in case you accidentally hit that button and you weren't ready, our machines always give you kind of a warning or a second button to hit to make sure that was the setting you wanted to confirm. So we'll hit OK here. I'll go ahead and pull that back just so you guys can see that. Go back here and see a full view of the machine. So again, same thing, trace here on the screen. It's a little bit harder for you guys to see now. Pin this over just a hair. So you have trace on the screen. I select the play button. And it's going to ask me the warning message again. I can press OK. And then our hoop is going to move, showing us the gauge of our design. So then we'll hop back into here, closer to the control panel. There's a couple more things I'm going to show you guys. So once you're happy with the trace or the position on your garment, all you do is hit the X here. And like I just explained, our machines always take you A, B, C, D. It always takes you from step to step, so you're not clicking between buttons. So this is a one color design. So what we can do is all of these numbers down here represent the cones that we have in the back of the machine. Once you have all of your cones set up on your machine, I highly recommend to customize the colors in the control panel, because then the little color blocks that are down here below your numbers will line up with the cones that we have on the back. So currently we have needle 1 is yellow, needle 2 is white, needle 3 is black, and then so on to red on 4. So I'll show you how to change that real quick to make it a little easier. Get this situated again. So then what we do is we come down here to the bottom and we select the color icon. This allows us to pick the color that we want to put on the cone. So like I said, 1 was yellow. So I'm going to find a yellow over in here that I like. So it's kind of a brighter yellow. Go right there. We have the yellow selected. Now we just hit the needle number 1. That changes it for that. The next one was white. So I can select the white block here. There's needle 2. And then the next one was black, which was needle 3. And so on. Like I said, we'll pick 4, which was red, which is in the top left corner here. So we got a red there. And you can adjust the contrast of it to it's darker red, lighter red, pink. You can adjust it to customize it. So then I would go through our full machine. So then 5 is going to be a teal, like a green. So we'll select that for 5. And then 6 is a blue, kind of a cobalt blue. And then 7 is a pink, kind of a fuchsia pink there. So that matches pretty close. I'll hit 7. So now I have all of my colors that are preset on the back of the machine, the ones that I threaded. All of those colors are loaded in here now. So then we would hit save. It's going to ask you save needle color, save, and it says needle color has been saved. You hit OK. So now, like I was mentioning, these color blocks down here are all matching what is on the back of our machine. So instead of me just looking at the number here, now I know that, hey, if I select 1, 1 is a yellow. So it makes it a lot easier for you. So we select our color. Over here, it shows us how many color changes are in the design. In this one, it's only a 1 color design. If it was multicolor, like a B, O, and Y were 3 different colors, you would have 3 different selections to choose from to make the B whatever color you want, O whatever color you want, and the Y and so on. So in this one, actually, let's do a red. So we have red here, and then we're going to set close. And then that is all you have to do to use the lettering feature. Like I said, you create the name, you trace it, load your color, and then this is to the running point now. So at that point, you hit start. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go back through and show you guys another feature. So we'll go back to design. And again, just because we're not running this design, it's on the screen, but just because we're not running it, it'll always save it in the control panel until you delete it. So if I go to run a different design, and I run this one here, you can, it's going to remember your colors and all that. Let's go into the pre-built or the pre-digitized files that we have here. We'll select one of these. And the reason I want to do this is to show you guys the multiple colors, or the multiple color options. So let me select that there. Hit the check mark here. It's going to ask me frame center. I'm going to hit OK. And then also on this screen, actually, sorry, I'll go back to that. So we're good with the position. Let's go ahead and use our trace. And I'm going to back this out for you guys to see it. Make sure I get the full machine on the control panel where you guys can see what it's doing. Okay. So then we're in the center of our hoop. I'm going to select trace. Actually, let's do outline on this one so you guys can see the difference. So hopefully you can see that screen. I think you can clear enough. So with the trace, it shows the box around the design. Whenever the design's actually not that huge, it still shows the box. So in this specific design, since it's kind of an oval, it's a ladybug, but since it's kind of an oval and it has little legs sticking out, if we select the outline, it's going to follow the exact contour of our design on the material. That way it shows us more accurate gauge. So I have outline selected. I'm going to hit the play button. It's going to ask me for safety. I hit OK. And this does do it quite a bit slower as well. So you get a more accurate gauge of what the machine is doing. Alrighty, for the sake of time, we had to kind of time lapse through that video, but you guys kind of got to see it there, run there at the end. We'll show you the finished product of our ladybug that we selected in the video. And like I said, these are all pre-digitized in the control panel. The one thing I'll go over again, so this machine is, I haven't mentioned yet, 800 stitches per minute on the machine.
Blaine and them are great with their support as well. So if you ever have any questions or anything on the machine that you buy from them, we really trust them. They've treated every customer perfect. They really go above and beyond with their sales and their support. So if you have any questions on that, make sure you get with Blaine. He can fill you guys in on how to get the package, and have a good Hoop Fest. Appreciate you guys.
Thank you so much, Garrett. And just a huge shout out to SWF for being one of our sponsors for today and for all of Hoop Fest. And just thank you to Garrett for taking the time to make that video. But let me tell you guys how you can get the brand new SWF 7 needle. So if we could get that overlay up, I can tell everyone how they can get it, and then we will be off to the races. All right, so there it is, the brand new SWF 7 needle, aka the Sunny 22. Now, as Garrett was saying, this one is super compact. It is very lightweight. You've got the design, editing, and lettering features, as Garrett was talking about. You have all of those built-in designs, 150 to be exact. You have that 8-inch touchscreen and the maximum speed of 800 stitches per minute, which is great because you can also slow that down if you need to. So 800 stitches per minute is super, super fast. So you can slow that down if you have maybe a little bit more of an advanced project. You can slow it down so you can keep an eye on it. You can adjust that. You're also getting all those hoops with it. So that is super nice. You can get started right when you get the machine. We have free shipping that is right to your doorstep. In fact, everything on Hoop Fest, all of the machines, everything is free shipping. So keep that in mind when you are placing your order, which is awesome. But also you've got the 7 needles, which so much room for potential. You can put all your threads on there. You can keep the threads colors that you use the most. Maybe you're really stitching a lot of logos and you're using the same colors of threads. You've got the 3 frames, like I mentioned, and we have the sizes up on our website. So if you want to go check out what sizes of the hoops there are and other little details, you can go check that out. I do want to get you the weight, however, just so that way we are all on the same page with that. And I believe it is 50 pounds. So that can be really easy for 2 people to carry. I know one person that might not do, but if you have another person, you'll easily be able to get that set up and ready in your embroidery studio. So that is super exciting. If you have any questions at all on the SWF 7 needle, please head to smplive.tv and also give us a call, 1-800-401-8151. Our sales team is just waiting for your call. They want to answer your questions, and especially with this brand new launch, they're super excited to get this out to you. So we've got financing available. We have so many options to get you the machine of your dreams easily. I was going to say easier, but easily. So that is awesome. And I'm excited. This is going to be awesome. So I think, Kyle, should we do a giveaway really quick?
We can do that. And I believe it's actually Lisa.
Oh, perfect. Awesome. Well, just real quick, I kind of want to do a giveaway right now because why not? We have a little second. So I am going to think of what I want to give away. Let's see. And I look at the comments and it's all yes. So I know I'm doing the right thing by doing a giveaway. So I want all of you guys to comment down below the word sunny, because we just talked about the Sunny 22 and it's a sunny day. Actually, I could not tell you if it is sunny outside. I actually have not gone outside since I got here at 6 o'clock this morning. So I don't know if it's sunny here, but I'm assuming on some parts of the world, where in Vegas, where Lisa is, it is sunny. So that works out. All right. I want to give away what do I want to give away? A Baby Lock Zest. We're going to give away a Baby Lock Zest. I don't know if I have the overlay, Kyle. So yeah, you're probably scrolling looking for it. A Baby Lock Zest. Let's put it up and let's spin to see who's going to win. This is just a super basic sewing machine. These are awesome for travel. You've got all the stitches that you need on there. And I believe it retails for $169. So Davina Kino, congratulations. You just won a Baby Lock Zest because I felt like giving one away. So if you would like to claim that prize, head to smplive.tv, fill out the information down below, and we will get that shipped out to you. Just let us know what day and the machine you won, which is the Baby Lock Zest. So congratulations. Congrats. All right. Let's move on to our next guest, which we just had this morning, Lisa Knight, the Las Vegas Sew Girl. She is amazing, and we love having her on, and she's going to be talking about the Triumph today, right, Kyle? Yes, the Baby Lock Triumph. I'm so excited to have her back. So, Lisa, how are you? I haven't been able to talk to you yet. Oh, you're muted. You're muted. I just want to hear your voice.
I'm so sorry. I forgot I muted, so I didn't want to be in the background making noise because I was scurrying around back here.
You're all good. Your mic is hot, literally, because you're in Vegas.
Yeah, this is a hot mic, and I don't want to make any hot mic mistakes. So
I love it. I love it. Well, Lisa, I am so excited for you to talk about this Triumph because we had Barb on this morning, and me and Baby Lock Sergers are like they're the best things ever, and I could sit and mess around with them all day long. So I cannot wait to hear your take on the Triumph, and I'm going to let you just get started, and then I'll come back and check in with you, and then I'll tell everyone how they can get it.
All right. So I'm showing you the Baby Lock Triumph. It is the top of the line of the Baby Lock Sergers. It is a big area. So I'm going to actually, with no further ado, go in and show it to you on the camera. So let me meet you over at the camera. So here is the Baby Lock Serger. And I do have Sewing Machines Plus mats underneath on my table. So yes, I don't work for them, but I do love their mats because I can see that in the camera. But this is the Triumph. It is a gorgeous machine. You have this gorgeous bright light that you can see everything. It is a combo machine. It not only is a serger, but it is a cover stitch. So you can do all the fun things with this. And I'll give you a quick little run through of what you've got going on here. You have all your serger threads up there, and it is an 8-thread serger. Do we use all 8 threads at the same time? Not usually, but they all have different positions and purposes. So, and one of my favorite things about all Baby Lock sergers that have the Revolution air threading or air threading is how easy it is to thread. Because I had a serger many, many years ago, and one of the reasons I got involved with Baby Lock because I kept seeing these sergers that were so easy to thread and so easy to use. I would never have done this on my old serger because I was a tie-off gal. So I've undone my threads. I'm going to set them over here, and I'm going to actually raise the presser foot, and let's pull them through. Wait a second. There we go. And let's get them through the tension guides and bring them out. So I'm going to thread this in front of you because this is how easy it is to thread. I'm just going to lay my threads back over so I can see the order that they need to be. So first I'm going to thread my upper and lower looper, and you're just going to lay it in. Let me make sure you're seeing this. I'm going to turn this just a little bit so you can see it better. See if I can get the camera just a little closer. There we go. You lay it in here and you wait and hear that click because that's gotten into the tension guides in the back. And I'm at a little disadvantage because I'm sideways. And I'm just going to lay that down here. And then I'm going to get the upper looper and also thread that through here and do the same thing. You just lay it in the tension area and you pull it down in the back. You'll hear a slight click. You know you're in there. And I like to have enough thread here so that it's going to go through my air threading ports. I've got upper looper, lower looper, and cover stitch. We're not going to deal with a cover stitch right now. And one of the things I saw Barb point out, it says threading ports. Do not oil. Don't oil those. Before we do anything, we need to flip to threading. I'm hoping you can see that. And then take your wheel on the side over here until you hear it click. That means all the threading tubes are engaged. Then, I'm going to take my thread, and I usually will give it a little snip on the end just to make sure that it's not fuzzy. And this is that beautiful Madeira serger thread, so it's not going to get fuzzy on you. And then you just sort of thread it a little bit into that hole. We'll do the other one for the upper looper. That was the lower looper. Thread that in and just feed it in just a little bit. And then I like to make sure that it's not going to catch on my little doors here. And then we push the magic button. I don't think I have enough looper thread pushed down in because it didn't go. Lower looper thread, it did not. There it goes. Hope you saw that pop out over here, but here's my thread. And my upper looper is here as well. So I'm just going to slide those back. But the part that's even better for me, as I get older, I need help with the vision area, and we have a needle threader on this. I'm just going to trim this because I want to tangle around and dance together. So let's get that trimmed off. Let's see, there's my needle number 2. Same thing. You want to hear that little click, and then you follow the threading path. I'm going to pull this out of the way. I'm going to come here, here, and over. Let's see, make sure you can see this. Let's bring a little bit more light on the subject. And you go in front of this gate, behind this gate. This is needle number 2. So I'm going to bring down this little guide so that I can thread. And I'm going to hold it here. And it's going to be loud. I'll warn you. It's a little on the loud side. But once I do that, it's threaded. That was pretty easy, right? Hope my hand's not in the way. So that's one of the needles threaded. Let's get the other one. Same thing, through the threading guides. Bring it down in the back till you hear that click. Go through that little gate. Up and over. Down and back. Make sure you have enough to work with. And I actually like to put the presser foot down because it makes it easier for me to see what I'm doing. And I'm hoping I'm letting you see this. Let it go. And it's threaded. So all of it is threaded that easily. I do believe I twisted this. So let me see. Yeah, I did. Kind of goofed it and twisted it when I went through there. So let's unthread it and try again. So definitely want to show you with it untwisted. And you know how it is when it's live. That's when it's going to misbehave. I'm going to raise the foot up so I can see which thread is which. All right, that's my needle 1. Place it in place. But use this hand. You just need to hold it close to it. And we actually have this little thread angel that can help you if you have a difficult time doing that. It's just a little thing that hooks onto it so you can see it a little bit better. And then we'll do the same thing again. Hold this here so you guys can see. And it also threads your cover stitch needles too. And I will be honest with you, the very first time you do it, you'll probably be, revving the motor quite a bit. Then once you're threaded, you're going to come back down. Oops. You're going to come back down here and take it out of threading, because if you try to, it won't let you close this gate unless it's in surging mode. So you have all the settings here. You don't have any tension guides. You've got a speed control. You can switch for overlock to chain cover very easily. You have all the different stitch tension, tensionings here, a differential feed here. And let me turn this a little bit more so y'all can see it. I don't think you can see it. Let's bring the camera out this way. Oh, I still can't see it. Whoops. There we go. There is a little knob here that corresponds with all the different stitches. And I was having a little panic this morning because we are in the middle of a remodel and I could not find my quick reference guide, because this is the key to being able to use this serger so easily. Because you just go in and say, I want to do a 6 thread. It tells you all the settings. It's color coded, tells you where you need to thread at, what you need to do. And then for regular overlocking, it's cover stitch is gold and it says combination. And then quick reference guide for overlocking is here. I mean, this is how much of a panic I was in. I actually printed one off the internet. So if you ever lose it, you can find another one. But we did find it. It was, and that's usually the way it is. If you can't find something, all of a sudden after you've panicked, you've found it. So I'm going to turn this back. Well, hold on. Let's bring the camera right here. Here, you can raise and lower your knife. I don't know if y'all can see that, but it's right here. So you can lower the knife so it doesn't cut, or you can have it raised. You can change your stitch width and length here and here. What else can you do? Lots and lots of things, but you could also change your stitch length on your chain cover. But let's do a little serging. Let's turn this back so I can actually see what I'm doing. And let's make sure we've got our settings where we want them. But this handles material so beautifully that you don't really have to do a ton to get it to behave. So this one is, let's just do some cotton first. Here's just some good old cotton. Lower the presser foot. We've got it on, you know, turtle speed right now, which is still pretty fast. And we can speed it up. If you want to stitch 2 seams together, which is what I like to do a lot. I use this for garment sewing. I finish all the edges of my pattern pieces. So I have finished, looks like I made, you know, it got made in, you know, professionally made, not homemade. Then let's take some ITY. This is a knit fabric. Then let's take some denim. Snip that. We do have a little thread cutter on the side, but in this position, I can't reach it very well. We can even do layers of denim and it stitches beautifully. Look at that stitch. It's gorgeous. And if I wanted it more narrow, I could definitely do that, or thicker. I can do rolled hems, but look at that. Stitch quality is fantastic. I could do even lightweight fabric like a chiffon. So I'm going to scoot the camera back just a little bit and actually show you some samples, because the time on here goes by so quickly. So we have things with the wave stitch. You can create ruffles. You can put zippers in with this machine. And like I'm sure we've told you all along, but you use a nylon zipper. Don't use metal zippers because you will break needles and frustrate yourself to death. This is another bag. This is stitched on a like a Bosal type foam and using the cover stitch. Then you can do some fun decorative things and make I call these the Nancy Zeman Christmas tree napkins. Let me make sure I have one that's folded like a Christmas tree. There we go. This one is folded so that when you do your Christmas table, you've got these little Christmas tree napkins, and all it is a 16-inch circle, 2 pieces. You serge it. You don't have to turn it. It's all set for you to just take it and serge around, and then use some nice decorative threads in there to give you a real pretty finish. You can do decorative things like flat locking, decorative flat locking. You can do a flat lock wave stitch. So many fun things to give you some really interesting looks. Another zipper bag where we serged all the pieces together, so you can even piece with your serger. Bring in this sample because I loved Barb's examples. I mean, the ruffling and the sashing and all that fun stuff. This entire little wall hanging was done on a Triumph. And we've got, let me move the camera down just a little bit so you guys can see. We've got wire edge ribbon flowers. We've got wave stitch petals. Interesting cover stitch done on this to add decor. We've got piped, on this end, we've got piped wave stitch. And then we have that puffing or ruffling effect, which looks really fun, and it's super easy to do with the serger. But before we run out of time, I did want to show you how easy it is to switch and convert. So we go back to the area, and let's go back to the machine. You go back to the area where this is, because for cover stitch, you need to add the cover stitch table that comes with it. Take that off, and there's a little, you press right here and just slide it backwards. And here's my cover stitch table. And you just kind of adjust this so that you can get it at the right angle. There we go. And you do need to bring down your looper there. So let's bring that down into a position. So now we can close our cover stitch table, and we would thread it for a cover stitch at this point, which would mean that you would go through the cover stitch needles here, and you would move these needles over here. And one of the things I find super fun about this, it does have a secret compartment, but apparently I need a secret compartment to keep my chart. But here is your little handy dandy screwdriver. Here is your thread angel, so for threading, so it makes it easier for you. You get lots of little tools in here, needles and many other things. But there is a secret compartment off to the side, and it just closes over here. We do have some accessories that come with the machine as well. You get a dust cover, which is important, especially out in Vegas. We are in the desert, so I use my dust covers all the time. And you get a knee lift. And the knee lift is down in this location. So you can actually use it to raise and lower your presser foot. It's very handy when you're stitching along and you're trying to do curves like those napkins. You can kind of ease your project along. And these that I'm showing you so far all come with the machine. You get some accessory thread nets and needle caps and things like that in this little bag. Now, some accessories above and beyond is the new plate that or table that you can actually use in serging mode or in cover stitch mode, which I absolutely love. This is a great little accessory in addition to our Triumph and a lot of our sergers that can handle it. So we'll put that in place so you guys can see it. But with this one, you can do cover stitch, you can use some of the more advanced accessories, and you can actually serge. You do not have to take your serger and change it. You can serge here and use that table as well. So it kind of depends on if you need just a little surface. I love it for garment sewing because it gives me a little extra surface for serging. Another accessory that I'm sure you can get through Sewing Machines Plus, and I highly recommend because don't use pins with sergers, are these clips. These have a nice little tight nose on them, and they're perfect for holding your items together. And then I'm going to grab the foot kit because that's another accessory that you can get. Some of those feet that Barb was showing earlier are in this foot kit. And I'm not going to put the whole foot kit out here. I'm just going to show it to you quickly in front of the serger, and that it has a ton of feet. There's a few extras in there because I've added to my foot collection, but I'll show you the book. In the book, we've got the Triumph accessory foot. You'll get 29 total accessory feet. Beading foot, belt looper, blind hem foot, cover stitch, cover chain stitch. I love this foot when I do cover stitch. The clear foot is really nice because then you can see where you're going. The curved foot is a little shorter than the standard foot that comes with the machine, and it does help in a lot of areas, especially when you're doing those little napkins that I just showed. Double fold bias binder, elastic foot, and it comes with the instructions on how to use it. And over there at Baby Lock, we have got all kinds of education for you available. Fabric guide, knit woven double fold bias binder, open toe foot, lace applicator foot, and on and on. So you have lots of opportunities to really turn this into not only a sewing, a serger, but one of the things I like for you to think about is, let me come back to the camera. I like you to think about the fact that you can use this as a sewing machine that doesn't run out of thread. How awesome would that be? Not changing bobbin thread. For quilting, it's extremely nice because you can do lots of piecing with this, and you can adjust your stitch lengths or stitch widths so that you get for
I think we're losing Lisa. You started cutting out. Oh,
somebody's buffering.
There we go. Okay, you cut out for just a little bit, but I think we're okay.
But this is a great deal. I'm sure that they have a screaming deal for you at Sewing Machines Plus.
We sure do. Lisa, thank you so much for coming on and talking about the Triumph. You did a fantastic job. And now I'm going to tell everyone how they can get it.
That's awesome. Well, it's been a really fun time working with you all week long. And
yes.
Can't wait till we can do it again sometime.
Yes, Lisa, thank you so much. And you coming on with Baby Lock and with Dime, we truly, truly appreciate it. And everything that you've shown us this week has My notes are full, and I know what I'm doing when I get back to the office and to my machine. I love it. Thank you again, Lisa. All right, you guys, let's talk about the Baby Lock Triumph. All right, now we have got some crazy good stuff for you guys today. So with this, the Triumph, I want you guys to know right now, if you go and get this, we have got a $499 gift card that comes with the purchase today. So you do not want to miss out on that. You get the Triumph, and then you can go back and have $499 to spend on your serger. Threads, replacements, whatever you need, getting all of those tools and supplies so that way you can get started. You're also getting that Triumph inspirational guide, and Lisa was showing that a little bit. So super helpful for you to open that up right when you get your machine, and you'll be able to get started right out of the box. With that gift card as well, just an awesome, awesome little bundle for you. We also just want to go over a few of SMP's favorite features, I should say. Again, talking all about that air threading, so huge when it comes to sergers. You will never have any trouble with this, and especially with that air threading, again, you can just, at the touch of a button, your machine's threaded and you can get started right away. It's awesome. With the Triumph, you have that speed control. So that is exclusive on the Triumph, and it is so nice. You can adjust that speed depending on what kind of project you're working on. It's super, super nice. You also have that 5-inch throat space, which is really a large throat space for a serger. You've got lots of room. So our quilters out there working on those bigger projects, you've got lots of room to work for it. You also have that LED lighting system. You have 6 LED lights, which is just insane. So you can be surging at any time of the day or night, whether it's 1 p.m. or 1 a.m., whatever you want to do. You also have that automatic thread delivery system. So many amazing just features that you need as a crafter just to make your life easier and to keep you doing your hobby longer, and you're enjoying it. You're not getting frustrated. That's such a huge thing. So if you guys are interested in this Triumph, please give us a call at 1-800-401-8151. Our sales team is on standby waiting to answer your questions. And if you cannot get through on the phones, I know today, it being the last day, it is a little busy over there. We do have a Google Sheets link that you can fill out, and we will give you a call back. Our entire sales team has that Google Sheets link, and it updates real time in our office, so they can just check and see if they've got one on there, and they will give you a call right back. So, oh my goodness, we're not even halfway. I mean, I guess we are halfway through the day, right? I think so. It is going by too fast, you guys, and I do not want it to end. But we've got another amazing guest coming up, and she is coming from Janome America, and it is Miriam Coffee. I'm so excited to have Miriam on the show. And as we were talking about with her all this week, Miriam, as a young child, had a love for sewing and textiles, and so she went to college for it. She got her degree in it. She got educated, and now she is just flourishing, and she is just a pro when it comes to the quilting world and also the embroidery world. She also is actually joining us over the summer, I think in August or late July. She's coming with us to Comic-Con. We are going to Comic-Con San Diego. I will have to get the for sure firm dates on that for you. But she's coming with us, and I am so, so excited. And she said that she's already working on her project and her cosplay costume. So that means that all of us have to get busy working on ours. So I do have a suggestion for Kyle. If he goes to Comic-Con, I think you need to dress up as Kyle from South Park. I think that's what you need to do. All right. If we are ready for Miriam, is she disconnected? Okay. Well, it was? Okay. Well, while Miriam gets reconnected, should we do another giveaway? Why not? Why not? I'm feeling like it today. So, what shall I give away? What shall I do? Let me check the comments. Yeah, one quick giveaway. All right, the comments, you're already saying yes, so I already know. We're confirmed. So let's do a sew mat. Let's do a sew mat. Everybody down below, put the word mat in the chat. Matt in the chat, cat in the hat, Matt in the chat. Put Matt in the chat right now, and we are going to spin to win to see who's going to win a S&P sew mat. Now, these are world famous. We don't mean to brag. It's just the truth. Everybody loves these. They come in all different sizes and all different colors for all the different machines. So if you've got a big machine, get the extra large. Got a small one, get the small mat. And lots of people use these for several different reasons, and you'll hear them all throughout Hoop Fest. So let's go ahead and spin that wheel, Kyle. Let's see who's going to win. Bum, ba-dum, bum, bum. Who's it going to be? And then you got to let us know what color you're picking. I want to know. I love sewing. I love that. So great. I love sewing watching from YouTube. Congratulations, you have just won a brand new SMP Sew Mat. So if you would like to claim that prize, head to smplive.tv, type that into your search bar on your Safari or your website or whatever on your internet, and head to smplive.tv, fill out that form at the bottom of the page. Let us know what color and what size sew mat you'd like, and we will get that shipped out to you. You got 30 days to claim it, or I'm putting it back in my prize cubicle and we're using it elsewhere. So let's get back to Miriam. I think she is ready, and let's talk all about the MB7. Hi, Miriam. Oh, I can't hear you. Are the headphones? Oh, uh-oh. I think the headphones. The internet gremlins are out today, guys, but we're not going to let that stop us. All right. Well, yeah, it's fine. It's all good. Well, let me check the comments and see how everybody's doing. All right. So Miriam is going to disconnect and join back in, but I have a question for SMP Nation, just real quick. What was your favorite education segment so far? We've got one left, so let us know down below in the comments. What was your favorite education session that you had today, or that you had from Hoop Fest? Let me know down below. Let me know down below. Oh, should we do one more giveaway since we're here? Let's just do it. Okay, someone commented to do another giveaway, so I'm listening. All right, let's do a $25 gift card, Kyle. Let's get people shopping today. Keyword, let's do love. Since the love was just on there, let's do love. Put love down in the chat. All righty, and that is for perfect. And that is for a $25 gift card. Woo! Okay, I'm seeing comments. Somebody said they can't pick the education sessions. I can't either. They're all my favorites. I learned so much from them all the time. All right. Look at you guys in your comments going crazy over here. All right. I'm ready to spin when you are, Kyle.
Oh.
There we go. Let's see who is winning this $25 gift card today. Marty Swanson, congratulations. You have just won a $25 gift card from SMP to SMP. So if you would like to claim that prize, head to smplive.tv, fill out the information down below. And just the most important thing that we need in terms of those gift cards is your email, because we're going to email you the gift card code that you can then use at checkout. So fill out that information, let us know what your email is, and then look out for an email from us with a gift card code, and then you can get shopping. How awesome is that? All right, I think we are ready for Miriam.
Is it working?
Ooh, it is, but it's a little muffly.
Okay. I took my headphones off because I thought they were disconnecting.
Yeah.
So let me see if I can try to log out and try to log in again.
Perfect.
Okay.
Sounds great. All righty. Well, you know what that means, guys? It's time for another giveaway. We're going to do another giveaway because why not? I'm in charge. I'm in the hot seat today. So let's go for some tote bags, because I never talk about how much I love these tote bags. I actually keep them in my car, and I use them frequently when I go grocery shopping. And then when people ask, what's Sewing Machines Plus? I sit there and I yap for the next 10 minutes about SMP and what we do. So if you want a chance to win the set of tote bags today, put down in the comments, hoop. Put down in the comments, hoop. Yes. All right, so we've got that loaded. So start commenting, y'all. I want to see all the comments down here. All right. Yes, I just saw a comment. They use their bags to store their quilts in. I love that. They're really big, which I really like. I feel like tote bags or just like the reusable bags you can go buy, they're too small. I need to be able to like shove things in there. In fact, I'm actually going to house it this weekend and I'm using the tote bags to pack. So love it. Love it. I love having my tote bags. I use them all the time. And then of course I come here and then I fill it up with fabric and then I go home back to the office and I make stuff with all the fabric. So you know the drill. You know the drill. All right. Are we ready to spin, Kyle? I think we are. I think we are. All right. Hit it. Dun, 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 dun. And this is for our SMP tote bags. Full set. Marsha, you just won a set of our SMP event bags. Congratulations. You are watching from YouTube today. So if you would like to claim that prize, head to smplive.tv, fill out the information that's down at the bottom of the page. Let us know what you won and what day you're watching from on Hoop Fest, and we will take care of the rest and get you that set of tote bags. All right, I'm going to hold off on giveaways. Let's check on Miriam.
Is it working?
Yes, yes. Okay. Woohoo! Yes, it is working. Listen, the internet gremlins, when they see Hoop Fest is just doing so well, they're like, no. But that does not stop us. That does not stop us. So Miriam, I'm going to let you jump right into the MB7 and I will come back shortly and tell everyone how they can get it. I don't want to take away any of your time.
Okay. Well, hello everyone. And thank you guys so much for having me and for being patient with all of this technical difficulties that we've had. So hopefully the sound is good now. So I'm very excited to talk to you guys about the MB7. The MB7 is one of Janome's multi-needle embroidery only machines. So that means it only does embroidery, but it has 7 needles to it. So that means you don't have to change your thread color until every 7 color changes, which is really fantastic for saving time and energy because changing your thread colors can be such a hassle. You're having to babysit your machine all the time, and you don't have to babysit this. It's every 7 color changes, which you're going to be able to get so much done with this machine. You can be so much more productive and prolific with this. You're going to absolutely love it. So it's also really user-friendly, which makes it really easy to learn and to graduate to a multi-needle machine if you've used one of Janome's either combo machines or embroidery only machines. And you're going to realize that by having a fair amount of similar icons. So for an example, our design logo or icon is always a flower. And you're going to notice that it may not be the exact same flower, but it's still going to be a flower, and you know that's going to be the design icon, and that's where I'm going to be able to get all my designs. It also has a really beautiful large screen to it. It's 5.7 inches, which is right over here. Got this beautiful touch screen that is 5.7 inches. So you've got a large editing surface and you can touch it so you can move things around. We are going to change angles and you're going to be able to see how easy it is to navigate the edit screen, and you're going to see how large the screen is and how much you can get done on it. There's also 50 built-in designs. So you've got anything from quilting designs to regular designs. You're going to have a design for all kinds of different occasions. The other great thing about it is that there are 10 fonts. One of the great things about multi-needle machines is they're fantastic for small businesses. So if you want to start a business for the general public to embroider their own designs, the MB7 is a fantastic machine for that, because it's going to speed up your process and allow you to make more money than you would if you had either less needles or a single needle. Imagine having to do that, big orders on a single needle. You can do so much more on the MB7. So you've got those 10 fonts, and tons of people are going to want you to embroider their names on polos or maybe even a hat. You name it, you're going to be able to have tons of fonts already there in your machine without having to bring in a design at a time or a letter at a time. It's all going to be right there and easily typed in, which we will show you how to do the fonts as well. So you're going to see how easy that is. Next, there are 2 and 3 letter monograms with or without the brackets. So you'll be able to choose the different style brackets that you want to use, if you want to use them at all, which again is a great thing for the general public to monogram. Depending on where you're living, people just love, I'm in the South, people love monograms. So it's a great business model to add that to your repertoire and have those monograms ready for you. It's also a nice and fast machine. It sews 800 stitches per minute. But without sacrificing a beautiful stitch at the end. At the end of the show, I am going to show you a few samples of things I've made, and I'm going to show you a squirrel lamp that I think you're going to love, and it's got beautiful stitching on it. So don't forget to stay tuned for that, because I think you're going to really love it. So I want you to see that stitch quality. Even though it sews 800 stitches per minute, you're still going to get this perfect, pristine, beautiful stitch quality, which again, at the end of the day is the most important thing. You're going to get 3 hoops with this machine. The largest hoop is the M1 hoop, which is 9.4 by 7.9. So it's basically a 9.5 by 8. Next, we have our M2 hoop, which is 5 by 4.3. And all of the hoops have this little template that comes with it that helps with placement. And then last but not least is the M3 hoop, which is this adorable little 1.9 by 1.9. And that is fantastic for onesies. You can even do socks on them. You can do all kinds of adorable things on that M3 hoop. I think you're going to come up with tons of different ways of using all of these hoops. There is also an optional hat hoop. So if you wanted to embroider on the top of a hat, you can do that, which is great. People love embroidering logos on hats, names, you name it. There's tons of opportunities to make a few extra bucks on the hat hoop. There is also a larger bobbin than normal, and I will show this to you closer up so you'll be able to see the scale. I know it's kind of far away, you're not going to be able to really see it very well, but it is 1.4 times larger than your standard bobbin. So it's going to give you a lot more thread on that bobbin, so you're going to have to change your bobbin less frequently than you would with some of the other standard bobbins. Especially if you wind it with a 80 weight thread, that's going to give you so much more thread on that bobbin. If you use a really fine thread, it's just, you're hardly going to have to change your bobbin out. There is also a separate bobbin winding motor that comes with the machine. It is attached to the machine back here. And what's great about it is a separate motor so that you can be embroidering and then have your bobbin winding in the back. So you're always going to have a bobbin ready for you whenever you need it. It's also, there's a feature called auto return after thread break. So after a thread breaks for whatever reason, it's going to return to where it broke so that it will be more easily repaired. There is also an optional cabinet that's available for this machine. Both for the MB4 and the MB7, which is what we're talking about today. It has a large opening in the center front, allowing for bulkier items to hang loose and out of the way, as well as some storage, and it is even more portable. You could roll it into events if you wanted to do on-site embroidery, because it is semi-portable. It is 50 pounds. So you can take it to events and embroider on site, which is a great thing if you are wanting to start a business. You could offer that at local craft shows, and it can expand your business that way, which is always a great way of making a little extra money and paying off your machine. Lastly, it is also made in Japan, so you know you're going to get that beautiful stitch quality that Janome is known and loved for. So now that we've kind of done an overview of the machine, let's go ahead and switch angles, and I'm going to show you the edit screen, and we're going to go over how to use the edit, look at a few of our designs, and go from there. So bear with me for 1 second while I walk around. Now I'm going to move the camera. There we go. I think that looks pretty good. So now we can see our screen. But before we do anything on the screen, I did want to re-show you that bobbin. So this is what the bobbin looks like. Again, it's 1.4 times larger than your standard bobbin. So I just wanted to show that to you while we were at a closer angle. So now we can wake her up. She was just sleeping. Now that she's awake, this is sort of our menu page, or like our main menu. This has our main different features that we're going to choose from. We have our alphabets and our designs. Remember how I mentioned that all of our flower icons are our designs. So I'm going to select the designs. Now it shows me my designs. I'm on M2 of 1 of 7 pages. So this gives you a variety of designs on each page. This also has some of your quilting designs on here as well. And we can keep going. These are just some more designs. And then these are some of the petite designs that are for the M3. So those would be very small. So let's turn our page again because I want to get to number 5 here. I'm going to select number 5. And you can see the design that I chose. It's kind of got like a little frame with flowers on it. Now, before we do anything about changing the design, I want to first show you how you can change your hoop. So these are different hoop options. We're going to go to the M, and it shows me my 3 different hoop options to choose from, because all of the M's are what comes standard with the machine. Now, it's only showing that M1 is going to work because the M2 and M3, this design is too large for. So we're going to go back and keep the M1 hoop on. Next, turn our page one more time. And we're going to increase and decrease our design. So we can decrease our design by 20%, 20% smaller, and 20% larger. So I can only go up to 105% at this angle. So let's go ahead and go back and rotate our design. So we can rotate our design by 90 degrees and also by a degree at a time. So we could do it at a degree at a time if we're happy with that. I'm going to arrow back. I'm going to actually just go back up and increase my design even more to my 120. And it will beep at you when you cannot increase it or decrease it any larger or smaller. So it's showing me I'm at 120% and I'm at 270 degrees. So I'm going to turn my page back. I could trash my design if I wanted to. I could save my design if I wanted to. I could save it to my machine or save it to a USB stick here on the side. I'm going to turn my page. I could copy this, and now I have more than one design. You can see I've got multiple designs here. So we're going to turn our page again to trash that to get rid of one of those because we don't need both of those. I'm going to turn back to the page that I want to be on. Now we can rotate and flip this horizontally as well as vertically. So I'm happy with the way that looks. I think that looks nice. Now we also have our ABCs here, which is our fonts, but you may notice it's all grayed out because we don't have a font to play with. So we're going to go back, and I will add some fonts, and that will be no longer grayed out. But the benefit of it being grayed out is that the machine's not going to show you anything that you can't use at that moment. So it makes it a lot, that sort of goes with that whole user-friendly aspect of it. So let's change the colors of our design, because we have different colors on the machine than what's on the screen. So I want to see what it will look like with the thread colors that I currently have. So let's do orange. So I'm going to select orange, and we're going to increase, and we're going to select orange again because that is actually an applique feature. It had a tack down stitch, and then it has your satin stitch around it. So we're not going to make this into applique, so we're just going to leave that with the same color. I'm going to keep this the teal color, and then I'm going to do a green for all the greenery. And then I'm going to change this to a little darker purple, like a more pinky purple. The other nice thing about it is that there is this little arrow here, which can completely customize the color. I'm going to go back up to that nice plum color because that's what I want to use. And that's close to what I have on my machine. Last one, we're going to do yellow for this one. There we go. Sometimes the stylus works better. Sometimes your finger works better. Now we're done with changing all of our thread colors. I'm going to hit the OK button to activate all of those changes. So now you can see I've changed the look of this design by changing the colors. This is a great way of auditioning your colors to see what it will look like without having to actually stitch it out for you. So this can be a great way of not having to, it's just saving a whole lot of time. So I'm happy with the way that looks. So we're going to turn our page, and we can even zoom in here, zoom in a little closer. We can move the whole design itself. So I'm just moving the design, and then I can move the background where I'm moving the whole background and taking a look at it that way, but keeping the design stationary. I can zoom out. So I'm happy with that. That looks good. But I did want to add some letters to this. So I'm going to add a font. So I'm going to go to my menu button and select the A through Z. Now this is going to show me my different fonts up here. It has 2 different fonts of A's, and that's going to show me all 10 fonts right here, plus my 2 and 3 letter monograms, as well as border and normal sew. Border and normal sew are just different icons or different designs that can be edited like letters. And I'll show you once we actually type out the letters what you could do. We'll be able to increase, decrease them, move them around, space them out, arch them, do some really fun stuff. And you can do the same thing with these normal and normal sew and border. I am going to scroll over and select script and hit the OK button because that's the font I want to use. I can enter this in where it's horizontal or vertical, as well as I can have it large, medium, or small. We're going to select small. We do capital or lowercase. We're going to keep it capital. And we're going to type in Janome. And we're going to press OK. Now it's going to bring that in. I'm going to move this over with my arrows. I could also do it with my stylist or my finger. I'm going to move it down a little bit. We're going to turn our page until we get to the alphabet, which is right here. And now I can curve my Janome. I can space it out. Or bring it closer together. But I'm happy with that. I think that looks pretty good. So I'm going to hit the OK button. Now this is going to take us to my Ready to Sew screen. And my Ready to Sew screen shows that it has the M1 hoop. It is important to recognize what hoop that is on there because the machine does not know what hoop you have on. So you have to make sure that you put the correct hoop on. This is the size of your design, how long it's going to take, the amount of colors there are, and the amount of stitches there are. So on this side, we have our needles, and then we have our color changes on this side. So what I'm going to do is one of my favorite features, which is I'm going to reassign my colors to my needles. In other words, I have 7 colors on my machine right now, but they're not in the proper order. So I want to reorder them so that they are in the proper order for the colors that are on the screen. So I'm going to turn my page, select this icon, and now we're going to change these numbers to correspond with the numbers of where they are on the needles on the machine itself. So this is orange. So my orange is on number 3. So that's on my needle 3. So I want to increase my needles to 3. I'm going to skip ahead and increase this second one as well because they're both orange. And now we're doing this really pretty teal color, which is on needle 4. So we're going to jump ahead to needle 4 here. Now we have this beautiful lime green color, which is my favorite color, but that's on needle 2. So I need to minus this down to 2. Next, we have that pretty sort of pinky purple color, which is on my needle 5. So I'm going to increase that to needle 5. Jump ahead to yellow, which is on my needle 6. So I'm going to jump to needle 6 and then black. I don't have a black on my machine right now. So I'm going to do this pretty pale pink color, which is on needle 7. So I'm going to go and jump ahead to 7. And now I've reassigned my needles to the appropriate colors on my design. Now I'm going to scroll back to my ready to sew screen. And then I would be ready to begin embroidering by just pressing the start button right here on the side or on the head of the machine. And then I'd be ready to go. I'm going to move the camera back so we can see the whole head of the machine, because I want to quickly run over how to thread the machine, because threading machines can feel very overwhelming at first, but they're really not that scary, especially once you break it down. So I'm going to break it down for you a little bit. So we first have our cone of thread here in the back. It's going to go straight up to our thread stand, through a little opening, through our first tension disc, through our second tension disc, which is right here. Straight down through this opening, there's a spring, back up to our take-up lever, back down through the 2 openings, and then one more hook in front of the needle, and then just thread the eye of the needle, and then that's it. There are a bunch of openings open at this front bar here. You can only see the front of it, but there are openings here where the threads go through. If you break it down by each color has 3 openings, it's a lot easier to look at and it's not so overwhelming, because there's a lot of thread going on. But the benefit of this is once you have it all threaded up, it's super easy to change colors. All you have to do is cut this little thread here, tie it on like you would with a serger, open up your tension spring, which is right up here. There's a little lever. You can hear that clicking back and forth. And then just pull all the way through and then thread the eye of the needle, and then you are good to go. So it just takes a handful of seconds to switch out each color thread. So it's really not that hard. Maximum, a minute, not that bad, not that big of a deal. So it's really something that is totally doable. All right, let me quickly, I know we're behind schedule because of all the technical difficulties, but I just want to show you a few of the samples just so you can see how beautiful the stitch quality is. So look at how beautiful those flying geese are. This is a table runner, so you can see how beautiful that stitch quality is. And then I have another table runner of these flowers. See how beautiful that turned out. And then last but not least is that lampshade that I had mentioned. This is my squirrel lamp. And you can just see how beautiful that stitch quality is. And I'll bring this back to the back so you can see it a little bit fuller, so you can kind of see the whole lamp here. I don't know if you guys have ever made a lampshade, but it is a lot of fun. I've made a couple of them and I highly recommend it. You can just customize them to any room that you want them to be in. So I think they're a lot of fun to make, so I highly recommend trying them out. If it's I'm going to add that to your list of projects that I want you to work on. So just a quick overview. It's going to be a really productive, prolific machine. It's user-friendly. You've got multiple hoops, 3 hoops with it. It's semi-portable, made in Japan, beautiful stitch quality, which you just saw. Those squirrels just stitched out so beautifully. So I'm going to send it back to Kennedy because I'm all done here. And I know we're probably over our limit.
You are all good. You covered everything and you did an amazing job. And I love that lampshade. Every time you show it, I'm like, that's just perfect. I just love it. It's so cute. Is that Tula Pink? Is that?
It is.
Okay. I was like, that's Tula Pink when I see it for sure.
Yeah.
But I love it. Miriam, amazing job. I'm going to tell everyone how they can get it. But thank you so much for coming on to Hoop Fest this week and being here and showing off all these machines. You did a fantastic job, and we love having you here. So thank you, and we'll see you at Comic-Con.
Can't wait. I'm so excited.
Yay! Awesome, Miriam. Well, let me tell you guys all about this MB4. So this machine is so awesome because you've got the 4 needles, so you can really play, and the multi-needles are perfect for anyone who's trying to get into that business side of embroidery, trying to do custom projects, things like that. With this MB4, let me tell you a little bit about what's going on here. So you got a free bonus coming with it. So you got the hat hoop. You're going to get the hat hoop. You're going to get the lettering hoop holder unit. You're going to get the number 7 lettering hoop, and you're going to get the number 9 lettering hoop. And those come in a couple different sizes. So you're going to get all of those all included for free, and that's worth $550, which is just beautiful. Beautiful. So with Janome's multi-needles, the MB4 and the MB7, you're getting that extra large bobbin, which is 1.4 times bigger than a regular bobbin. Now, anytime I hear just the bigger the bobbin, the better, right? You want to be able to sew longer and not have to worry about changing that bobbin so often. So that is a huge plus. You also get that really nice computer screen, so it really makes it easy to redesign and re-edit like Miriam was showing you, and you can change like the rotation of the design. You also have really amazing lighting, and that's huge, 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 huge for making sure that you can see all the stitches really well. You can link this directly to your PC. So I know some people were asking if it was compatible with your computer. Yes, you can connect this in with your PC and transfer designs back and forth. You also get the dedicated bobbin winding motor, which is nice. You have that on the side so you can be winding bobbins while you are stitching. And if you got that assembly line of getting projects done, it's perfect for you. Like I said, you get those 3 hoops. The maximum speed of this is 800 stitches per minute, but you can adjust that. You can go as low as 400 stitches per minute. So depending on what kind of project you're working on, you can slow it down, make sure you're getting everything right. It is PC compatible. Like I was saying, you're getting all those hoops included. You are getting the M1 hoop, the M2, and the M3, which is the ones that Miriam had showed you. Those come with the machine already, but then you're also getting that added on bonus. So my last messages to you on this are, if you are interested in this, give us a call at 1-800-401-8151. We've got financing available. So if you are curious about that, give us a call and we can get you a quote and get you some options for you. And we have our sales team on standby ready to take your call. Man, that MB4, I love it. Now, I think it's time for me to bring my co-host back in, Miss Angela. How have you been? I've missed you. It's been like, what, an hour?
I know. I've been outside helping my husband clean a boat.
No, that's so good of you. That's so good of you.
I don't know.
That's so
I was
nice
more
of you.
monitoring because I had
Yeah.
this on so I could listen.
You're like,
I
I'm
was
halfway in the
giving
door.
I was giving orders.
Yes. I love that. Well, Angela, you have another guest that I'm so excited for, and I love seeing her on my screen. So I'm going to let you take it away and chat with Miss Rosemary.
Sounds good. Rosemary, I'm so excited is coming on the show. Rosemary has been with Brother for quite a few years, but I love her bio because she says that her grandmother sewed, her aunt sewed. That means she has to sew. I have known Rosemary for so many years. We are good friends, and she's been on At Your Side Virtually. I call her the entrepreneur embroiderer. I don't know, maybe that should have been reversed, but I've learned so much from her, and she's here today to talk about the Brother NQ 3550W. Rosemary, join the party. How are you?
Hey! He's excited to see him. It's Friday. Friday. Yay, it's Friday. Isn't everybody excited that it's Friday?
I love it. Rosemary, it's so nice to see you. And
it's great to see you.
I can't wait to see what you show, but because you're so talented, this is going to be amazing.
You're very kind. So, what are we going to talk about today? So I'm Rosemary Castillo-Sarden, a brother educator here, and I live in San Antonio, Texas, retired Air Force. I'm all dolled up because I had the privilege of going to a retirement ceremony for a colleague of mine that I've known for a number of years, and it's always great when you had that job that was the best job in the whole wide world, and we just love it. But now I'm doing this job, and it's a really, really close second of being the best job in the whole wide world. Why? Because I get to demonstrate very cool machines to you. So the one I'm going to demonstrate for you today is the NQ3550W. That's a mouthful. This is a great little machine, and I'm going to take you through that. So let me switch my camera, that way you can take a look at the machine. And it's not the biggest machine that Brother has, but what I love about this machine, that this machine is big enough for either a beginner, someone who just starting to sew, or someone who already has a really big machine and wants it to be portable and take it around to retreats and everything. So the NQ3550W is a sewing and embroidery combo. So I have the little screen up for embroidery right now. And it has all the great features that the Brother machines has, where, you know, you can put once your presser foot goes down and it's a green light, you can use that to start it, or you can use your foot control, needle up and down, scissors. Everybody loves that little scissor button, but my favorite is definitely the presser foot up and down. And it is self-threading. We have a self-threading mechanism right here, so it'll thread the needle right there. And I'll take you through that as we go along with it. So kind of some specs on what this is. It has 258 built-in designs, 140 frame pattern combinations, 13 lettering fonts, plenty of sewing designs, 291 built-in stitches, 10 buttonholes, one-step buttonholes. That is amazing right there. Everybody's always afraid of buttonholes once I show them how to use the foot. And all you have to do is press the green button, and it does it from beginning to end for you. It's brilliant. It has a nice little display. It's a 3.67 LCD touchscreen right here. So you can do all your editing and selecting of your patterns with that. And it is wireless. So you can see, I'm going to come in a little bit. That way you can, nope, that's out in, because I want you to see the little icon right here, where it's telling me that I've connected to my network here at home, and I've got a little like exclamation point. So that's telling me when I touch that, it goes there and say, hey, there's an update. There's the latest update, but there is a new update on the server. So you could actually press the start key, and it will download automatically to your machine and install it that way. So that's really a very nice way of keeping your machine up to date. And you can do, let's see, what else? It's a big throat space for this machine, 8.3 from needle to the edge of the machine. I can get a pretty big quilt. If I needed to to quilt a king size quilt, I can. It'll be a little hard, but I can. But pretty much you roll everything up and it's going to fit in there very, very well. I've done it numerous times. And because it's wireless, you can connect it to the ArtSpirit app. That way you can download or transfer designs and edit on your phone or mobile device and send it straight to your machine. And you can also watch, well, not I'll say watch, you can monitor it with the other app, which is My Stitch Monitor. As you're embroidering, it lets you know where it is in the design. If a thread breaks or if you run out of bobbin thread, it will notify you with that. So lots of really cool things. So that's kind of the big overview for this, this machine. So let's talk about what we get sewing wise. So when I click right here, we have two ways of selecting things. You have awesome on-screen selection and editing here, and then right here takes you through different things. So right here I've got my, when I press on that, I have my different categories for sewing, which is really awesome. So like this first category is utility stitches, stuff I use all the time. And if I wanted to make any adjustments, say I want to lengthen my the stitch, I can press this button right here and lengthen the stitch right here. Or if I needed to move it over, the needle over to the left or to the right, I can do that. Anything in black is the default for that one. So that's really cool. I love it. You can go back to that. Here's some more utility stitches, which is great. It kind of almost looks like decorative. But when we get to number 6, that's when a lot of the fun starts. So I've got tons of different decorative stitches here that I can create. And all of that is also on the lid. Let me zoom out so you can see the lid of this. And I'll zoom back in. So you can see all the different stitches right there at your fingertips. And they all coordinate with a number, and you can see that right there on your screen. So how, I get this asked quite a bit, and that is, how big are these decorative stitches? And I'm like, well, I don't know. We're going to have to like stitch it out. But, you know, we're not the most patient of stitchers or sewers a lot of times. So we'll just go ahead and start stitching on a project, and it'd be totally wrong for the project. So I highly recommend to stitch some of them out and create a little stitch book with that. So I started with number, which one was it? 19? Nope. With 13. I started with 13 because that's when it got really interesting. Oops, I got it upside down. And you can see them right there. And I just stitched it out. And those are kind of the normal ones. But when we get to the next screen, like 626, look how big that one is. And we don't know until we stitch it out. And so it's always a good idea to take a look at it and stitch it out this way. And also, you can say I select this one right here. When I select this little editing button right there, it all comes out of the large size. So all these that I've stitched out here are at the large size for this. I can actually, they actually have a different size and make it smaller. So you can create a whole different look with that. And it just depends on what you want to do. But at least you know what the large size is with that one. And you can save it. So I can add a pattern to this. So if I go back and I add that pattern to it, check it out. So now I can keep going with that, and it's going to repeat. It'll do this one, and then it'll do that one, and go back and forth until you tell it to stop. Really cool way to make some custom stitching as you're sewing for embellishments. So that's pretty much the biggest part of the sewing portion with that. So let's take a look at the embroidery. So the embroidery I have here, I have it on the sewing. I don't have the embroidery on. That way I can go arm on there. That way I can go back and forth. If I put the embroidery on there, I can't show you the sewing. And I didn't want to waste time, you know, turn it off the machine, turn it back on. But it's here's my sewing arm right there. My embroidery arm, excuse me. So And how big is the hoop, Rosemary? Let's see. You get 2 hoops with this machine. Since it is sewing and embroidery, you get a nice big 5x7 hoop. And the biggest hoop for this machine is the 6x10 hoop. So I showed you my little drama llama. Where'd you go? Oh, on Tuesday when I was presenting, I asked everybody to name her because I hadn't named her or him. And see how big that is in the hoop? Fits very nicely in there. So it's a really big one. So if you have a name for my llama, I'll take suggestions. I have not decided on what it is I want to name him or her yet. But I got some really good suggestions on Tuesday. So let's chime in here in the comments and let me know what you think. All right. So here is our screen on that one. So we have a lot of patterns right in here. That little llama is in this crown section right here. And if I go, there she is right there. I'm going to go back because I want to show you some of the, so I need to put a smaller design on there because I did not talk about lettering. We'll just do that one. That's a really nice one. I've stitched this out several times and I'm going to set it. So I got the question and didn't demonstrate on Tuesday, hey, can we add lettering, you know, to a design? And the answer is yes. Yes, please. So I have an add button down here. So I can click on that. Takes us back to our selection screen right there. And here is our lettering. And I've got 6, 7, 8, 9 English fonts, and then a couple of Cyrillic, and then some, I think it's either Korean or Japanese, one of the two, but I would say Japanese. Since it's a Japanese company, it's probably that. Lettering for that one. So, say I want to add something to this. I like this font. I think it's pretty cool. That first tab shows us all the uppercase and lowercase, and so to go through each one, you use the arrows on the panel to go to the screen. So I want to do, I'll do love. Oh, I'll keep it all uppercase. And B and E. Perfect. Once I'm done with it, I can hit set. And it comes in right on top of the design. Why? Because all of our designs come in the middle of the frame. So all we have to do, it's already highlighted. So I can click move and I can move it down. Boom, perfect. I can size it. Let's make this smaller. That looks pretty good. I like it. Perfect, perfect. And I can say okay on that one. Obviously I can rotate it as well too. 90, 10, 1 degrees. We'll leave it just like that. And then we can edit. There's a couple of things. We can change the color of it. So here's the editing part of it. I can change that color right there. So when I select that, say if I want to make it red, I can make it red. So it's perfect. All lettering comes in black and you can just move it from there. All right. I have another button here that lets me change the density of that lettering. You can't do it on the regular designs, but on the lettering, say you stitch it out, you test something out, and you think it's a little, you know, the thread is a little bit too open in the design, so you can come back in and increase this density, or maybe it's too tight and you want to decrease it. So we'll keep it at 100. And font edit. That's where all the fun is. Oh, good. Multicolor. Because right now, everything is one color on this on the lettering. It's one object. There's 4 items on there, but it is one color all the way through. But say I want to change each letter to have a different color on that. We can do that one of 2 ways. One, you can bring in each letter at a time. Not fun. Or you can hit the multicolor button. Nothing happens, right? I'm going to say okay. And I'm going to go to my color. Now that L is by itself, I can change it to that one. I can use the thread plus or minus to go to the next one and change it to that one, and so on and so on. Now the machine will be set and it will change. It will stop after every letter. That way you can change your thread. That's a really cool feature. I really like it. All right, let us go back. I'm going to go back to that. Take off the multicolor and take a look at this one. Let's look at array. Array is awesome. Right now it's in a straight line, but we can make it an arc just like that. The little frowny face arc. One of my favorites is that one. So say I wanted to put this on the side of the heart right here. I can move it all over and it could be on the side. And then I can adjust it. I can even it out or make it even more. But just like that. A more severe arc. More severe frowny face just like that. We'll go back to this one. All right. Say I bought this font and I go, yeah, that's okay. But you know what? Let me audition some other fonts. And so by going back to, I go through this really quick. So this button right here will show you the three A's on that. Now I can select some different fonts for that. Say I want to do this Levity font right there. That looks good. And we can use the arrows to go to a different one. We'll keep it on that one and say okay. I can increase or decrease the spacing. So like right now it looks a little crowded. So let's increase the spacing just a little bit. Perfect. And if you don't like it, you can always start over. Hit that button and you start over. Let's say okay. I can split this all if I wanted to. So this is kind of neat. So if I click on that one, there's a little teeny tiny knife that shows up. I don't know if you can see it right there. And if I say okay or hit the knife, it is now going to separate itself from that whole word. So now instead of having one object, I have two objects. I have the L as one object and the OVE as another. Why is that important? Well, let me tell you. Say you do monograms. Who doesn't love a monogram? I know I love a monogram. So right now I have the OVE selected. I'm going to go back to that L. And now I can do this. I can make that letter much bigger. Select that one. And what was I doing? Make this one a little smaller. How cool is that? Now I can move that in and up just a wee bit. That looks so much different than what we had originally in a straight line. Very neat, isn't it? So now, what was the last one on this one? Font edit. Oh, let's do that one. On font edit, I can make each letter bigger or smaller, or change the font of each one. So say I don't like that scripty one. Say I want to go back. I just want that for the L. I can go back and do and change the rest of them and make it two separate fonts. Since I've already separated the and made it two objects, I can just do that. And now it just looks completely different, which is really awesome. All right. So that's pretty much what we get with fonts and what we can do. So you can spend all day just personalizing. In fact, the majority of my business are people that go to my Google page and go, hey, that person lives in my neighborhood, and back to school, even though school just let out, but it's going to come back sooner than you think. And I get those backpacks ready. I'll advertise for different font selections. And I have people, pretty much at my door wanting to have their kids' backpacks or bags or lunch bags with their initials or their names on that. So that's really awesome. So once we're done, say you can spend all your time here kind of designing. But say you're doing this late at night. I don't know if we have any Bridgerton fans out there. Yes, I was that person that stayed up till 2 in the morning and watched all of the last 4 episodes. Who is with me? Give me a thumbs up there. Loved it. It was great. I've done all the books. It's fantastic. But say, okay, it was late, so I kind of got this far, and I still want to edit some more. So I can actually save this design right here, and I can save it to my machine, on my USB, or save it to a pocket and on Wi-Fi. Kind of cool. There, save it on my machine. I'm saving it. It'll take a little while. She has to think about it. There it is. Now I can come back to it whenever I want, which is great. What else? I can, oh, even though the screen is small, you do have the opportunity of increasing the magnification on that way. That way you can take a really good look, and you can use the arrows right here on the screen. Nothing moves. You're just moving the view of what it looks like. That's all you're doing when you're doing that. And you can go all the way to 300, which makes that really nice. The other thing, oh, let me go back and go back to 100. Because another fun thing is this little icon right here, this hoop. When I do that, I can see what it looks like in a 4x4 hoop, or actually the 5x7 hoop, or the 6x10 hoop, and we can do that as well. All right, I'm about ready to go, so I'm going to end my edit, and now I can move it. I'm going to use the reverse button to go back. Right now, if I moved anything here, it just moves it on the screen. But when I end my edit, excuse me, then I can move the design wherever I need to move it. And the hoop will move as well. The dot in the middle puts it back in the middle of your hoop. So if you wanted to do a number of these, you could put this one all the way to the top and start that same process again. Bring it back in and do it again. All right. What else do we have? I can color sort. So if I have, say, 2 of these, it will, if I press this button, it will do all of this first one, because that's a 1-color design. It will do all of that first and do another heart again right after it. And then it will go to the next section, which would be the lettering on that. That's a really neat way of doing the same design in one hoop and just having a color sort there. Another fun thing I like doing, everybody says, okay, let's trace our design. So when we trace our design, what it's going to do, the hoop will move and give me like around the perimeter of the whole design. That's kind of cool. But sometimes I want to see how far, if I have my hoop full of stuff, I want to see how far I can get in, you know, left to right, top to bottom. So I use this button right here. And that's going to give me what I need. Right now it's in the middle. If I hit this one, that hoop is going to go all the way to the left side, and you'll get to see what where that left side hits, that design on the left side, where it's going to hit in that hoop. And you can position it that way. If you're doing kind of some like I'll call it like fussy embroidery, kind of like fussy cutting, but you want to put the design in a certain place, you would use this technique to do that too. So it's kind of a trace method, but it's not. It's finding out exactly where we are side to side, up and down, and the corners of that too. And then once we go to embroidery, it lists all our colors right here, how long they're going to take, how many stitches it takes, how long it's going to stay on the machine, 6 minutes, and it's going to show you which design starts first. It's going to start with that one. It's going to last 4 minutes, and then it'll go through the different ones. Oh, this is a 2-color design. Somewhere in here is another kind of purplish. Your friend right here is the needle plus minus. So when you click on that, because your needle will break, you'll run out of bobbin thread, your top thread breaks. So anytime that's happening during your embroidery process, you will fix whatever it is you need to fix, and then you can use the minus 10, 20, sometimes I go back 30. It just depends on how big of a hole there is with that one. And once I have that area where it's going to be covered that was skipped earlier, then I just press OK and I go back to stitching with what I have there. So there you go. That is our embroidery portion of this one. Another cool thing that's really neat on this machine is if I go to my properties and I go to page 7. The top one says embroidery foot auto down. This is an awesome thing. So when you get this machine, it is off, which means you have to lower your presser foot right here, and the red dot will turn green when you're ready to go, and then you just press it and go. When you turn this on, you don't have to press this anymore. That light will stay green the whole time, and all you have to do is press it, and those presser foot will go down, and it starts to embroider. It's magic. I love, love, love it. So on the presser foot thing, I'm going to show you one thing on the sewing that is my favorite in the whole wide world. So if I go back to here and just do, just a regular stitch. So we're doing this stitch right here. This button right here is your friend. So say you're quilting and you're chain piecing, you're chain piecing a bunch of, half square triangles or whatever it is you're going to do. You're chain piecing that. So it's going to stop. So a lot of times it will stop, your needle will be down, and your presser foot will stay down. And that's okay. But if I turn this on, as I'm stitching, once I stop, the needle will stay down, and the presser foot will come up. It's perfect when you want to add another piece of fabric under there, or you want to make a small adjustment without having to use this to raise the presser foot. So I love it. That thing is on almost every time I am doing any kind of piecing with that. All right. So those who do not know, and for the grand finale, since today is Friday and it's grand finale day, we'll grand finale on the needle threader, because that is probably the next thing next to pie. And I do love pie. So I have threaded the machine, and this is out of the needle. Right now I'll go in just a little bit more. And here's my thread. I'm going to go right in there and right in number 7. So my thread is right in this section right here, and it catches number 7. I have a little cutter on the side, and it cuts my thread. So when I go out, let me go this way a little bit, you will see this lever right here. So when I press that lever all the way down, it will thread the needle. Ready? Here we go. Oops, there we go. And that's it. That's all you had to do. Now that needle is threaded, and you can get on your way. You don't have to put in, you don't have to get your magnifying glass. You don't have to do anything. It's done. It's already done. It's perfect. Now, a couple of things, one more thing. 2 big books that come, well, big books, 2 books that come with your machine is this embroidery design guide. What's awesome about that, because the screen is kind of little, but it shows you every single design that is in there, and it tells you what colors by the number, and these are brother colors, and you can organize your colors with that. So that's a really cool one. The other one, in your manual for this one, everyone, pretty much all the brother ones have something in their manual. You just have to look at the table of contents, and it's a stitch chart. And with that stitch chart, it has every single stitch. It shows you what foot to use, what the name of it is, everything. I make up names for all my stitches, and I go back to looking at this. I'm like, oh, that's what that is. So, and it shows you your characters, and it shows you your decorative stitches too. So that is really, really cool. Instead of looking at the screen, you can plan out doing it this way as well too. All right. Okay, one more thing. I'll show you the project I did. I've been meaning to do this for a while. Oops, I took it off the pillow. I did these pillow bands. I have a T-Rex arm, so I'm trying to stretch as far as I can. So this goes on, on the pillow like this, which is really awesome because then you can just switch it out and do another one. But I made this one. I got fancy, so I made this reversible. So one is on one side, and then on the other side, I did one of these large letters. Nice. And I even got super fancy because I didn't fasten it. There's no Velcro or, well, I'll say Velcro. Hoop, hook and loop. That's what it is. Hoop. And so there's nothing there. There's no buttons. And so this took some engineering to do this to where I wanted a continuous band with no, and you can see that seam. And I've got that seam on both sides. So there you go. That was fun with stitching right there. Angela, questions?
Rosemary, that was a fantastic demonstration. You're going to have to go back through because I think your llama has been named. No drama llama.
Drama llama, that's what I named her originally. And it's like, that's not, I was like, that sounds a little boring. But drama llama.
There are a couple quick questions. Everybody's pretty excited that this also sews and embroiders. Yes. They want to know, how heavy is it? Because it looks like a great travel machine. Someone said this could be their assistant or their luminaire.
It is. I'm going to go back to this one, and I'll actually pick it up for you. I'd have to see how.
Oh yeah, that's super light.
It's good. It's heavy enough. It's not like.
Rosemary,
what's that?
While you're over there, there's two other questions. Does it have a free arm?
Yes. These are awesome questions. I didn't even show that part.
Love
there
that.
You go.
And
very
what's
nice.
The longest stitch length on that one? Is that for sewing? Is it 5.0 on that machine?
For sewing, I can go 5.0 millimeters. That's pretty long. There is a basting stitch. As I was doing my little stitch chart here, the little stitch book, I did come across a basting stitch. And with the space that I was doing this on, I think it got 2 stitches in there. So it's a very long basting stitch. Comes with tons of, all the regular feet. There's a little compartment right in here that you can take it off with all your kind of your normal stuff here. Oh, my iPhone fell on. And then you have some other extras. I think there could be a 1/4 inch. Don't quote me on it. I know there was another funny looking one in there that I usually don't use hardly at all. But there are some more things. Your free motion foot comes with this as well too.
Very nice.
What else?
Very nice. That was the sum of it. And for all of you that wonder, if you have more questions, you can call in to Sewing Machines Plus and they can answer your questions as well. Rosemary, I love the embroidery on that. One last thing, someone was wondering if that software that you downloaded to use that on the screen, but it wasn't. It's built into the machine.
It's built into the machine. I don't need software to do anything on this machine. I can edit everything I do with the built-in fonts and built-in designs, and it has a USB port. So if I bought a design, a third-party design, I can put it on my USB off of my computer, put it on the side, and just bring it in that way.
Yeah, Nilda, you don't need software. I mean, everybody, if you want to keep growing, get software, but you don't need it for anything she just showed you today. So
nope, nothing.
Okay, last thing, and then I'll let you go. Tama wants to know, did you name your machine?
Did I what?
Name your machine.
I did not name this one. I've named some of the other ones before. Yeah, I will name it if I keep this one. Brother sends me this machine. I don't know how long I'll have her, so she hasn't found a permanent place. I have 2 other machines that I usually use, so those are the ones that get named.
Well, thank you, Rosemary. And do you want to let everyone know where they can find you as well, because you have a website?
I do. Actually, it's best to find me on Facebook. Both of them as Upper 90 Logos and Embroidery. On Instagram, X, I guess it's called. I don't do a whole lot on X, but I do stuff on Instagram and on Facebook. but Zupper Nutty logos and embroidery.
Awesome. Thanks, Rosemary. Love you. Have a great weekend.
I love
Happy holidays.
you.
No
Mwah!
drama llama. Now let me tell you guys how to get this machine. I saw a lot of you asking, what machine is this? Yes, it does sewing and embroidery. This is the NQ3550W. Fantastic price right now. You have to call in $2,499.99. Save that penny. And you can call in at 800-401-8151. So you could see that it embroiders, it sews. You saw all the many designs in there. There was so much going on with this machine, and easy and lightweight. So you can carry it as a travel machine. And you saw the big designs that she did, and everything that she showed you on that screen is built into the machine. So Nilda, that was a great question, wondering if it had to do with software. Now, of course, software is like the next level up, but everything she showed you is built in. And it has a ton of sewing stitches. That was a great tip of her to say, hey, why don't you stitch out all the decorative stitches and then you can save them? That's like something that I've been doing for years, and you just keep it kind of in your sewing, like your sewing Bible. All right, so call in if you have questions, and Sewing Machines will help you with that. I think I got all the questions, but if I missed any, keep them rolling. SMP will answer. All right, by the way, we're loving your photos on Instagram and Facebook of your selfies of how you're watching this. So don't forget, $100 gift cards going out for that. It's just an extra bonus. Yeah. All right, so next up, we have another education. I love these education ones. Now, Stephanie hopefully won't make me cry. I'm just kidding, Stephanie. All right, it's a long story if you missed that earlier. Stephanie is a self-proclaimed professional crafter. Oh, I love that word. She is the craft coordinator for Sizer North America, which is the industry leader in HTV and PSV vinyl. Oh my gosh, I'm loving all this vinyl going on. Stephanie educates on all things vinyl, embroidery, sublimation, and offers helpful tips and tricks no matter what the topic is. So, Stephanie, I'm dying to see what you're going to do today, and welcome to the party. And I know you're not going to make me cry, but earlier she showed a beautiful thing she made of her grandparents that I was just like dying. So you're going to make me laugh, I hope.
I'm going to make you laugh. You know I'm going to make you laugh. And I'm going to make you love more crafting, right? That's what I do. I'm an enabler. That's what I love to do.
You're an enabler. I'm going to let you take it over, and I'm going to sit in the side. It's so nice to see you, Stephanie. You look fabulous.
Thank you. Thank you. So, hey, everybody. I am Stephanie with Sizer North America, and it's Caesar like the Caesar salad. And that is a comment that we get all the time. And we even do videos and make fun of it. So today I'm kind of doing several projects to talk about. And the first one is going to be sublimation. Some of you may already know what that is, but if not, let's take a quick recap and find out a little bit more about it. So Brother has come out with a new sublimation printer. It's back behind me, and it is the SP1. So what's sublimation? Let's talk about that for just a few minutes, because some of you may be a little intimidated by it. You don't know what it is. So I want to give a little education first. So sublimation, is it new? Let's talk about it. Not at all. It's actually been around for about 78 years. It just wasn't affordable for the home crafter. Now it is. So if you were at your parents', your grandparents', and on the wall there was a plate hanging and it had Nixon, it had JFK, it had Elvis, it had Martin Luther King, guess what? That was sublimation. So yeah, it's been around a really long time. And it was, huge machinery, huge presses. Now it's affordable for us for the crafting world. So let's talk about that. Now, it does not print white ink. So that's the first caveat that's going to come with it. It's not going to have those. And I'm laughing at the comments about that. So, it's not going to print white. So you need to be able to press it on something light colored. It doesn't have to be pure white by any means. It's just light colored. It's not going to be able to be seen on a black t-shirt. Next, it has to have polyester. So that's the science behind it. I'm kind of nerdy that way. I enjoy learning about that. So if you have 100% cotton shirt and you sublimate on it, the ink is going to lay on top of that shirt. And then when you wash it, guess what? It's going to go away. And I don't want you to go through that. So you have to have polyester. So I'm going to break it down so simple for you. 100% polyester is going to grab 100% of that color. So how does that work really? When you print it, and I'm just going to say, with the magic of printing, I have printed a page. So I have printed some designs here, and they even look a little bit dull, and we're going to talk about that. So this is a solid, right? It's a piece of paper. It's a solid. And then it's going to take heat, which I have my heat press right here next to me. When I heat it, it becomes basically a vapor. That vapor is going to lock down into the fibers of polyester. So it marries to polyester. So what happens? Here's kind of how to describe it. The heat hits it, the polyester opens, the ink goes inside, then it closes. So that ink is inside. It's not laying on top. You're not going to feel it. It's definitely down inside of it. Then it's not going to wash away. So let's talk about that color vibrancy that I was saying. 100% is 100% color. So if I print and press this onto 100% polyester, 100% of that color is going to show up. If I do an 80-20 blend, 80% is going to show up. If I do a 50-50 blend, 50% of that color is going to show up. So it's going to look a little more vintage, which is great. That's really trendy right now. But it's really good for you to know ahead of time so that you know what to press on. Now, I am all about research. I love practicing and preparing and doing things. That way I can be the self-proclaimed craft professional here. And I suggest go through your closet, get out some of those old shirts that you know you're going to throw away and wash your car with. Cut some of those and then test and see what color that ink shows up as. To me, that is just such a quick way to find out. Because remember I said here, that color is going to be dull until it's pressed into polyester. Because guess what? This paper is not polyester. Some of the things that you will find, this is, something that's been around forever, a luggage tag, right? So we're used to seeing items like this for sublimation. Like I said earlier, you see those plates, you see coffee mugs, you see watch bands. All of those things have been around. You can buy those blanks and you can press them. Well, that's just basic. And I have never been known as being basic, ever. So you can tell by my jacket, I do not like basic. I kind of like to zhuzh some things up. So on the jacket, I have different types of vinyl that's available. And you can see, I have printed, I have sunglasses. This is HTV that I have embroidered with. So that's where we're going to go next. So follow me down that rabbit hole. Let me introduce another product to you. So if you can see this, this is white glitter HTV. What's HTV? Heat transfer vinyl. It's kind of what Caesar's known for. So we love experimenting and doing different things with it. So this is HTV. You can use some other colors. Don't be fooled that you can only use white, because you can use some other colors. As you can see on my shirt, I'm wearing a sublimated duck that I did on lemon sugar. So you can use some other colors. So the first thing that we have to do is this. We have to take this carrier sheet off. For those of you that have electronic cutters, maybe you have Caesar's Romeo or Juliet. Maybe you have a ScanNCut. Maybe you have a Cricut. All of those cut this product, and you're used to putting it down on your mat, mirroring your image, and cutting and then weeding it. We're not going to do that. All I need is this sheet of paper. So now this is fabric for you and I. Just pretend it's fabric. That's how easy it really, really is. So I'm going to take this fabric and I'm going to put it on my heat press. Underneath, I have a non-stick cover sheet. So this is non-stick. I've got it down. I'm going to lay my glitter face up. And then, that piece that I was showing you earlier, this is going to lay on top of it, and I'm going to press it. I have just a piece of paper here, and I'm going to cover that because I don't want that ink to accidentally go through the paper and get on the top of my heat press. And I have it on the bottom because I don't want any ink to get on the bottom of my heat press, because I don't want it to show up later on somebody else's garment that I happen to be heat pressing. So this is going to press. I have it at 400 degrees. That's right, 400. I know that seems really, really high, but that's what it takes for that science of sublimation to really work. When we usually work with HTV, we're used to what? 305, 310. So I've cranked it up. Normally we do about 10 seconds. I've really cranked it up to 1 minute. So that's going. And some of the comments, somebody asked about mugs. They have a polyester coating when you buy them. So you can't just go to any store and buy a mug and sublimate on it. It has to have that polyester coating. Just like this tag that I showed, it has a polyester coating. So now, recap, while this is almost finished, I'm using glitter HTV. I'm using a white. I took that carrier sheet off. It's done. It's very hot because why? It's been going for 1 minute at 400 degrees. So I'm going to take that piece of paper that I had covered it, throw that there in the trash, and you can see, watch. So now you can really see how colorful that really, really pops to show. And you can see how it changes color. So does it have to be white? Let's go back and I like to re-say this. It can be other colors. You just want it to be pale enough to be able to see your design and to see it. So this fabric, as I've said, is glitter HTV. It can withhold that heat, and I have it on this non-stick. So the adhesive that was on the back of it just stuck to my non-stick. So look, this is what I'm going to do. Now I have 4 colorful ways that I could use for projects. So I'm going to kind of look, because I want to make sure that I've seen some comments and they don't get kind of lost. Somebody said, well, it scorched the fabric. The vinyl can definitely withstand 400 degrees. And guess what? Polyester is, really, really durable. So yes, it can withstand 400 degrees. Some were asking about finding different things. It's one of the shirts that I have used is Lucky Bird. It's a brand that they have a high polyester content to. Vapor Apparel is another brand that has a high polyester content. You can Google very easily. You can get to find some different brands. I like to go to the fabric store and I buy different types of polyester, and then I play with it to get different feels, because some polyesters really feel like polyester. But guess what? In today's day, they have got polyester that feels like linen. There are so many types out there. So don't be fooled thinking your grandma's leisure suit, because polyester has come a long way, baby. I love using like a satin and sublimating on it, and then using that for purse liners and things like that when I'm doing in the hoop designs. We all know I don't sew a whole lot, but I can do anything embroidery just about, and I'm really great at watching videos. So let's see, using the white glitter allows you to put that on any color shirt and it won't get lost. Exactly. So again, my t-shirt is a rubber duck, and I did that on lemon sugar. And let me get right here. I will show you, this is the color that I sublimated on, was that lemon sugar to get my duck design. So it doesn't have to be. So are there other materials that Caesar has that you can do besides just having glitter? Yes, there's other products that you can do with it. We have a blog at CaesarNA.com, and there's a whole blog on the 5 different materials that you can use. Holographic is one of my other favorites that you can use. You can use clear sparkle, strip flock, but strip flock is a lower polyester, so it's not going to be as vibrant. So all of those different products, glow in the dark, that you can use. And especially at Halloween, what a fun way to make a costume. So now we've seen this. So I'm just going to move cameras earlier because Rosemary earlier was talking about all the great features on some of our embroidery machines. Well, that's what we're going to do next. We're going to embroider with this. So let's swap cameras over real quick, and we can hope that everything, you know, technology sometimes. So let's see. And voila, there we go. So next you can see I have already stitched out. So if I was doing an applique, this would be my placement stitch, right? And I tried to use a thread so that you could see the color. So after placement stitch, then you lay down your fabric, and that would be your tack down. Typically, you would then have to start cutting with your scissors, and sometimes we don't love doing that, right? So we can have to sit there and try to cut and try to cut. Well, what is wonderful about this product, and I hope that you're ready to be amazed, because I find it this many years later, I still find it being extremely fun. So the next thing, there was my finishing stitch. On this one, I have a narrow edge just to do something a little bit different. So are you ready? Are you ready? Look at this. I didn't cut anything, right? No cutting. So this will just rip away. So what do you think? Did that make that just so easy? So the next step that I do, I don't iron it from the front. I'm going to move my hoop out of the way and show a couple of things here. So I love that here we always would think about, you know, how to press it. I'm going to press it always from the back. And it's not because that it's going to mess up my HTV. I just don't want that heat on my stitches. So I'm going to press from the back. I'm going to change my camera, and let's talk about it a little bit more. So I have tried to keeping on schedule, because I know that we have some other educators. So I'm trying to get us back on schedule there. So here it is. I'm flipping it upside down, and I'm going to press it. Normally I would press it like 305, but my heat press is still on, and it'll be okay. Now that has set because it is attached. And you know, you can tell with my jacket, I embroider with all types of things. I'm going to turn to the back so that you can see I have patches made. I have different, this one is with an orange, it's called Diamond Dust. And then I put clear shower curtain over it to give it that look of a Coke bottle, or in this case, an Orange Crush bottle. I think that we have so many different types of machinery. I love being kind of that bridge, that marriage counselor, I say, to bring all of those crafts together and marry them. I have shown you sublimation. I have shown you using embroidery, and I love to show the different ways. You'll see up here this shining beauty. She is Juliet, and she is Caesar's newest cutter. We have Romeo and Juliet. Juliet is a 12-inch, Romeo is a 24-inch cutter. And guess what? You can sublimate straight to the glitter, put it on your mat, and it will cut it out for you using print and cut technology. So lots of things that I have shared. I tried to speed it up just a little bit. And now, Angela, tell me, is there questions, anything? I know things were flying in the comments, so I was trying to read some of them, but you know, there were so many, it gets distracting. But hopefully everybody has really seen some of the ways that you can bring this technology together.
So Stephanie, the one thing that you're going to probably have to put on your jacket that is in the comments nonstop is WOW in big letters.
Wow. Yes, that's it.
Yes. And I totally know Caesar. I was just reading going Caesar. I'm like, oh my gosh. That was
I know you know. I know you know.
I only did that so you would talk about it.
That's exactly. I knew that you were prompting me because we all know people say sizer, scissor, sister. We make fun of it, so I always say Caesar, like the salad, you know?
Oh my gosh. So everybody's loving your jacket. Someone said, "Can I watch this again?" Yes, you can. You can you can even go back and watch it now, but someone else said they're going to go back and watch this every other week to stay motivated.
Yeah, I think that's an excellent idea. And what, everybody doesn't know how many times we're doing it in the background. We get inspired so much by the educators. Like I said, I loved watching Rosemary to see the designs that she had done to really let us know how to use those machines that we have. Behind me, I have my machine. She has been stitching all morning, trying to, you change your mind, you decide you want a different demo. I know how it is. Now I can say it's a bit hot in here with the heat press right beside me. So that part I'm ready to get moved out of the way. So I absolutely love the New Brother printer. I find that it has given me excellent color and it's a great price point too.
Yeah, and actually it's on sale this week for SMP Nation. So if you guys call in for that printer for Brother, we showed that a couple times now. So there was a quick question. Well, you answered the mug one about the mug press. But as far as if somebody has just like maybe half polyester, I knew you'd make me laugh when you're talking about your grandmother's leisure suit. Like if you walk really fast, your pants could catch on fire.
Yeah.
That one.
Yep.
What if they have a fabric that has maybe 60% polyester, 30% rayon or something like that? There's some natural fiber in there. Will the color just be less vibrant or?
It'll be less vibrant. And with rayon, I would always say, how much do we say? Test cut, test cut, test cut. I'm also going to say test press, test press, test press. So with that rayon, don't be alarmed, especially if it's a purple, a royal blue, a red. When you press it, it's going to dramatically change color and it's going to scare us. Once it cools down, it will go back to that color. So, but I always would say press a little corner of it just to make sure before you do anything. But yes, it's just going to be a little less vibrant.
Okay, perfect. And where can everyone find you? Are you going on a cruise here?
I am going on a cruise, and I'm with some heavy hitters. I've got Reen from Embroidery Garden and Amy from Amy Sews, and we are going to be sublimating. We are going to be doing scan and cut. We are going to be having a very large time. So,
oh my gosh, that's going to be so much fun. You're going to Alaska. If it wasn't fishing season, I would be there to buy a ticket to join you guys.
Alaska, come on.
Oh, well, thank you so much, everyone. You can find Stephanie. And yes, it's Caesar, not Sizer. What a great demo. You sped that up. You didn't have to do that, but thank you.
I like to stay on task because I know how that next person is. I tried. And so CaesarNA.com. We have Facebook, we have Instagram, we have Twitter, we have Threads, we have TikTok. For myself, S-O, Stephanie Says, and you can find me everywhere. So hopefully everybody has a great day. If you have any questions, keep asking. I'll be in the comments and I'll try to help out.
Sounds great. Thanks, Stephanie.
Bye.
Love her jacket. Love her jacket. I want that sunglasses. I think that would be cool. Hey, Kennedy, I think, Blaine's not here. I think we should plan a cruise. Your mic is not working.
What are we doing? How about now?
Yep.
How about now? No?
You're good. Yep.
Yay! Okay.
I think
we had lunch and I didn't want my mic to be hot while we were eating food, so.
We should plan a cruise. SMP Nation, a cruise out of San Diego. I don't know. We could go to Cabo.
Oh, we got the ocean right there. We'll figure it out. Yeah, we'll get some floaties. We'll make it work. We'll just do it right over there.
Oh my gosh, Stephanie was awesome. Kennedy, yes. I don't know if you saw that while you're eating, but it was fantastic, and she nailed it in such a short time. But we learned everything.
She did. Stephanie is awesome. That was my first time. I think that was her first time being on our shows, and watching her, I'm like, this heat transfer vinyl world is just so amazing, and it's so easy. And she really showed that too. It really is simple and just steps it up. Like the whole thing with the shower curtain and the orange bottle and the soda bottle. I was like, this woman is a genius. Like, what is going on here? I love it. Speaking of geniuses, we have another genius coming up next. My personal favorite, it's Miss Carly Bell, and I am so excited to have her on. Angela, I will take over for you, and you can go check on Wynn and the boat, whatever's going on over there. And I will introduce Miss Carly on. I am so excited to have her back. I never get to actually see her like this, so this is really exciting. But Carly is a full-time working mom and wife with a serious craft addiction, y'all. When she's not being a dance mom, she loves to be in her craft room and sharing with you how to make beautiful things with an embroidery machine. Is that not the best thing ever? You can catch her on her live Friday night show, Sip and Stitch. It's like Saturday Night Live, but Friday Night Live with Carly Bell. I love it. Carly, welcome to the show.
Hi, Kennedy. How are you doing?
We're finally here like this. This is where it needs to be.
I know, definitely.
Not
I
over
love it.
email. Oh my goodness. I'm so excited to have you back here. And this time we're talking about your embroidery class and Stay Perfect Stabilizer, which I've been waiting for this all week. Carly, I have. I really have.
Thank you. And I want to tell you, you have been doing an excellent job filling in Blaine's shoes. So
Carly, you're making me blush. Stop. Get out of here. Oh my goodness. Well, I want to hear everything about your class and your Stay Perfect and our Stay Perfect Stabilizer, your fave Stay Perfect Stabilizer. I cannot wait to hear it all. So I'm going to let you take it right away, and I will be back and meet up with you in a few.
All right. Thanks so much, Kennedy. So hi, everybody. As she said, my name is Carly Bell, and I love all things machine embroidery. I started embroidering a little over, it's coming up on 12 years ago now. My oldest daughter is having a birthday soon. And I got into embroidery because of the love of all the baby things. But I have to say, at the time, I didn't have a local quilt shop close to me to go and learn how to use an embroidery machine. I had no idea what I was getting myself into. I had no sewing experience. My grandma sewed. She showed me a couple little things, but, you know, trying to teach a child, especially, you know, I was probably a little bit crazy. It wasn't something that we did together. So I had no sewing experience at all either. So I learned by trial and error. At the time, YouTube really wasn't a thing. We didn't have these wonderful week-long virtual events that I could have all these educational classes to watch. None of this was available to me at the time. So once I got embroidery under my belt, I felt super comfortable. I started making things for friends and family. I started selling items that I made. I wanted to start showing other people how to do this. And one of my big goals that I finally reached last year was to make a all-inclusive, complete online course teaching others how to use their embroidery machine in a way that I wish someone would have sat there and held my hand and showed me all these things when I first got started. So the name of my course is called From Start to Stitch. And it is an online course. It is something that you can go at your own pace and when it's convenient for you. So all you do is log in online and watch. They have video courses, video lessons on all different types of subjects so that you can go and watch it whenever it's convenient for you. And then you can go and rewatch it at a time where, like, okay, now I have time. I'm going to sit down with my embroidery machine and I'm going to try and work out the lesson, you know, that I'm currently on. So that's one of the things I wanted to talk to you about today. The other thing I'm going to talk to you about is the line of stabilizers that I love and use. They're called Stay Perfect from Sewing Machines Plus. And actually, that is a whole module in my course is all about stabilizers. So I'm going to show you some of the material that's in the course to teach you about the stabilizers today. So I planned on talking about the stabilizers first. So let's jump into that. Now, let's see. When we talk about stabilizers, what we're talking about is the almost, you could call it a piece of material, but the item that needs to go underneath the material that you're embroidering. Most material that we will embroider onto is not actually strong enough to withstand the density of embroidery stitches. So stabilizer does just what its name is, and that is to stabilize the material so that it can hold that dense stitching that usually comes with embroidery. All right, so I like to compare sewing tension to embroidery stabilizer. Now, as I mentioned a little while ago, I did not have sewing experience when I got started, but now I have gotten a little bit under my belt, and I have a lot of things that we discuss in my Facebook group and just on YouTube in general. People always talking about tension with embroidery, because if you come from a sewing background, tension is something that you typically play with depending on the material that you're sewing. You may need to tweak the tension based on the thickness of the fabric, the type of thread you're using. All of these things come into play. However, with embroidery, we usually leave our tension constant, and the thing that we tweak is the stabilizer. So I think that's what I'm talking off the top of my head, but I think that's what I have written there. So when sewing, I usually change the tensions so that my stitches look correct. And that's all going to depend on the type of material. With embroidery, I change the stabilizer so that my stitches look correct. And that's all going to depend on the material that we're embroidering onto. So these are the types of stabilizers that we're going to talk about today. Cutaway, tear away, wash away, topper, and cover up. I do also have some specialty, well, one specialty stabilizer I want to tell you about that I'm in love with. But these are the main categories that I like to divvy up stabilizers into. So now I'm just going to tell you a little bit about them. Let's go here. Okay, so let's start with cutaway. Cutaway is going to be just like what it sounds like. It is a woven material that is sturdier and needs, when you are done embroidering, you will need to use scissors to actually trim the cutaway stabilizer away, the excess around the item that you embroidered. This is going to be what I would say a heavier stabilizer. And when I say that, I'm really comparing it to the other one we talked about, which is tearaway. Tearaway is going to be usually thinner, and it will do just as it says. When you're done embroidering, you can rip it away. So just like Stephanie was showing the beautiful glitter HTV when she was done stitching her clover, she was able to rip it right away. The same is with tearaway stabilizer, so you could rip it right away. So comparing tearaway and cutaway, this is how my mind thinks. When you have a material that is super sturdy and strong and thick, that's probably less stabilizer it needs. And that's when I would lean more towards a tearaway. When your material is thinner, stretchy, just like a woven cotton, a knit cotton, anything like that, that's when I think it's a thin fabric, so it's going to need more stabilization. So that's when I would use a cutaway. Now, there are lots of varieties of cutaways and tearaways, and that's what I'm going to show you with the Stay Perfect line. But that's the main thing I want you to get out of knowing when to use a tearaway, when to use a cutaway. And that's going to be on, I would say, the thinness of your fabric. The thinner it is, the more stabilizer you're going to want to use. The thicker it is, the less stabilizer you're going to want to use. So I hope that makes sense to everyone. All right. The other categories that we just talked about was wash away. Now, wash away is, I kind of put that more into a specialty place, but I treat wash away like I would kind of tear away, in that it is, and when I say wash away, I don't want you to confuse it with topper. That's a whole different category. So with wash away, it is a woven material. Oh, and I forgot to pull some out to show you guys on my table. But it is woven, and it can look like a cutaway, but it actually dissolves in water when you're done. So that is for your freestanding lace, in the hoop projects. You can even use it on the back of blankets and towels. But that is, when I say wash away, the kind I'm talking about is the woven white kind. So the next category is topper. And that is something that is going to go on top of your embroidery while you're stitching. And people tend to say it looks like almost like a clear plastic wrap. So that is typically what it looks like. It's clear. And they make a wash away type water soluble topper that will dissolve in water. This is something that is special to go on top of your embroidery to prevent the thread from sinking into the material. So think fluffy towels, fluffy blankets, anything that has any kind of piling or fluffiness to it, where you don't want the threads of your embroidery to get lost in it. When you put a topper on, it prevents that from happening. And when you're done, it rips away really nicely like a tearaway. The last category was cover up. And this is something I'm going to show you. And I did show it on Monday's class when we talked about baby items. When you are done embroidering and you have that rough inside of your shirt where the threads may be rubbing against your skin, we have a cover up type of material, that stabilizer that we can fuse to the inside of the shirt to prevent the feeling of those rough stitches on your skin. So now I'm going to switch over to the craft table so I can actually show you these stabilizers. So the first two categories we talked about, and I would say these are like my main categories here: tearaway and cutaway. But they are going to come in a variety of different options. We have what's called the weight. They can have lightweight, medium weight, and heavyweight cutaway. If you are just starting out with embroidery and you're looking to kind of create your go-to options for stabilizer, I would go with the medium for both options. Later on, when you get into some specialty projects and you're like, oh, I wish, maybe I had a little bit lighter weight or a little bit heavyweight, then you can add those to your collection later. But when you're just starting out, I highly suggest starting with the medium weight of the two options of cutaway and tearaway. So as you see on my table here, I'm showing you pre-cut sheets. So these are already cut to size, and you can purchase these based on your hoop size. So this is my packages for my 5x7 hoop. So this is the cutaway, and this is what I want to show you. This one's stronger, right? This one I can do all this to, and it's not going to rip. With the tearaway, let me get one of my scrap pieces in the back. It feels more like paper, and it can rip right away. So just like what Stephanie was showing with the heat transfer vinyl, you'll be able to rip this off the back of your embroidery when you're done. So if you're looking for a nice clean finish on the back of your embroidery, like on towels and on blankets, tearaway serves as a good option, not only because towels and blankets tend to be thicker material and not need as much stabilization, but we can have a nice clean back on it when we're done by just simply tearing those pieces away. The other thing I want to show you, so these are sheets. They come in lots of options of sizes, and they will tell you the hoop sizes that these sheets can fit. They also can come in rolls, and you can either get 9-inch rolls or 12-inch rolls. So these are a great option too, where you can get, I think, 10 yards or 12 yards of stabilizer in a roll when you need it. So those are your two packaging options. Now let's talk about the different options for cutaway. The main types of cutaway that I use is going to be the medium weight cutaway and what's called a poly mesh or no-show cutaway. Now this is also a cutaway stabilizer, but it's more of a lightweight cutaway stabilizer. It also has a lot more drape to it. It's not as like, with this, it's more stiff. This has a lot more drape to it. And notice how you can see my hand through, where it's a little bit harder with this one. This is my go-to stabilizer when stitching on knit cottons and t-shirt material, especially white. Now, I made a lot of white baby onesies and white toddler shirts coming up, and one of the things I hated was that I could see my stabilizer through my shirt when I was done. I could see the outline of it, and it also made the shirt a bit stiff. That's when I know I still need a cutaway because I'm working with a thin, stretchy material, but the no-show cutaway worked really well. And it comes in a regular option, and it also comes in a fusible option where you can iron it on. And this is my really favorite when it comes to t-shirt material because it's so stretchy. When I iron this onto the inside of my t-shirt before I hoop it, then I know my material is not going to shift while it's stitching or while I'm trying to hoop it. So absolutely love the fusible version of the no-show cutaway. All right, those are the two cutaways I wanted to talk to you about. Next, let's dive into the different options of tearaway. And that's here. So we talked about the pre-cut sheet. This is our medium weight tearaway. Our tearaway also comes in a fusible option called Fuse and Tear. So this has the same feel as my medium weight cutaway, and that it feels like paper and I can tear it, but it does have an adhesive size to where I could iron it onto the back of whatever material it is that I am stitching on before I hoop it to help make sure everything stays in place. So when I first started, my go-to combination for baby onesies and t-shirts. Now, don't think just because you have one that you only need to use one type of stabilizer. Play with your stabilizers. You can combine them. So what I would always do is iron on a layer of no-show fusible poly mesh cutaway stabilizer on the inside of my onesie. And because I felt like this is a lighter weight cutaway, it needed a little bit more stabilization. I could either use 2 layers of this, or I would combine it and iron 1 layer on the inside of a shirt and then iron 1 layer of Fuse and Tear on the back of it. So combining a cutaway and a tearaway. So keep your options open. There's no right or wrong way to do things. But play with it until you are happy with the way your stitches look on the front and that everything look like it's stitched out nice. There's no puckering, your density, everything looks good. That's when you know you got your stabilizer right. Another option for tearaways, so not only do we have regular, we have fusible, but we also have peel and stick. And this is a great option when you have frames for your embroidery machine, like the Durkee Easy frames, where you can stick stabilizer on the back of the frame. It has a removable sheet, like a paper sheet, where you remove it and it exposes the sticky of the stabilizer. And now the front of my frame is sticky and I can float items onto it. So you have that peel and stick option also available in your tearaway category of stabilizers. All right, we briefly went over wash away. For wash away, it's called, let me get it out of here, Sew and Wash. And there are several varieties, I believe, of this on the website as well. There is an adhesive version, there's a roll version. I only have the sheet version. So this to me is stronger than tearaway. It almost has the strength of a cutaway, but it is dissolvable in water. I have been able to tear it a little bit away from a project when it's done washing, but usually I will trim it with a scissors and then soak it in water so that the stabilizer can completely dissolve. This, like I said, is great for freestanding lace in the hoop projects, on the backs of blankets and towels to make sure you really do have a clean finish on the back. Great option of stabilizers to have in your craft room whenever you're ready to try those kinds of projects out. Okay, the next category was topper. Now, topper can come in two options, a water-soluble topping and a heat away or iron away topper. They're both going to look like saran wrap, the clear plastic wrap. This is going to go on top of your embroidery to help prevent the stitching from sinking in. Let's see. The last category I had for you was cover up. So that's when we're talking about those baby items. Let me grab one from Monday. So here's a onesie my little girl wore when she was little, when she was a baby. And you notice on the back of the embroidery, you can't really see the stitches. I have it ironed on a cover up, and that is called, this one, Fuse So Soft. So this is a very soft fusible interfacing that when you are done stitching, I would trim whatever stabilizer I used for the project. And then, sorry, it's being a little blurry. I would trim my stabilizer, and then I would take a piece of this and cut it to where it's a little bit bigger than my stabilizer. I would round the corners. One thing that does help with this sticking better is rounding the corners and not having sharp corners. Round them off, and then you are going to press this into place. And you want to kind of do it in more of a heat press style than a ironing style. Press it and keep a good bit of pressure, and then move to another spot and press it if you have an iron. If you have a heat press, even better. But that is going to protect your skin or the baby skin from feeling all those rough, itchy stitches on the back. Okay, I know we're slow on time. So that was all the good stuff I wanted to tell you about the Stay Perfect Stabilizer brand. Oh, there was one more specialty one. If you're ever doing dry fit shirts, fishing shirts, golf shirts, any of that is that pretty much 100% polyester material, Polypro Performance is I think it's a cutaway stabilizer, but it's specialty made for those dry fit types of shirts. Excellent for those, because I know in the past I had a lot of trouble with puckering when I was making my dad some fishing shirts, and I made my husband some golf shirts with this stabilizer not long ago. Works excellent. So that's Polypro Performance. You can find all of the stabilizers that I recommend on my page on the Sewing Machines Plus's website. If you just type in Carly Bell in the search bar at the top, it's going to bring you to all of my recommended products. And I also have that on my website as well. So you can see, because they have lots of stabilizer options and they're all great, but those are the ones I use the most. So now jumping into my online course. Let me do this, and my screen's going to look crazy for a second. Okay, so if you are brand new to embroidery, if you have a sewing machine that has an add-on embroidery unit to it, you've never put it on before, you've been wanting to get into embroidery, but you're just too nervous about it, you don't know where to start, this is the course for you. It is called From Start to Stitch, and it has 9 detailed modules. There is an embroidery machine overview showing you all the parts of the machine. Now, for all the demo portions of the course, it is shown on the Brother PE800, which is a basic embroidery machine, and the one that I started with when I first got into embroidery. However, the concepts, the fundamentals of everything I'm teaching you can be applied to any embroidery machine. So I want you to keep that in mind. You don't have to have this one to learn in this course. That is just the demo portion, and all of the real material that you're going to learn can be applied to any embroidery machine. The next module is all the supplies that is needed for embroidery. So all the types of scissors, all the little tools, all the the little knick-knack things that I didn't realize I needed until I was in the middle of projects and was like, man, I wish I had this. I go over all of that good stuff for you in Module 2. Module 3 is a deep dive into stabilizers. What I showed you today is just a fraction of the detail that I go into about all the different stabilizers. And it also includes a printout stabilizer cheat sheet to help you keep in your craft room, to help remind you on which stabilizers work great for which kinds of projects. We have 2 modules dedicated to hooping, going over how to hoop, how the process works, what floating is and how to float, the different types of hoops that are out there and available to use, the different methods. And then we go into hooping, examples of hooping specific items like onesies and t-shirts, bags and hats, towels and blankets, logo designs on the upper left chest of shirts. So lots of detail on giving you very specific examples of how to hoop certain items. Next, we go over types of stitches and designs. So we tell you, the difference between a bean stitch, a zigzag stitch, a blanket, satin, sketch, fill, all the good things, and all about the different types of embroidery designs that are out there. And there is a bonus printable on here on all of my favorite shops to buy embroidery designs from. Module 7 is dedicated to applique and shows you how to do the process from start to finish. We have a whole practice session on learning how to trim appliques. We have a lesson dedicated to, if you have a cutting machine like a scan and cut, on how you can pre-cut appliques. And then there is an applique project in here from start to finish. Module 8 is all about embroidery software. And I go into some specific examples on how to do certain things with embroidery software like in Brilliance Essentials. And then Module 9 is all about maintenance and troubleshooting. So how, if your needle breaks, if your thread breaks, if you have nesting, if you have, all of these specific issues that tend to happen to us all the time, my kind of checklist of everything I go through to see, okay, is this the problem? Is this the problem? And kind of give you some good troubleshooting tips on how to prevent those problems from happening in the future. So that is the course. I put my heart and soul into it. It's super detailed. And like I said, it is at your own pace so that you can watch the lessons whenever it's convenient for you. And if you want to dive right into it and get through the whole thing this summer and, be stitching all your gifts and favorite items by the end of the summer, it's there. If you're busy with kids like I am right now, you could take your time and do it whenever you're free. Now, the great thing about it is you have lifetime access. So whenever you purchase the course, you will have it forever so that you can literally go watch it, next year if you don't have time until then. Or if you watch the lessons now, but you haven't tackled an applique project and say next Christmas, like, okay, I'm going to make these applique blankets or towels as a gift, you can go back and rewatch that lesson to remind yourself of the process. So it's an extensive course, everything you need to know. It has several bonuses with it, and it's all accessible online to watch anywhere and everywhere. You could watch it on your phone, you could watch it on your iPad, you could watch it on your laptop. And if you can get internet access on your TV, you could watch it on your TV as well. So the thing that I like to do is I'll have it up on my iPad or laptop, and then I'll be sitting next to my embroidery machine and trying to play with the things that I am learning in that particular lesson. So that, I think, is all I had for today. We went through all the different stabilizers, told you all about the course. It's called From Start to Stitch. It's available on Sewing Machines Plus website. Like I said, you can just go to their website and click Carly Bell and type in Carly Bell, and then you'll see all of my recommended products. I have a bundle of recommended products and the course itself. So if there are any questions, I'd be happy to answer them now. I'm sorry I didn't
Carly,
get
that was so good. And I had so much fun watching you. I'm actually going to show them your class and your bundle so that way they know exactly where to get it. So I want to make sure that they have the opportunity to get that, because your course, I had the opportunity to look at it and watch some of the videos, and it really is so helpful. I'm nowhere to like, I'm very much in between beginner and maybe moderate and maybe intermediate. I don't know. It's like all over the place, but it's so helpful just for learning the basics, because sometimes you need just that helping hand, just set you up on the computer and say, okay, Carly says I'm doing this right. Okay. It's just nice, you know?
I know. And there are so many things that it's such a learning curve, because there's so many things when it comes to this beautiful art and hobby that we have, that it's the simplest things that sometimes people just don't think about until they're in that situation, making that kind of project. You know, just going over how tension works and how simple little tips to help keep your machine happy and clean and working to its best ability. So and then tons of people don't even realize the plethora of designs and projects that are out there. Like when you bought your machine, maybe you were thinking, okay, I'm gonna make this that's on the machine itself, like the preloaded fonts and the preloaded designs, which are beautiful. But there's an infinite amount of other things out there that you can make. So that's what I really want to make sure to show people, that there's so much you can do.
Exactly. And I love with your class too, that you can go slow. You can go at your own pace. Like stressing the importance of like slow and steady wins the race. Just go slow. Go slow on your machine. No need to go crazy with the stitches per minute. You don't need to go fast, right? Starting out, we all learned a lesson. Sewing machine went through a finger. It was just, it was the whole thing. We always learn the hard way.
And something
but I
else
love that.
I forgot to mention is that when you get the course, you get a private Facebook group with me and all the other students. So that you have a place to go. Like if you're in the middle of the lesson and have a question, you can go pop in the Facebook group and post your question. And then every month in that Facebook group, we have Facebook Live Q&A sessions.
I love that.
No matter where you are on your journey, you can pop in for the Q&A session and ask your question. Or I have a system set up that if you can't attend it live, you could submit your question ahead of time and I will answer it during my live, and then you could watch the replay of it later. So it's like constant support, which I think we all need.
Yes, exactly. Oh my gosh, that is awesome. Carly, thank you so much for coming on and talking about that today. I'm going to tell everyone how they can get this, because I want people to go get this so they can go get in their little group and they can watch the videos, and they need this. They need Carly Bell. They do.
Thanks so much, Kennedy. It was so great to finally talk to you.
I know. We'll talk soon. Maybe next time, instead of Jane, I'm going to go just crash at your house and just show up and be like, hey,
yes. I want to tell you to come crash, and I wanted to tell Angela too. We have a lot of fishing down here in southern Louisiana, and my dad is a charter boat captain, so we could take you to catch all the redfish and speckled trout.
I love it. We'll be planning something. I need to go to New Orleans
we need a girls fishing trip. Yes.
Carly, I will see you so soon. Let me tell everyone how they can get this. Guys, you need this Start to Stitch embroidery course. I'm telling you, it's right here. This is straight from our website. So if you just look up Carly Bell on the search bar, right on SewingMachinesPlus.com, it will take you to both her Start and Stitch embroidery course, which is right there. I'll tell you just a few things. As Carly Bell herself was saying, she was talking about the 9 modules that you get inside there. You get that live Q&A session every month, which is awesome. So if you really need support, you can ask Carly yourself and she will be able to help you. You have all the lessons, which are pre-recorded, and you can go at any time. So you can go slow, you can go fast, you can do whatever you need to do. And excuse me, there's so much more information on our website. You can scroll through, see, you can learn a little bit about Carly and see her, but there's so much jam-packed in there. So if you are new to embroidery, or maybe you started watching Hoop Fest because you're new to embroidery and you want to learn more, this would be the thing that I would say to pick up before Hoop Fest is over. This is awesome, and just your little sidekick to get you through all of your projects and to really understand the art of embroidery, as Carly was saying. But there's not only her class. If you want to get her class and learn, that's awesome. Get her class. You can call in at 1-800-401-8151. But there's more. she put together an entire bundle of her favorite supplies that she uses all the time for her embroidery, and featuring the Stay Perfect stabilizers that she showed today. So if you want a little taste of Carly Bell's magnificent sewing room, this is it right here. You get all of her little supplies and all of her favorite tools. You get that iron, you're getting some cutting tools, rulers, thread stands, even more cutting supplies, bobbins, needles, just everything. You're getting a thread set. There's so much in here. Basting adhesive. We got it all listed out of all of Carly's favorites, and there's a little discount on there for you for SMP Nation. But give us a call at 1-800-401-8151 if you want a bit of the Carly Bell embroidery experience, because I promise you it is so worth it. And then also just go to carlybell.com and just go stalk all of her stuff, because she's just the best and she's amazing. And also Sip and Stitch Friday Night Live, not Saturday Night Live, Friday Night Live. That is Miss Carly. Angela, how are we doing over here? Did you get a chance to catch some of Carly?
Teresa, I don't know how I never thought about this. I always say fashion and fishing, like that's my life, fashion and fishing. Teresa wrote Fish and Stitch. How did I never think of that name? Fish and Stitch.
That's
Teresa,
perfect.
that's a good one.
That's you and win. That's you and win, like right there.
It is. Fish and Stitch.
Oh my gosh. I love that. Well, Angela, you have a guest coming up that we are very excited for, and I'm going to go ahead and let you take it away while I get back over here and watch more of Carly Bell's embroidery courses, because I need to catch up.
That course looks amazing, Carly. I think that's cool, and I'm gonna make it. I got to make down there to go fishing with her. I think that's gonna be fun. As you can see, I'm stitching behind me. I'm making a mess already. All right, so coming up, we have Kathy Quinn, National Education Coordinator for R&K Distributing for 10 years. Good going, girl. Exclusive distributors for Floriani products, has become known for her love of embroidery, sewing, and quilting. Kathy started her passion for all aspects of embroidery with the early home embroidery machines. That was a long time ago. Kathy began teaching others her tricks and solutions to everyday challenges in home embroidery many years ago. Today, she's taught classes all over the country in basic embroidery techniques, all about stabilizers, sewing projects, computer software, heirloom sewing. Oh, I love that. And many, many more. Oh, I forgot the Serger project. I think she does everything. So welcome to the party. Kathy, how are you?
Good, Angela. It's good to see you.
Kathy, look at your...
I'm enjoying Hoop Fest. Oh, my wall, my thread. It's real. It's real.
I love it. Okay, so do you organize by color or brand?
Number. I go by number, because when I'm looking for a number, you know how it is. Sometimes you know that 700 was red, but this week you can't remember what 700 is. So I go by numbers, and that's how mine are all organized.
Brilliant. Brilliant. Kathy, I can't wait to see what you show today.
Great. Well, I'm looking forward to being here today. I love Hoop Fest. I love being with everybody. This is such a wonderful platform. I've seen several things that I need to spend money on. So stay tuned. You're going to see some more. So what I want to talk to you about today is we have an abundance bundle, and it contains stabilizer. It contains some goodies. Let me just take you and show you a couple little pictures here, and we will be able to see that. Let me go over here. After Tuesday's disaster, I learned how to use this. There we go. Now, oops, I take it back. Let me share my screen. For some reason, I just don't want to share. Okay, present. Yay. Okay, here we go. Now, let me get here, and let's go to here. Now, I'm going to share. And now that I'm sharing, I've got to come up and bring y'all into my little PowerPoint. Okay, with our abundance bundle, there's all kinds of goodies in it. In fact, let me just show you. In our abundance bundle today, we've got 300 spools of beautiful Floriani embroidery thread. Now remember, our thread is color fast. It is got the highest tensile strength on the market. We do not over dye, so black is really black and dark green is really green. They're not brittle. It is the shiniest on the market. You're going to get a stabilizer assortment, and they're going to be pre-cuts. We've got fusible medium cutaway. We've got our no-show mesh. We've got our Floriani Wet and Gone Tacky. So we have a pretty good little assortment there. We have our Floriani toolkit, our essential tools, and these are beautiful. All of our scissors are Floriani blue. So it's a gorgeous, gorgeous little assortment. But what's important here, and you'll notice the highlighted words, our Floriani Fusion embroidery software. As we just finished with Carly, we realized my people perish for lack of knowledge. That's where our issues come, is what we don't know. And knowledge is the biggest thing. You can buy that top of the line embroidery machine. You can go out and buy great threads. You can buy all the Floriani stabilizers, and you've got everything. But without knowledge, we just have a box of good stuff. So we are offering for the Hoop Fest special, we're offering our Floriani Fusion. It's our bridge to total control, which means Floriani Fusion does pretty much everything you're going to need, especially if you're a beginner. And whether you're a beginner or an advanced embroiderer, we always continue to learn. I have been in this industry for almost 30 years, and I'm going to tell you, I see something on Hoop Fest and it's a tip I never heard, I never learned. So it's real important to realize that there's so much out there, and the knowledge changes very rapidly as more people come up with ideas of how to do things we never thought could be done in a hoop. We do in a hoop now. So with our Floriani Fusion, it is such an amazing little software package. It's got 70 fonts. It's got auto digitizing. It's got auto lock. You can split a design. You've got font play, color play. You've got a red work tool. You can redraw. You can rotate, basic editing, of course. But the most important feature, and I want to talk to you about that, is my Save to Sew. So I'm going to stop sharing this screen. I'm going to come and I'm going to present. I'm not going to have any problems today. Oh, it was a nightmare on Tuesday. There we go. Okay, so with our Floriani software, we're going to come in, and this is our Fusion software. Well, it looks like, yep, there we are, Fusion. And I'm going to show you our Save to Sew feature. So I'm going to come over and I'm just going to pull up a design. Let's just go in here and let's look at last year and see what we got. Okay, this is June. Let's come in here. Okay, let's come in here. Let's just pull in a design here. So here's a design. Now, I want to put this on a jacket back. Okay, now how am I going to stabilize this? The biggest challenge you and I have in embroidery is, how do we do it from here? You see all these stabilizers. I can't tell you, Floriani has a stabilizer for everything. We're the only stabilizer on the market that can tell you exactly by stitch count how much to use. We can tell you what to use, but that's a lot of info. And sometimes we just need help. So I'm going to look at this design, and I'm going to come up here and I'm going to go File, and I'm going to say Save to Sew. I want to save this design to sew it out. Now, when I get here, it says, well, Kathy, what do you want to save it for? Well, I'm going to tell you, I'm going to put this on the back of a denim jacket. So I'm going to go to denim. And I didn't digitize this. So I'm going to click that. And then I'm going to come here to this magic place. I'm going to come to New Style Settings. And this is where we built in all of Walter Floriani's family secrets, pull and push. What kind of underlay do you need? A lot of words that some of us don't even know. We need to know what underlay is, pull compensation is, push. What density do we want to use? And that is a whole lot of stuff, and it takes a lot of years to learn. And I've been here 25 years, almost 30, and I will tell you, moisture wicking fabric just came up. Well, what do? So what I do is I come into Save to Sew, and I say, I want all of these set. I want new density, underlay, pull comp, and any other settings for this to go on a denim shirt or denim jacket. Now I'm going to say Next. Now here's the next magic. When I go to Next, the next magic that comes up is, what am I going to do to stabilize it? See, I don't even have to know what every stabilizer is. Now we're going to learn, of course, but sometimes it's a lot of information, and we don't want to ruin a denim jacket. It costs a whole lot more then the stabilizer we just wasted because we picked the wrong one. So the first thing it says to me is, this is Kathy, if you're going to put this design on denim, you need to take some Floriani Dreamweave Ultra. And if you don't know what that is, that's not a problem. Watch the video. It will show you a 3 to 5 minute video exactly how to use that product. Then it says, okay, we've prepared the fabric with that. Now we're going to go to Floriani Heat and Stay, because Heat and Stay is a medium tearaway, but it is fusible. You always want to fuse your stabilizer to your fabric so that it doesn't pucker and pull. And since the denim is stable, we know we can use a tearaway. So we're going to iron our Heat and Stay right over our Dreamweave Ultra. Then we're going to hoop it in the appropriate sized hoop. What does that mean? It means that if you have a 4x4 design, do not pick up an 8x8 hoop. You don't have the proper tension and you waste a lot of stabilizer. So whatever hoop is the closest size to your design, that's the hoop you want to choose. And then it tells you to top it with Heat and Gone. Floriani, we have 2 toppers. We have water soluble that we can use on several things, but then we have Heat and Gone, because if you put water soluble on a towel, when you wash it, that water soluble goes away and you're going to see the loops like grass in the driveway. So you're going to want to use Heat and Gone. Now, Heat and Gone can go on just about anything. Now, once we've done this, it's told us everything to do. I can finish this, and it's going to say, Kathy, what do you want to do? Give it a name. Okay, I'm going to put denim jacket. And then I'm going to come right here. And look, I'm a machine agnostic. We love everybody. I don't care what machine you sew on. We have every format for you for all your machines, all your cutting machines, all your embroidery machines, even all your commercial machines. And I can also save this as a JPEG if I want to, or a PNG if I want to email it to my friend and say, hey, do you like this design? So I would save that. So now I can stitch this out without any worries that I have done anything untoward with this design. Perfect. So amazing. Now with Fusion, of course, the biggest thing we do to designs is we like to add lettering. We don't necessarily want to digitize our designs from scratch. 2% of you do. The majority of you want good designs, but you do want to add lettering. You want to add, you pull up a superhero and put your grandchild's name. I mean, so much. Towels, what a gift. But towels, of course, you've got to learn how to stabilize them properly. You have to learn how, and you've got to put usually some kind of text on them. So on this, I could put, you know, Josh goes camping. So I could come in here and I could go to my T for text and tell it I'm going to pick, well, I'm going to pick for this, I've got a top and a bottom. You know what I think? I'm going to pick circle text. And then I'm going to left mouse click on screen. And there I go. And I can put in Josh. And I'm going to put in on the bottom, goes camping. Now with that, of course, I've got 70 alphabets I can pick from. So I can drop down and I can also kind of, you know, go through and just look at them to the side. But I can also come in and say, I think I want this rounded one. And I can decide the size and I can apply. So now with it applied, it's going to be on here and I can use this little rotate button right here and I can make it a little smaller there. Maybe I want to do that. There we go. And then I can tell this to fit to screen. And there's Josh Goes Camping. I could maybe change my radius just a little bit in there. Now, of course, this is a new my text that I don't want. But I could go in there and just change my radius a little bit if I wanted to kind of stretch these out a little different. But you get the idea. And a lot of times what we want to do is we want to add lettering. Lettering is probably the most used thing you're going to use in anybody's software. But with our Fusion software, there is so much you can do, so many things. You can come in here now. Let's say I've got this and I tell it what I want to put, baste it down maybe. Or maybe I want to fit this to hoop. So I'm going to get my fit to hoop icon and it's going to fit it to whatever hoop I have chosen. So if I go over here to hoops to choose, I can tell it what size hoop. Now this shrunk it all down for a 4x4 frame. Well, this is a jacket back, so maybe I'm going to do, I'm not 5x7. I think I'm going to do big. I'm going to do this one. So now that I've picked that, I can tell it, hey, fit it to my hoop, and it's going to fit it to your hoop. Now, the nice thing about Floriani is it is going to recalculate all your stitches. It's, you notice your mesh stayed beautiful. It didn't drag this out so big and distorted. It kept everything in proportion. It is an amazing program. And like I say, Save to Sew is the most fabulous feature because it's got all the knowledge built in. Any design you bring in, anybody's design, whether it's an Anita Good, it's John Deere, it's whoever's designs you're bringing in, you can use this to Save to Sew. And there is so much more in this. And real quick, because I know we're kind of pushed back on time some, and you don't want to miss Judy Fredenberg next. She's coming up with Garden Party. But I just want to show you, you can go to our Floriani Club. Now, I may lose this, so if I do, I'm going to have to come down and stop sharing. Let me see here. I'm going to stop sharing here, but I am going to go back up and bring up my Floriani Club so I can, there I go. Okay, good. Now I'm going to come back and I'm sorry that I have to do this. I'm slow this way. Now let's come back here and let me go ahead and share again. Whoops. Share screen, and I lost it. Window, where are you? There it is. Perfect. Share. Okay. Here is our, and I'm going to move it up here better. Did it still share? Can you still see my screen? Yes, you can. Okay. If you notice, we have in our software, we ask you, what software do you own? You can go into your Fusion software. I'm just going to pick Total Control Dress right here, but you could have picked Fusion because you have Fusion. You can come in here and say, hey, I want to see weekly videos. I want to see training videos, and you can watch these videos 24/7. The club is exclusive to Floriani owners. So when you own Floriani software, you can go in here and watch Trevor or me 24/7 to learn how to do all these things. So I am going to come back over here and I am going to stop presenting. I think I have to stop. Have I stopped sharing? Is it back to me? Yes, it's back to Kathy Quinn. Okay, great. Well, is there any questions? Do you get free designs every month? The club is free. Number one, the club is free. Now, and also in this bundle you get, somebody mentioned thread, you are going to get 30 spools of beautiful Floriani thread with this abundance package. You're going to get, like I said, our scissors, our beautiful scissors. You're going to get Floriani designs, 20 years of beautiful embroidery. This is a $1,400 value all by itself. You're going to get the Floriani Fusion software. Oh my gosh. And not to mention all the stabilizers that we talked about. And remember, our stabilizers have education attached to them. There is full education. Stabilizer is your most important thing that you're going to put under your embroidery. But without the education, so the club is free. Whenever you own your software, you put in your serial number and you belong to the club. And let me tell you, that club has all kinds of goodies in it. It's got projects in it. It has lessons. You can go constantly. And today, this bundle is a $3,100 value. It's on sale for $799. Now, the Fusion software, it retails at $1,299. So you're getting this $500 off plus all the goodies. What a deal today. So make sure you call in to get your order or chat or however y'all order. Get in there and order this bundle. This is the Floriani Abundance Bundle. It's the best bundle we've got going, and it comes with Fusion software. And you have a whole education on our website 24/7. So I will turn it back over because I know Judy Fredienberg is waiting in the wings to get on. Pushed for time, I realize.
She is, Kathy. Just one real quick question. Someone wants to know, can they try before they buy? Do you have where they try it for a period of time? Do you know?
Well, not exactly. We do have the Creative Express, but it really doesn't give you the options. I wish I could say Creative Express is a free download. You can see all the options, but you can't necessarily use all the options. You know how that is.
That's kind of a try. Like you can kind of see what's there.
Yeah, and you won't get to see Save to Sew. Save to Sew is exclusive to only Fusion or Floriani Total Control, our top of the line. And this is like the bridge. A lot of people stay here because they want a little software control, but they're not software crazy. I'm software crazy. I don't believe in cutting off your finger inch at a time. I just go for the top. But the nice thing is there is a trade-up version in this if you decide to move on up to Total Control. So you haven't lost anything by going with Fusion and then bridging up.
Perfect. Kathy, thank you.
Thank you so much, Angela.
Great
it was my
demo.
joy to be here. Thank you.
Great demo and great price.
Oh, yeah, the price is fantastic. Today is the day.
Well, nice to see you.
Thank you.
Well, we will bring back Kennedy here. She actually, I was going to give you the rundown of everything, but she just did it. There's so many things in there, and the price is amazing. $799.99 instead of $3,199.99. I saw, Kennedy, all the comments, everyone said, hey, just the thread alone is like amazing.
Exactly. And I just want to remind everyone that if you, again, saw something on Hoop Fest and maybe you're waiting, like today's the last day, I know the phones are off the hook right now. Everybody's getting their orders in. You have until tomorrow at 3 p.m. PST to get your orders in to get those sales. So all the sales end tomorrow at 3 p.m. PST. So make sure you guys get your orders in. If you can't do it today, that's okay. Try and get on tomorrow morning and get a hold of us over on our sales floor. We've got lots of people who are there to answer your questions and help you get your orders in so we can get that all shipped out to you. And I know our warehouse is just absolutely crushing it on getting things shipped out same day. So huge shout out to them. And yeah, it's just amazing. Thank you again also to Floriani for being one of our sponsors and really doing an amazing job putting all these together, because Floriani bundles are no joke and they really brought the heat this year to Hoop Fest for sure. Look at all that. It's amazing. It's amazing. I love it. Well, Angela, we are on our last segment of the day.
All right. And then all the winners are going to be announced.
I know. And then we unveil our contest winners and we're unveiling our Dream Studio winners. I hope everybody in the chat is not losing their minds yet. Like they're just like, can't even wait or just so excited. It's almost time, but we saved the best for last, Angela, and I'm going to bring her on next. I will see you back here in just a minute. Get ready, get hyped. All right, guys, for our final, I'm so sad. I don't want Hoop Fest to end, guys. But for our last session of the day, we have the one, the only Miss Judy Friedenberg, and I'm so excited. She is also with Floriani, so we've got Floriani for the whole hour, or the last half of this hour, I guess now, because Kathy just finished hers. But we've got Judy coming in, and she's going to talk again all about Floriani. I am so, so excited. So Judy, welcome to the show.
Thank you.
I just have to say, I saw your quilt in the background, and I couldn't stop saying, Yoshi! I love your quilt back there.
Thank you. Thank you. It was a lot of fun to do. It was gonna start out to be crib size. As you can tell, it kind of grew, you know.
Yes. Well, it always does. It always does.
Yeah.
Go big or go home.
Pay attention to the size of your squares when you're cutting them. That's why it got so big.
Yes. Yes.
So I'm happy to be doing this. This is great. I got to work on Monday, and then we're done here. We're doing the final. And mine's called Garden Party. So it's kind of a party.
Yeah. We got to go out with the party. I mean, come on. It's just
a party for a party. Yep.
Judy, I'm going to let you take it away. I don't want to take any of your time, but tell us about this garden party.
All right. So Garden Party is a thread collection, but before I get there, I wanted to give you a couple tips about thread, and then I'll get into Garden Party because I've got time. I'll be able to do all that. And it involves chocolate, by the way, just a little tip. But anyhow, if you've seen cones of thread, you may not have known this, but per the thread manufacturer, no matter whose brand of thread it is, doesn't matter. If it comes on a cone, your cone is meant to sit like this when you're using it. Now, you may have luck if you lay it down, but if you're having thread issues, I wanted to give you that tip so that you stand it up and you'll probably have better results. Here's a little tip for Floriani thread. Our thread, when you pull it down, you can pull it right down through the slot. Let me hold this up here. Through the slot, and it's in there, all right? But then there's this little tail that's hanging out. And that little tail, if you were to look at our walls, you'd be like, what is this? This is in the way. But here's your tip. Take the little ring that's on the bottom and turn it towards the tail, and the tail will disappear inside. Now your thread can go in your thread bag, it can go in a drawer, it can go on a wall, and it won't get tangled. All right, that's a cool little trick. But here's something else that this is on the Floriani spools. You might find this little ring on the floor in your sewing room or in your bag somewhere, and you're like, oh my gosh, how did that come off of there? I got to put it back on. And you go to put it on, and it just falls off. All you have to do is turn it over because it snaps into place. And there you go. So that's just a fun little thread tip that I wanted to give you. Kathy already described the sheen and all of that. Recommend you go to our website at rnkdistributing.com and check out the history of our thread and the features of our thread. There's a lot of information there. So a lot of fun. Last thing before I get to Garden Party, I just had to show this. I didn't get to show it on the first day, but I wanted to show you this because we're celebrating our 20th anniversary. So 20 years we've been around, but I wanted to show you this because I came across these the other day. These are really cool. If you have stabilizers that have the black and white labels on them like I have right here, you've been with us 20 years. Think about that. You've been embroidering a long time, and we've come a long way. These little rolls right here, this was our large roll. This is crazy. The largest roll is 10 inches, and now we're all the way up to 20 inches. So we've come a long way. All right. Okay. Now to Garden Party, because this is a lot of fun. And what Garden Party is this selection of threads. All right. 20 spools. Kind of get the hint. 20 years, 20 spools. Bright colors, beautiful colors. But we have a lot packed in this box. Okay. Number one thing, first off, it's really cool. Then you look at the cover. The cover is actually made of designs. If I flip it to the back, you can see even more of them. These designs you get with the purchase of the Garden Party. You have a little QR code on here that you get to scan and you get to download it. A lot of other things going on too. You can also download it. It's already been set to the colors in the set. So a lot of times you'll get a set and you'll get designs, but the colors are different in the embroidery design versus the thread set. Well, this has already been taken care of for you. It's already done. And both Kathy and Trevor this week have talked about FTCU. Well, there's also what we call a thread asset for you. So you can have this thread chart and put it into your software. It's just a download. It's all free. So a lot of amazing things there. But got more to show you. Let's show you some samples first, and then I'll show you some more information too. There's a lot of cool. So when you get the designs, this is just my little play out right here of color. This little elephant is one of the designs. This is one of the cool little designs here. There's no outline. It's all flowers. It's garden. And then these are the colors of the thread. I've embroidered all of them out. So Again, here's the front on this tote bag, and you can see all the colors. It's gorgeous. It's a lot of fun. And then here's the other side. All right. So here's all these colors. And I came across something the other day when I was at R&K, which is located in Knoxville. I found something in our closet, and I thought, this is perfect to bring. It is something from Martha Pullen, and our educator, Clarissa, and you might know her from Clarissa's Corner, she made this shirt from the Garden Party Designs. And Martha Pullen would wear this shirt all over, so you can see the designs. But do you see what's happened? She added bling, lots of bling. If you haven't played with crystals yet, you need to play with crystals. They are so much fun. They enhance your embroidery. Look at that. It's so pretty, and they're easy to do. All right, they're a lot of fun, easy to do. So that was Martha's shirt. But then I had one, or I had this dress, and it was missing the bow. So I got this dress for clearance. It was like less than $2, because where else can you buy fabric and get a completely made dress for $2? All right, it's not going to happen. But what I did is I patched it with our Dreamweave Ultra, which is what Kathy was just talking about. I patched that little hole, and then I took the design and stitched the little reindeer all in metallic. It doesn't really shine in the lights here, but that's metallic thread, and you can't see the hole. So it turned this cute little dress into something really awesome. So that was a lot of fun there too. Okay. Now, if you want to do your thread charts, you can print out your thread charts. Those of you that have My Design Album, you'll be able to print them out. It gives you a color chart. You will have that size information, stitch information, everything for each design. It's really cool. But since this is a party, I want to go back a little bit, because now I told you about chocolate. Do any of you remember the Wonka chocolate bars? Willy Wonka, do you remember that? That little show right there? And how they got to the prize and how they got to enter. He had to open up his candy bar, and when he opened it up, he would find the winners, the 5 winners. If they won, they found a golden ticket. Now, this golden ticket got them to the factory. Well, we've taken this a little bit farther. Instead of putting chocolate into the thread box, we have done this. In the thread box, when you open it up, you have a chance of getting a golden ticket. Now, how this works is in our warehouse where all the threads were, randomly, somebody went through and put them in the boxes and then put them all on the shelf. They're all mixed up. Nobody knows where they're at. It's sealed. You don't know until the box is open. So it's a hunt for the golden ticket. Now, the golden ticket is going to get you lots of prizes. We have all kinds. We've already had some winners. We've had winners of software. We've had winners of thread sets. We've had winners discounts. But let me tell you what you could win. If you happen to get on our garden party, if you happen to get one of these different types of tickets right here, golden tickets, if you get a golden ticket, you have a chance of winning software. Like we had somebody just recently win Sketch-A-Stitch. And if you haven't played with Sketch-A-Stitch, oh my gosh, even quilters would love Sketch-A-Stitch, because all you have to do is take your finger and you can draw on your touchpad and just draw right on there, sign your name, and now you have your signature for your quilt. Lots of cool things to do with Sketch-A-Stitch. But anyhow, they won Sketch-A-Stitch. We had somebody win Floriani Total Control, a complete software program. How amazing is that? So you can win software, design collections. Now, with us being around as long as we have lots of design collections, and they're complete collections. They're not just, oh, 2 or 3, here you go. It's the complete collection set. So we have that for you too. We have thread sets. Floriani, we like to come up with different thread sets. You might have heard of our winter, spring, summer, and fall sets. Those are sets of 30, and they have a design collection that goes with that set. Or maybe you've heard of our Encore sets. Encore sets were sets that came out. They were limited. They were not part of our 360 color thread set, but they were amazing. We don't have those right now, but those are some of the things we had. We have trending colors. Trending colors are based off of our fabric collection, or actually what the fabric industry is going to be bringing out the following year. So that's what it's based off. That's how we get our trending colors. But our favorite, and then we have winter tidings, which I believe Kathy just showed you. That is a lot of fun too. The designs are all winter based. Then we also have our garden party, winter tidings, and then the names it just skips me. I'll get back to it. I'll think of it. Anyhow, so you can get thread sets. We also have gift certificates inside. There's $20 gift certificates for shopping for Floriani products inside as well. And you take that to your Floriani dealer. So there's lots and lots of prizes out there. So go for it. Do a shopping. Try and get a golden ticket. You know, those golden tickets are very valuable. I will tell you that this is thread that was picked specifically for the 20 to go with all the designs. So it's a really cool collection, and I hope you enjoy it. Let me see, what was the other one I had? Winter tidings. I cannot remember it. Oh, well, it'll come back. All right. So this is our garden party, and I hope you like our garden party. I hope you have fun searching for the golden tickets. They're amazing. The price, we'll let her come back on and give you a pricing on this, but I hope you enjoy it. I hope, don't forget to do that little QR code. There's so much information in there. So even if you don't win a golden ticket or find the golden ticket, you got a QR code for a lot of free stuff. So, yeah. And it's a really good collection.
And was it Trevor that was talking about how someone won TCU? Someone got the golden
Floriani Total Control. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh my gosh. That is so exciting. I might have to go pick one up. I'm like, let me go see. Maybe.
I know. I had to sneak mine open because I wanted to know if I had one. Because see, nobody knows. Yes. Nobody knows. We have no clue.
So and even Judy, she knows. She's like, I don't even know. No. So this is good. This is
no clue. That's why I like the Willy Wonka. It's like, go get that chocolate bar and find that golden ticket. I was like, oh, this is so cool.
Yes, I love it. Judy, thank you so much for coming on and hanging out with us for Hoop Fest and closing this all out. And it was definitely saving the best for last. I mean, it was perfect that you're doing garden party. Like we got to go out with a bang, you know? Okay. So thank you so much. And we hope to see you again soon. And oh my gosh, now we just got to unveil our winners now. I don't know what now?
What was the price that you have on your garden party?
Oh gosh, I will have to get to that in just a second.
Okay.
Yeah, but I would call us. If everybody watching, give us a call. Give us a call at 1-800-401-8151, and we will be able to get you all those answers.
Awesome.
For sure. All right, Judy, I will see you guys soon. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your week and your weekend, and have fun with your garden party.
Thank you. Got to go stitch some more.
Yes, of course. All right, you guys. If you guys do have more information or want more information, about that garden party, give us a call at 1-800-401-8151, and we will be able to answer all those questions for you. Now, it's time, guys. Mm-hmm. Angela, are you ready for this? I'm
so ready.
I know. I'm so antsy. I can't even believe it. So, all right, we have our big wheel. So what we're going to do first, guys, I hope everyone's here and watching. So what we're going to do first is we're going to draw our last Dream Studio finalist. And so we're going to draw that first, and then we're going to print out all the names, and then I'm going to throw them in here. But while we are getting the names printed out, we're going to unveil our contest winners, okay? And what you guys are going to be winning. So, Kyle, are you ready to spin the wheel?
I'm ready.
All right.
I'm ready.
Are we ready?
We are ready.
1, 2, 3.
This is the last finalist.
Last finalist.
5th finalist.
Ooh, day 5. Heather Charles. Heather
Yay!
Charles.
Oh my gosh. Don't you wish you could see their face?
I know. Heather, if you're watching right now, congratulations. I am so excited for you. And we're going to find out right now. So unfortunately, I feel horrible for all the people who've had to wait all week. Heather, you're about to find out right now. So congratulations. I'm going to tell everyone what they need to do. Well, you won something still. You don't know what you won yet, but you won something. We're going to put them all together, and then I will let you guys know what you all win, what you are going to be winning, and then I'm going to tell you guys how to claim all of that shortly. But Angela, I think it's time to unveil our contest winners.
I love that.
I'm so ready. So I think what we'll do first is our judge's choice, because we've got our places with our first, second, and third with our people's choice. So let's do our judge's choice first. Now, let's show what they're winning first. Bum, ba-dum, ba-bum. You are taking home, it is not $9.99, it is $29.99. Ignore that. That price is incorrect. But you are getting a Baby Lock Vesta. You're getting a Stay Perfect Stabilizer Kit with all of our top-selling stabilizers. And you're also getting a $100 gift card, which is just amazing. Amazing. And you're getting the Golden Scissors Trophy to really get that reigning supreme. You won the Judge's Choice of the 2024 Hoop Fest contest. All right. Are we ready to unveil our winner?
Oh, yeah.
All right.
Spin that wheel.
This one we're not spinning. We actually have an overlay of what project won.
Oh, that's right.
Kyle, let's show who won. Cherry Blossom by Maribel F. Congratulations, Maribel. I am so excited for you. That is a beautiful, beautiful project you have. And let me tell you, this was tough this year. Kyle can attest. This was tough this year. It definitely was. All of the projects that we saw, it was neck and neck. It really was. But Maribel, we are so excited that you won our Judge's Choice of our Hoop Fest contest. So what I need you to do is go to smplive.tv, fill out the form at the bottom of the page, and let us know that you won the Judge's Choice contest, and we will get you that prize package shipped out to you and the Golden Scissors Trophy shipped out to you. And just fill out all the information, your address, and all those things. That way we can get that out to you. But congrats, Maribel. I'm so excited. Woohoo.
So somebody
Angela,
just
what do you
said
think?
they can't imagine how long it took her to do that. I would love if Maribel's here right now. Drop in the chat. How long did it take you?
The tile scenes take so much time, and the amount of thread and the amount of thread changes, it's just, they blow my mind. They blow my mind. It's crazy. Oh my goodness. Well, Maribel, we are so stoked for you. All right. Now it's time to get into the nitty gritty. Our People's Choice contest. Now, as you know, we've been voting all week. We've been sharing all week. We've been doing all of the things, and now we've got our winners. So should we start with third?
Third place.
Third place, you are going to win. Third place is winning the Baby Lock Aurora embroidery and sewing machine. So Kyle, who is our third place winner? Who is it? Lady of the Island. Ooh, so tropical.
Oh, that's a beautiful bag.
Yes, I love it. I would love to know if you made that bag. Like, did you embroider on top of the bag, or did you make the bag too? I'd love to know. But Susanna, you created a beautiful project. I'm so excited for you. What we need you to do is go to smplive.tv, fill out all that information at the bottom of the page. Let us know all your info, and we will get that all shipped out to you. But Susanna, congrats. I need to pull up the comments because I want to make sure I'm seeing everybody. She is? Okay, good. I'm trying to look for her. Yay!
She said she did make the bag, killer bag, by the way.
Yes, yes. Okay, I see you. Susanna, congratulations. Oh my gosh, I'm so excited. I love that bag. I would be wearing that every single day, for sure.
Oh, yeah.
I love
That'd be
it.
my Florida bag. I would love that.
Exactly. It's so beachy. Like, it's just perfect little beach. Got all the colors on it. I love it. Susanna, congrats. I'm so excited for you. This is great. This is great. All right. Oh, there she is. There she is.
You're welcome. You're
Yay.
welcome.
Yay. All right.
Actually, got to thank SMP Nation. They're all the ones that voted for you.
I know. And that's the thing that just is the best part of it all, is that it's not anything that we did. We're just sitting back and watching you unravel and watching the votes just skyrocket and go crazy. So it's so much fun to watch everybody getting involved. But now we're moving on to second place. So Kyle, what is second place taking home? The Brother SE2000 WLAN sewing and embroidery machine. You're getting that combo machine. And Angela, you know this machine is awesome. I'm sure
I have it right here. I was actually
Yes.
using it earlier today because it works with Artspira.
That's perfect. So it has that wireless capability. We love that. So Kyle, who is our second place winner? Come on. Mother of the bride.
Oh my
Cindy
gosh. So I have to
King.
tell you,
Woo!
that's my embroidery collection that she
Is that
used
from-
on here.
Is that from your collection, Angela?
Yeah, it is. Cindy King.
Angela, look at that. I love this. And this is all from votes. So it's just, yes, that's so amazing. I love that. Cindy, to claim your beautiful new machine, please go to smplive.tv, fill out all that information. Let us know that you are a second place winner. And wow, that is a beautiful dress. I love that.
I
And
know what I
Angela,
did find out, because I went
it's your
through all the
design.
entries to kind of read how everybody did and if they left any comments. I didn't hear how long it took her to make that dress, but it's beautiful.
Oh my gosh. I think I always like to go and read the descriptions of what people wrote about their projects, because some of them have very sentimental meanings to them, and I love hearing about that. So
Mhm.
Cindy, I know you guys have got to be watching somewhere. I'm sure I'll see your comments pop up. But Cindy, congratulations. That is so awesome. And I just love that dress. I love the color and just the detailing on it. It's so pretty, and it really just such a great mother of the bride dress. I mean, it's so fitting.
Absolutely. And by the way, full disclosure, just because it's my embroidery collection, I had no control over who wins this.
Yes.
I just knew it because I saw a photo of it. I'm like, I recognize that. She's part of the
You're like, hey, is that from my brain? Is that?
Yeah. Hello.
I love that. I love that. Cindy, we're so excited for you. And this is going to be so much fun for you to get your new machine and all of
I
that.
think she won something last year.
She did
with
win something
Joanne's.
last year.
Yes.
I remember. Was it? Oh my gosh. It's on the tip of my tongue. It's on the tip of my tongue.
I don't remember what she won, but is that the jean jacket with Joanne's
Yes.
design?
Yes. It was that one. Oh my gosh. I remember. And because I remember her videos, she had these really cute videos that she was posting, and I thought they were just adorable. So Cindy, congratulations. Make sure you head to smplive.tv to fill that form out to claim your prize. We will get that shipped out to you, and you can get started on your new machine. I'm so excited. All right. Now it's time for the big one. The People's Choice First Place prize. There's what you're getting. Look at that. You're getting the Brother NQ3600D, that sewing and embroidery machine. You're getting that Stay Perfect stabilizer set, and you're getting a $100 gift card to go spend on us, just to go crazy on our website. Please, just have at it. Have fun. So, Kyle, are we ready?
Ready.
Angela, are you ready?
That's an amazing giveaway. So I cannot wait to see who wins.
Well, I was sitting here putting them together, and I'm like, well, you gotta have a machine, and then you gotta have the stabilizer, and then I'm like, but then you gotta have all these other things. But then I'm like, wait, then they need to shop for them, because then I'm starting to sit here like, let me throw in all this thread. I'm like, let's have you guys shop and pick out what you want. So I hope that gift card is good and it works out for all of you guys. But let's reveal our first place winner. Here we go. Neverland by Marilyn D. Now this
Wow.
one is beautiful because of the story behind it. And I really suggest you guys go read up on her little description that she has. We have it on the Hoop Fest page. Such a beautiful thing and such a beautiful little, oh my gosh, what's the word? Tribute. Yes, such a beautiful tribute. So gorgeous, Marilyn. And I think that you just did a stunning job. And it's just, I love it. And I love Neverland. And it's, love it.
That sound. I started to read it, Kennedy, and I'm going to start crying again. So I'm going to just
Angela,
congratulations.
let me get the tissues.
Here we go.
Here we go. We're good. Marilyn, to claim. Wait. There we go.
Thank you.
That is so good. Why did we not do that before? Oh my goodness. Marilyn, to claim your prize, go to smplive.tv, fill out that form at the bottom of the page. Let us know that you're the first place winner. We know you're the winner, but we just got to have you. We got to have you meet us there, and then we can send you the stuff. You know how it goes. So just fill out all that information, and we will get that all to you, and you can start working on your brand new brother machine. How exciting!
Wow. You know, I have to say, I went through everybody's on there, and I got to give a shout out to everyone. Absolutely, the bar has been set for next year because I mean the quality is just going through the roof, and the projects are amazing, the stories are amazing. Congratulations to all the winners, but all of you that put something in there, great job.
Yes, congratulations, and just thank you to everyone who got involved, even if you didn't even submit a project, but you still hung around and you were voting and posting and doing all the things. Thank you so much, because that's what it's all about. We really have just become a giant community. And like when I started doing social media here a couple years ago, I had no idea that it would just grow and blossom. And SMP Nation is constantly growing, and there's so many new people, and I learn so much and hear so many stories. And I just think it's so beautiful and I love it. So thank you to SMP Nation. It would not be possible without all of you at all.
Such a great community. Such a great one.
Yes. All right, Angela. Yes. Yes, we're doing our Instagram winners. All right. We've got some Instagram winners too from our little contest that we were doing here. So
Instagram / Facebook.
Perfect. So Kyle is going to share his screen, and we got some random winners here. So like I said, each of you, yes, 2 winners. So each of you 2 winners that we're about to show, you guys win the $100 gift card like I had mentioned earlier. So do the same thing. Go to smplive.tv to fill out that form, and we will send you those $100 gift cards. But Kyle, you ready to share? Perfect.
Oh my gosh. Oh my God.
That is perfect.
I love it. The dog. Look, he's like, hey, let's go sew.
Sun Country Girl Designs. I love it. Beautiful. I love the dog.
Oh my gosh, I love it. Yes, God. I saw that one a little bit ago because I've been scrolling through Facebook and Instagram looking for all the ones. Oh my gosh, you guys are so creative. We got to do this again. I might have to do this on my live show next week. Oh, there you go.
Yay! Oh my gosh, congratulations. Your user is SM Rafi. So thank you for sharing that little picture. I think we have matching Stanley cups.
I saw that last night. I love her glasses. I want to know where she got them.
Yes. Oh my gosh, I love it. We're twinning with our Stanley cups over here. So I love that. And I love your glasses too. I saw your comment, Angela. Her glasses are adorable. So you 2 go claim your prize, your $100 gift cards. That was so much fun, Angela. I have to give you all the credit because that was your idea and that was the best idea ever. That was amazing. I love that.
Well, I love being able to hang out with everyone. You know, the best part of that is I got to see a lot of people that I don't usually see. I mean, I see them in the YouTube comments, but now I can see them and now you can follow them back, and it just makes our community grow even larger.
Exactly. And that's exactly why we do all of this. And that was a success. That was just perfect. And now I have all the pictures because when I leave here, I'm going to be sad and I'm going to be driving home like, what do I do now without Hoop Fest? And then I'll just go back and look at all the pictures and be like, SMP Nation's got me. I have all these pictures. I'm good.
I think I'm gonna have to do this on my live show this week because
Yes.
I'm not having a live show this week, but usually Wednesdays at 1:30. I think I'm gonna have to start doing this as a giveaway because it is so much fun to see the creativity. I don't know if the horses, I'm going back. The horses, the snake, and the parrot were my 3 favorites.
Yes. And I just want everyone to know, if you heard about this contest and you said, I don't know how to work Instagram or I don't know how to work social media, that's okay. Chances are it probably got posted and you did it. You just might not think you did, but you did it because we see them all. So keep up on there because you never know. We might be doing this way more in the future. So keep your eyes peeled on our socials for things like that because that worked out so well. It was like last year when we did the ugly Christmas sweaters. We had people, we did our countdown to Christmas. We had everybody email pictures of them in their ugly Christmas sweaters and played it in a slideshow before the show started. It was so fun seeing everybody's pictures. So I love it. But Angela, it's time. It's time. And Blaine is here in spirit. We need to set him up. I'm going to put him like this. There we go. Okay. We're going to hold him like this. If he's watching,
$25,000. So what's in this? I mean, I know the print moda. You got a machine.
So let's show that Dream Studio one more time, just so everybody can see what they're getting. So look at all of that. Yes, you're getting the brand new SWF7 needle. You're getting the Brother Print Moda. You're getting the Brother Airflow 3000. You're getting the Janome Skyline S9. You're getting the 2-tier. You're getting the Floriani thread set. Which is like 300 spools of thread, by the way, just FYI. So basically the whole rainbow. You're getting the Floriani Universal Bundle, which is it's TCU, which is basically all of their softwares combined into one, plus so much more. So if that is not perking your ears up, I don't know what is. So I'm so excited because now I have the famous tin. The famous tin. All right?
The famous tin.
Oh, Roger's going to be a doll and help me by holding the tin.
So that way it's in camera the whole time.
Okay. So I've got my 5 names here. Angela's still around. She's just in the background. I just wanted to go full screen so you guys can
I'm doing
see.
the drum roll.
Yes. So I've got my 5 names here, all right? So our first one, our day 1, and thank you, Roger, for the excellent cutting job. We have Lisa Taylor from day 1. So I'm going to fold her up.
Congratulations.
Congratulations. None of you guys are going home empty-handed, just by the way. Just want to, yes. I'm folding it up. And here, I'm going to take it out. It's empty. It's empty. Okay.
So Kennedy, for them to even win that, it was just leaving comments each day, right? I saw some people asking, how can I get into that? You're already in it.
Yeah. Just commenting, sharing, liking, doing whatever you're doing, saying, oh my gosh, I love that machine. Oh my gosh, Angela's looks so pretty today. Oh my gosh, Blaine and Jane are the best hosts ever. Like literally anything, that'll enter you in. So our day two, Kathy Sherwood. All right. It's not backwards, is it?
No.
The font, the letters?
No.
Okay, good. Okay. Our day 3, Ann Hendricks. I still need to know if you're related to Jimmy. I still need to know. All right. I'm going to fold this up. We're going to get it in there. I'm sweating, Angela. I'm sweating.
No pressure here. No pressure.
I also turned the fan off, so I'm a little just sweaty. Day 4, Joe Allen, a.k.a. Wolfgeist. All right.
Oh, thanks, Brenda. You know, Kennedy, you might be taking over Blaine's position.
I have a feeling. And our day 5, Heather Charles. We're going to wrap it up. Guys, I'm so nervous. Okay.
You gotta go in and shake
I
it
know.
all up.
All right, last one. Okay.
Shake it all up.
They're all in there. Shake her
There it
up,
is.
shake her up.
All right.
Keep
Keep it up.
My little nephews would say, shake your booty. Shake your booty.
Shake it. This one, the one that I am picking, is the winner. So the name that I pick is going to be the Dream Studio winner. Everybody else still go to smplive.tv and fill out your form because you are a runner-up, okay? And you're still taking home a machine. We're going to show you. Should we show them right now or after? Okay, got it. Okay.
This is the winner.
This is the winner. I'm so nervous. Angela, are you ready?
I'm ready.
Okay.
I can hardly wait. Somebody might be taking over their living room with this huge sewing room.
Get your measuring tape out. All right.
And whoever wins, I get to hang out with anyways, because if they have the serger, they take my master class for free.
Yes. See, I thought of you. And I didn't even, it was subconscious. All right. Okay.
That's the winner.
This is the winner. I'm putting this down. I have a piece of paper. Your Dream Studio winner is Heather Charles! Woo! Heather, you just won $25,000 worth of fun stuff.
Wow. Amazing.
Yeah, you did. Woo! Everyone else, you're taking home a Brother SE700 sewing and embroidery machine. Look at that. Heather, please let us know you're watching. Please. I'm going to hold this up until I see your comment.
I have a feeling she's in here.
Yeah, the comments are going so fast. Heather, let's hope she finds out. I just want her to know that she won. Heather is about to have a really great Friday. If you're at work, this is the best news you're about to receive.
No kidding. Taking over the living room.
Woo! I'm trying to look. I'm trying to see for comments. Let me know if she pops on. Wow. I am sweating, Angela. I am actually sweating. I'm sweating.
Oh my gosh, what a great conclusion to a fantastic week. I'm honored to be here with you, Kennedy. I think we make a good team. Thanks for the Kleenex.
Yes, I am so honored to be with you, Angela. I mean, just like when Blaine told me, I'm like, I'm going to be with Angela? Like, how am I going to
have so much fun.
But we're besties now. And I'm sorry that's just how it's going to be now. So you're just going to have to deal with me.
And you have the best group. SMP Nation is amazing. I love everyone.
Kyle and Roger, get the little camera on you. They are the best. Those are my for real work besties. They're the best.
Good job, guys.
And to Angela. I don't know why I'm pointing. Yes, every time you're bringing up fishing, they're like, "Oh, what? Fishing?"
I like that. What was it? Fish and Stitch. That's my new.
Yes.
Forget fashion and fishing. We're going Fish and Stitch. I like that.
Yes, exactly. Oh my goodness, you guys! What a great way to wrap up Hoop Fest. And I just hope everyone had a great week. I hope everyone learned something. I hope you made a new friend, because all of you guys chatting so much, there's bound to be some new friendships made down here. And from all over the world and all over the country. I think it's just such an amazing thing that we're able to all come together and relate on this one thing and really flourish. Like, we're all just having a great time. I think this is so amazing. Just letting you guys know, make sure you go check out Angela after the show. She's got her live shows. You can go, what is your website, just Angela Wolf, or is it Angela Wolf Fashion?
AngelaWolf.com. You can go there. You can find all the social media. We've got 2 new TV shows coming.
Yes!
Episode 2 of Fabric to Fashion is coming the first week of August. One of the first 2 weeks of August. And I do a live show every Wednesday at 1:30 p.m. Eastern. All fashion sewing, but I would love to see you there. Now that I can recognize some of your names that I've never met before, oh my gosh, we're going to have a big party.
And is Blaine going to be on the next episode of Fabric to Fashion?
He is. He was on the last one. I don't think he even saw. You can actually go back and watch that last episode.
We need to go back and watch it because
it's right on the front page. You can go binge watch. It was the first episode. He's in there.
Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. Because I was there with him when we filmed it, and I was trying so hard to keep my mouth shut because I'm like, oh my goodness, this is the coolest thing ever. And so I'm technically there somewhere too, but I'm just clicking buttons. So just go watch it. You got to go watch it.
You were picking out his clothes. I remember we were trying to not coordinate too much.
Yes. Yes. He brought in different options. I'm like, no, no. Oh, that one brings out your eyes. Okay, we'll stick with that one. Yeah. I don't know how.
Kennedy was the executive designer in that episode.
Yes.
So
I love it. Angela, you are just the best. I've had so much fun hanging out with you, but again, huge shout out. And another shout out to all of our sponsors.
Thank you.
I know I thanked them at the beginning, but Brother, Baby Lock, Janome, Dime, SWF, RNK, Durkee Hoops, all of you guys, thank you so much for making all of this possible. It's unbelievable what we all can do when we work together and we make something beautiful. So I love it. And thank you again to SMP Nation. We've had a blast. I just want to say, if you want to keep up with us outside of the show, we have so many other events happening besides our festivals. We do Sew Fest, Hoop Fest, Quilt Fest, and Countdown to Christmas. They're all week-long events, but we also have tons of events happening all throughout the rest of this year. And we're going to Comic-Con. And I just found out I think I'm going to Comic-Con for sure. So,
all right, you better start sewing. You got to get something good, Kennedy.
Angela, I'm calling you after the show. I'm going to need some tips. But make sure you guys check us out over here. Check out Angela Wolf. Check out Jane Klaus. Go to janeklaus.com. She was hosting us at the beginning of the week. We took over for the rest of the week. They're in Canada. Blaine's in Utah. We're all traveling. But make sure you guys tune in on the rest of our social media where we'll be posting everything. Sign up for our emails and our text messages that way you never miss out on any fun stuff that's going on or any important stuff. Anything I'm missing before we go.
Oh, one thing. Don't forget they can buy all the way till tomorrow at 3 p.m.
Yes.
If they're watching this tomorrow morning and they're like, wait, can I still get that? If it's still available, you can till tomorrow at 3.
Just all I can tell you is just give us a call tomorrow if you still got to get your sales in. Our sales team is going to be up and ready to take your calls. Even today, you can call right now. So go get your orders in. It's today and tomorrow are the last days, but 3 p.m. PST is the cut off. So don't miss out on those Hoop Fest deals. I'm serious because they're good. They're good. They're good. All right. Well, Angela, I think it's time that we say goodbye and we wrap up this Hoop Fest. But I hope you guys all have a wonderful, wonderful weekend. I hope you all stitch something out. Go share your projects. Go join our Facebook group so that way you can share more pictures with us and we can keep up and stay friends after this. But thank you all so much for watching. I love you all so much. We'll see you soon. Bye, Angela.
Bye. Bye, everyone.